flat, and we need to put the person in there, not just to increase our revenue, but the other part of that is that it takes some of the weight off the department heads that I think are spread pretty thin and making that a last priority at this point, understandably. We want to look at an addition of a professional services contract for a financial advisor. This is an item Marietta assures me has come up before. We haven't done it, but it's something we did over at the county, and it may cost nothing, depending on how we structure the RFP going out. And we wanted to put a line item in there anyway. And this is someone that can help us look at our debt structure, our tax rates, see if by consolidating, refinancing, there are options that we can do that can free up some borrowing capacity or lower our interest.
Is this on my computer?
No, it's not, but we will during the
No,
first.
reason I'm saying is I can't see.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does it keep going in and out of focus?
Well, for me, that distance is out of focus.
Let me know if you see it.
I can't see the numbers, so.
You can email it to my project.
That's fine, that's really, I'm sorry, Rick.
Yeah, and they actually get smaller than that, so I better do that. Let's see. One of the modifications is the recruitment of both the full-time in-house attorney to replace Mr. Caldwell, which we hope he stays. But if not, that we would have a part-time contract attorney, and hopefully he would consider doing that. And that's not a true increase in that there were some other fees in there in the legal department that we consolidated, so probably less than that. One of the things we did was we moved the one-time expenses from operations to a non-recurring category. For those like the mayor that are familiar with the county, what we used to call the 399 fund. The idea of that, if you go to the next slide. The idea then is we simply were going to have to make too many cuts to be able to get all the priorities in, including the increased medical care and the compensation plan. If we try to do everything that was being proposed by the departments and put it into the ongoing operating budget. So I thank Marietta and her staff for going in and pulling those out. We broke everything into three categories: operational costs, which are your normal operating, and that they're annually recurring and will only be paid with revenues generated during the budget year from GRTs or property taxes. And we created this second category by pulling out those non-recurring costs, which was about $216,000 worth. And those are for equipment, software, maintenance, not large enough to qualify as capital expenses that you would appreciate. Professional services, other non-recurring costs accrued and paid within the budget year. And these expenses will only be paid with year-end non-restricted cash, your fund balance carried over from the current fiscal year that we're in now. The expenses in this category will be prioritized and funded only as the unrestricted cash reserves are available, meaning the amount that exceeds, well, actually we were able to fund all of them, but normally the process would be to just pay down on those until you ran out of money out of the reserve at some threshold. And then the third, of course, is the capital, which is the infrastructure. Those are the costs associated with your ICIP listed projects. Purchase or replacement of equipment, vehicles, property, facilities, construction, renovation, or rehabilitation of facilities, roads, communication systems, infrastructure, such as water and sewer systems. Expenses in that category will only be funded based on revenues generated by the balance of two town infrastructure GRTs after the required match for the airport expansion project was subtracted out. And to be honest, that didn't leave much money to do much in terms of projects. This would also obviously cover projects that were grant funded or through legislative appropriation.
Mr. Billis, would you mind, and would the council just bear with me for a moment? Could we go back to that previous slide? Yes, so under expenses, elimination of proposed employee compensation plan. Are we talking about employee raises there? What does that mean, elimination of proposed employee compensation?
That is just listed there as an option that we looked at. The final budget we're showing you actually has the employee compensation line.
I see, okay. And then I'm happy to sit up in the front of the class. I'm a slow learner, so that's where my teacher always put me.
Just a little bit more.
Still blurry for you, Fred?
No, it's pretty clear now, but if it gets a little bit more, then it's perfect.
We're good with the next one.
Right, we just,
Oh, are you good with that?
just. Well, at the risk of bringing up great controversy, there are citizens out there who are very much concerned about the airport expansion. And we can discuss this at a more appropriate time, but I am grateful for you and the mayor always having his door open to these folks. Realize it's Johnny come lately. I am strictly 50-50 on this airport, but there's, again, such a huge amount of money being dropped into that at the cost of, as you just stated a minute ago, other needs. It is a real concern, and I'm hoping at some point we can really look at this. I don't know how else to state it, except I can see the pros and cons, and it's a huge amount of money.
It is, and the problem's exacerbated by something that's also an advantage, and that is that if the state and the FAA feel that they can do the project in 2 years instead of 3 years, certainly that accelerates our being able to complete it and start looking at the idea of generating income at the airport. But the difficulty is that it pushes up the match requirement and squeezes that by 1/3, so that basically the remaining 2 years after this doubles what we would have to do. So that really does grip the other projects and make us make some choices. But I think, again, it makes a good argument for going for that grant writer and having to identify other funds as quickly as possible. But to be honest with you, both we and the county are in a position that we're not going to get the CDBG this year because we've committed to a project with sort of have a backlog of projects that probably we should be working through before we add others. And that may be an opportunity for public works and planning and finance, for us all to sit down and really take a look at our long-term needs in water, sewer, roads, facilities, as well as equipment, and prioritize those and start making a long-term plan for setting aside money for replacement schedules and for matching funds. We in this administration, like you, are catching up on the fly while we're putting the budget together, and that makes it a bit difficult. So we have to really have a chance to give it that kind of attention. And one of the things to put on the record that Marietta and I think I both agree on is that this is a budget we're putting together for you as a stopgap to meet the statutory requirement of submitting a balanced budget, which has to start July 1, be approved in advance of that budget effect. But that we want to come back on July 1 and actually do a zero-based budget to determine the real priorities and to have 3-4 months to be able to look at that and really do an honest assessment, as opposed to, I think, my predecessors being in the same position of just taking last year's budget, tacking on percentages to revenues and expenses, and then working backwards to where you need to meet. I know that last March, the council received a 5-year projection. I think Mr. Rodriguez did that. I did find that in his files. And he foresaw some of the difficulties we were doing. He said this was the break-even year that we had to flip and turn back to the revenues rising, and or at least being flat, and the expenditures coming below, because he foresaw that you would have to start putting away money for infrastructure needs. We can't do that, because certainly in that budget he saw that the expenses would be flat. He asked the departments to come back to zero base. And even if they did, he didn't foresee compensation plan, medical increases, and merit increases, which sort of tie merit means what we do also. I know that doesn't answer your question, but.
Well, you know, what's really important is that though the airport thing has moved forward and seems to be out of the barn and rolling down the road, what I'd like to compliment the administration on is having an open door policy. And even though some of these concerned anti-airport folks are maybe a little Johnny-come-lately, you have been open and receptive, and there is discussion happening. And we'll see where their initiatives go. But I just want to compliment you, Rick. I know as busy as you are, it's taken a lot of your time, and Dan as well. And what's encouraging to them is that they have a local government that's responsive. So that's a big deal. What I can talk to them about is the fact that our budget is in a state of flux, that we are going to zero base, that we need 3 or 4 months of data to really do that effectively. These are reasonable folks with reasonable concerns, and for the most part, very long-term.
I want to say, Councilman, some of their concerns are valid, and I acknowledge that, and that they are cautions that we should have. But I did want to assure them that, you know, there are things that some of the things they're concerned about we are aware of. And we're making efforts, for example, in requesting John at the airport to do an origin destination study of those flights coming in, and so that we have an argument that when we do have an opportunity to meet the Ski Valley, we can say, look, we're underwriting the cost of 70% of our air traffic going to support the Ski Valley and the skiing industry. And you need to participate in a meaningful way in the expenses of expanding and operating that airport.
Well, let's carry on. But thank you for listening to these folks and continuing to listen.
This takes the figures of projected revenues and expenditures, and there's a slide where it's a little larger. They're in it here. from last year, and it shows you that with the proposed budget, that we should have $22,780 left. And again, it just lists some of those things: the para contribution increase, the increase in the medical insurance of the 176, the eco part 145, the increase in compensation plan at 100,804. 60 was for the attributable to the second attorney's position, and 443,907 was required for, well, I can't even read that from there. As requested by the council, included in the expenditures. So the one-time costs, again, were the 216,684. And what we did is we asked for 1% immediate budget cuts in the current budget. Skip ahead. And then a 2% reduction across the board from the departments in next year's budget. And the purpose of that was for the 1% to increase and assure us of the amount of cash that would be available on July 1 for one-time costs. Pay that $219, and then 2% helped us bring down the budget deficit. So again, this is a restatement of the factors that went into the budget, and I believe this still does not take. Is that correct? This still not taking into account the insurance.
This doesn't take into account the final we received and sent back the renewal notice for the self-insurance fund. So we'll get that back probably like May 25th, the night before the end of the fiscal year. But based on what I have in the budget, I feel comfortable we have it covered. I don't think that's going to be a substantial increase because we already did increase it from last year based on what we do. So, but we will get a final number on the final budget. That was huge.
Let me ask a question that's coming to my mind. You have an increase in cost of workers' comp.
Yes.
We used to get back a savings on the workers' comp with claims.
Right.
Is our claims increased in our workers' comp?
Yes, because our multiplier went up from last year from 1.47 to 1.51. So we get the dividend credit, but we don't get there's two of them, and we don't get the other one because our cost is too high. If it's over, I think, 0.96,
So
they charge you instead of giving you the credit.
in other words, we're not as safe in the workplace as we used to be.
Yes, I think Amy, safety coordinator, she goes to the classes, and I think she can give us a history of the claims that are causing this to not come down. I think it's a three-year window. So there is some things going on.
We can get a list of those for you.
I'm just saying that we used to get a substantial savings on our workers' comp. If the cost, per thousand or per hundred has gone up, that means that we're not as safe as we used to be. So we need to find out what those issues are and fix them. Can't have our employees getting hurt. I mean, that's just not an acceptable thing for us to do.
That was at least $35,000 savings when we had that multiplier under $1.
So Marietta, how comfortable are you with that assumption of a 2% increase in GRTs?
I feel comfortable with that. I think we need to go with that right now at this time. Always conservative, but not overly conservative. And just, I think the economy has picked up, but not to the point that we're just going to be right here back like we were in 2008. So.
And the 5% increase in property tax, that's basically, what is that based on? I know commercial and residential
That's based
we-
on,
is that an actuarial?
yes, that's a final evaluation from the state. They have that on their website. We take that and then they have the actual bill rates associated with that.
Okay,
And I do have a call into the county assessor. They're going to give me, because the county will have more updated figures than the 2013 valuation, but I haven't received those yet.
so you feel confident in that assumption at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And the small cities assistance, that's a check from the feds, or what is it?
That's a check from the state of New Mexico. It's for small cities under 10,000 in population.
I see, so
and
that's a fixed number.
Yes, it used to be 35,000. This year it went up to 90. I called, verified with the state. Under the legislative change that they've made, that should be the same for the upcoming year. And that's based on population of your area, and the minimum amount is 90,000 for our area.
Thanks.
And again, the important parts, I guess, are at the bottom. That this will fund the employee compensation plan 100% based on council recommendations. It's not that everybody will get an increase. It's a bell curve. It's people that are the farthest from the where they should be based on longevity. So it won't be the department heads. It won't be those newly hired people. So we'll concentrate on the folks that are the farthest behind.
And what kind of increase, more or less, are we looking at for those that have been left in the dust?
I believe those are these at 2%.
I think it went from 2 to 6 to 8. And I think there may be some directors in there. I just want to double check that, because it really didn't take, they took everybody, they didn't exempt anybody except for the newer employees that came in at the more equitable rate, at the market rate, correct? So it does. And when you start reviewing, when you do see your personnel schedules, you will see a current salary, and then you will have a column for the 14-15 salary. So you can see the difference in increase on those rates for each individual.
Again, the caution that I feel I have to say is that if we're going from 76 to 78% of your discretionary income now being spent on personnel, you're really increasingly backing yourself into a corner where the only alternative to change your budget is reorganization or to lay people off. Squeeze about as much as you can out of the orange on the operating side.
Can I ask a question, please? It actually goes back to the prior page, but I know that we've had people come and ask about wellness programs as far as the insurance goes, to see if we could implement that to reduce it. And have got any figures back on that?
What we did is Steve Archuleta and myself met with the lady that was proposing it on behalf of the coalition, and we asked her to put a proposal together and to submit it to our insurance carriers, and to see if, like the payment of the health club plans, that they would pay for that directly. We indicated that we probably could mandate employees to pay for it, we could pay for it if only some employees would be taking advantage of it. And we haven't heard back. And again, one of the important parts is 112 state requirement, 879,977. We really want to give you 212 reserves. We think that's very important given the volatility of the economy and potential unforeseen needs. So we have additional reserves of 812,454, and Marietta has pulled those out of the fund balance of cash reserves as separate line items, so they'll be more recognizable in future financial reports.
Well, before we move on to that next one, you knew this was coming. I gotta tell you, I understand, Mr. Mayor and Council and everyone, that we'd like to have 212s. But I'm gonna argue that if the statute reads 112, that is in fact what we should do. My reasoning is simple, that 800,000 is, I think if it's invested into the community, it's going to save us money in the long run. And so as an investor, I'm faced with utilizing that money to increase my revenues with streamlining processes or making our quality of life more better versus essentially putting that money under a basket and letting it sit and gaining very little interest. It's not making us a lot. So I understand the mayor's concern about really wanting to have a flush reserve for that rainy day. But I would argue that at this time, given the constraints that we have, we really need to consider freeing that up. I think it could become a long-term goal, but for right now, I think we are experiencing the rainy day. So my argument would be to adhere to the statute at 112, but to really carefully look at the additional reserves that I agree over time need to get there, but for the moment, I think need to be invested in the community. I think we are in that rainy day. I remember the time 10 years ago when we had millions in reserve. So an obvious question is, I'm not quite sure where all of those millions have gone, and that's not our issue today. Our issue today is this additional reserve. So I would posit that argument for your consideration, that we are facing that difficult time, that this would be a great long-term goal, but I really feel strongly that that $800,000 needs to be invested into the community, whether it's through infrastructure repairs or whatever. So enough said.
And Prince, Counselor, one of the things, that I see is, we talk about having millions in the past, but that's how we get to those millions if we start saving today. But this is not really, basically this just protects us in the event, and this at the end of the year, when we know that the GRT has come in, we know that we're financially solid, then we can have that conversation with finance and Mr. Ballas and say, look, we've had a good year, the GRTs are coming in like they're supposed to, the property taxes coming in like it's supposed to, all our employees, we were able to give them the raise that we wanted to give them, that are budgeted for, and now at the end of the year, at the end of this next fiscal year, we have this money a couple of months before, then we can go out and spend this money on infrastructure like you're talking about. But if we spend it July 1st, we're back in the situation that we started in. We don't have anything to fall on in the event that the GRT does go down. The ideas that we have to help the community move forward don't move forward, then we're going to be in the same predicament that we are in today. So I just want to be cautious that, yes, that money is sitting there, but that doesn't mean we need to spend it July 1st or 2nd. We want to get through mid-year, through the year, get a good feeling from our finance person, and make sure that we're financially stable. Then we can say, okay, we can breathe now. Let's go out and let's find the projects that we have been putting off to spend this money on.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to hear other people's thoughts, and also Mr. Bellis and I have talked about this a little bit, and I'd like to also hear Mr. Bellis's thoughts. And anyone else, Marietta, you're on it every day. So. Any other thoughts, anybody?
If I could go back to the last council meeting where I asked a question about how much over the 212s we would have, and the position was that we'd have about $250,000. And I said, we can take that $250,000 now and put that into one-time expenses, fix a little potholes, or whatever you want to do to buy a new police car. Whatever you think is the priority that needs to be spent on that. But this is what the mayor's talking about is, as you come up at the end of the year, you say, okay, we made our 212s, and we can figure on 212s again next year. We can take that $800,000 that we created this year, and now that becomes one-time expenditure when we used to do some of the capital projects, improvements, maintenance, whatever it is that we need to do. But we have to earn that and realize that it's not there in case of an emergency. We always have to have that in case that something just, the sky falls in one location and we need to fix it. And that's the reason that you want to have the 212s in place, because your budget is so tight that there is no reserves out there that you have left over to create or fund a catastrophe. With 212s in place, that is your reserve. If you have to absolutely get into it, you can do it at that point. If you don't use it in a year, take it, budget it next year as a one-time expense. And that's what I was saying is that once you get your 212s in place, keep your reserve for emergencies, excess over that, then you start looking at how you plan to expend that next year.
Thank you for the lesson in that, Counselor Peralta. I agree, it is a rainy day, Fritz. It's a rainy day, and the mess actually was started way back. And it took a while to get to where we are right now, and I'd like to have the reserve for being able to do this in the future. We can't do it overnight, and but it is a rainy day, and I am anxious for the day when we actually see everything coming to pass, where we're having all the infrastructure that we need done, so that everybody knows that, you know, hey, they're actually doing it. But I think it's real important to have this reserve also, and it's just not an overnight fix. That's my opinion.
Councilman, I think you know my opinion. When I was in the county and we were $2.5 million over budget going into the new county complex, which was $48 million. And Mr. Caldwell was, I believe, just coming out of that today as county manager. A really good opportunity came up, and that was that interest rates were falling and the money we had borrowed from the state. We could sort of say to them, you know what, we're going to go on the private market and refinance this, and kind of back the state into refinancing and taking $200,000 out of what would have been an operating cost for the county. And at that time, that was a lot of money, and that's a lot of money every year for those savings. And now it's the $1.24 million that allows the county to build the E911 center over there, because they're generating an excess of what they need to pay that debt off. You want to have that. I think if we were Reynoso, and we just basically had 3 cops and, funded your normal city services, that would be one thing. But, we have a fire department, a police department, fire engines are expensive. Well, these all have dedicated sources, enterprise funds. We have water and sewer, they have their own reserves. But we have some very old infrastructure, very old fleet vehicles, and there's no telling when any one of those is going to break down. And we're so dependent here on the GRTs. I've never understood in Mexico why we only have to hit 1/12 dependent on GRT, which goes like a roller coaster. And yet counties, which have real estate taxes, which fluctuate usually behind the curve for 3 years, only have to have 3/12s. And it's not saying we can't spend that 1/12, that extra 12. But what it is saying is if you spend down that 12, if something happens and you direct that we have to pay it, I've got to lay people off, because we are back so much into that. Now almost 80% of our discretionary money being personnel. And that's not something I think you want to do as an elected official, or certainly I want to do as a manager, is we have to lay people off because it looks like we didn't plan.
So what I'm hearing then from Councilman Peralta, the mayor, and Rick, and maybe Councilwoman Cantu as well, is that 212s could, half of them could be utilized to take care of a true emergency. That if we go ahead and commit half of that 212s and designate, we've limited our possibilities in the event of a problem, a caving-in roof, for instance. And then we're forced with the very unhappy position of having to lay people.
Or an airport project that runs over budget.
Oh gosh. So, okay, so that helps me clarify a little bit. But what I also hear the mayor saying is, look, Fritz, when we've got the dough, we're going to invest it. And in years past, that's not always been the case. So I just want to put that out there, that we are committed to making the people's money work for the people. And we're not just going to amass millions and millions to say that we've got a wonderful bank account.
Councilman, it is our hope from IT, finance, myself, that if we have some time here between July and September, that we're going to come back to you with a thorough analysis of the operations of the town and find ways to save you money. But typically that may be investing money. For example, the clerk has recommended a software system that's $17,000, which seems like a lot, but is going to save hundreds of hours of her time and staff time in being able to archive and retrieve records, not just for HIPAA, but for our own purposes. So someone like I can come in, or you come in, we know everything that's been done for the past 10 years and why they did it. And in an easy way, we just put in a search word like you do with Google right now, or Bing. So that $17,000 is a really wise investment. That's something that we would probably come to you and say, you know, let's use part of that money for this, because that'll reduce next year's operating budget by $100,000.
I hear you. Let's move on.
So I'm just gonna go back, just go over, online that you have. The next one is gonna be the recap and the overview of revenues. And this is the one that should pop up on your screen. Councilmember Hahn, if you want to sit here, you're welcome to see it here if you can't see it.
Oh, no,
up
I
there. Okay.
I have a hard copy.
Okay. So previously, we went over the whole budget process, how it's all structured. We haven't changed anything this year, just to get, so that the new council members can get familiar with the same process as we did right after the election. So what you see here is just the overall town-wide budget recap. And what you were questioning, Councilmember Hahn, this is how the property tax is calculated up here. We put the final value here. This is residential valuation and non-residential. Then you have your operating tax, and it just calculates it to the $1,005,000 of property tax. General fund, exactly what we had said. These two revenue sources here are general fund revenue sources, and this is all the expenditures. $10,559,726. I've created two new funds, which we'll call General Fund 112 Reserve, so we can identify the reserves clearly, and then the additional $812,454 is going to be called General Additional Reserve Fund. So we will create those new funds going into the next budget cycle. I think that will keep everything straight. So right now, this beginning balance here, 1.9 million. When we presented the report for March, this was a little bit higher. We did have to make some current projections for the rest of the fiscal year based on some activities that have happened, I guess. So that's why this fund balance came down a little bit. So when I talk about, I say this side, this is what I have to do is project from March. I project revenues and expenditures for April, May, and June. And I bring that balance over this way here for the beginning of the new fiscal year. I'm already going to tell you this column here will change. Probably every fund, some will barely change. The funds that you will see change, capital will change depending on if the department's projected their expenditures at least to 5%. But so really this is all general fund is right here. So we're going to start with 1.9 million. Revenues of this says 10,766, but we take out the 183 because this state shared gas tax goes directly to the street program down to capital projects, which I'll show you later. And like I said, expenditures 10,559 with an ending balance of 1,692,000. So that's, yes, sir.
Could you explain just a little bit, interfund cash transfers?
So if you go to, well, you can go, but I don't go. Sorry.
I've looked at all this, and thank you for getting me lined up online.
I gotta clean this up. So interfund cash transfers in and out. So that's, I think, the fourth page from the back on the people that do have. Sorry, I'm not from there. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, there we go. So general fund, we take our revenues in. The only thing that we are transferring out right now is the two new funds that I created, this 879,000 for the reserve and the 812 for the additional reserve. We did use of some of this money, $100,000 to the severance pay fund, and we're projecting $135,000 to the community grants. When we get to the community grants, we'll explain to you what that money is going to fund. So you bring in this money here and you transfer out this money. So if you go back to your original sheet, this is if you add all of these three up, those three right here I'm trying to do, those, this net amount is what you get. So we put the money in and we transfer out just to those 4 different funds. In the past, we did a lot of general fund transfers to other activities, to the marketing program, to some capital expenditures, but we're trying to just keep general fund solvent and keep those reserves in. So that's what an interfund transfer is. And you'll see, whichever funds have it, you'll see it here. And when we get to lodger's tax, you'll see how the money goes out. It's more like an income fund, and then you disperse the money out.
I didn't bring my calculator with me, Marietta, but whenever I see parentheses or that kind of hashtag, to me it means it's a negative number?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay, so that's the way you're operating.
Right. And because you see this Fund 12 is the general state shared grocery receipts tax, the money just comes in and it goes back out and it goes into general fund.
Gotcha. And the same with the tax.
And the same,
gasoline.
yes. It doesn't go into a general fund. This 183 goes into a different one. So you'll see it when we get into behind everything here on this worksheet, and I'll just go to general fund really quick because that is the biggest fund, obviously. You remember these charts are sources of funds?
Yes.
And this is general fund, the percentage of municipal taxes, 47%, 44% for the state share, and then the biggest other is just miscellaneous expenses. Revenues, sorry. So here is, let me see. This is for this 10,766 come to the front page. It comprises of all of general fund receipts. Property taxes, it sort of showed up on the front, 1 million. Our franchise taxes, and then our gross receipts taxes in the municipal percent of 1 cent. And then other licenses, permits, state share. And this is where we projected the 2% overall, but individually I go in and look and analyze summarize and see what is going on with most of these revenues. If you can see, sorry, I gotta get used to this. Here we have a couple of revenue sources that were decreased by. The percentage looks really big. The amounts were not really that substantial except for here. Like on the sludge transfer interdepartment, we brought that down to 12,000. And then this fleet labor maintenance, this is only charging to the enterprise fund. So we can't really, we used to charge the general fund and put the revenue in. So it's just a wash. So we didn't want to overstate those revenues. And another change was in the library fees. Obviously, for some reason, those are going down somewhat. And the court fines, because we took out the parking meter costs and put them in the historic district, since that program now is taking in the parking meter fines and the parking meter fees. Other than that, there's the 90,000 for the small cities assistance, and the administrative fee went down because we took out the administrative fee in the communications fund and increased the water, sewer, and enterprise funds based on their revenues. So in general fund, our total revenues that you'll see is at 10,766. And we'll go back I'll just go back to the recap.
Thank you.
So the special revenue funds, I mean, just in total, and if there's any questions on the revenues, you can go to the sheet that you may have questions on. Under the special revenue funds, we have a beginning balance of $971,000, estimated revenues of $4.3 million, and net transfer out of $930,000, expenditures of $3.8 million, with an ending balance of $553,000. Now, a lot of these funds are their own generated funds, like fire protection. You cannot take any of this money out and use it anywhere else. That's just fire protection only. Recreation fund is just the remainder monies from the cigarette tax that we used to have. So that's going to be depleted here probably in 2 years. Lodger's tax, we don't know that. It's just the collection and then the distribution. Communications, historic district, and the new confidential informant. And just stop me because I'll just keep going.
Confidential informant fund?
We created that this current fiscal year. It's for the police department.
So if you want to be.
Oh, I see,
you don't
I
have
see,
to-
I see. Okay, so,
It's,
yeah, okay.
It's more internal, yes. If you want to inform them and they have a whole policy on how to do it and they get.
Okay, and it's my understanding, Mrs. Fambro, that lodger's tax and the promotional fund, though those are revenues, those really become earmarked for marketing.
Yes,
So they're also untouchable, so to speak.
pretty much, just for the purpose that they are for marketing, advertising, and promotion of the tourism. And when we go to the budgets, you'll see the actual, you'll see the individual department budgets that equate to this 10 million or to this 521,000 like on fire fund and all of those.
And the rest of these, Marietta, the correction fund and public transport, those are all monies coming in that will be then dispersed elsewhere in the budget.
Actually, the only one that gets in this fund here, the only money that gets dispersed out is in Fund 23. That's where the revenues come in, the Fund 23 Lodger's Tax Fund. The funds come in and we transfer them out to the appropriate departments, which is 24 Fund and 29 Transportation, and that's it, because 24 has marketing and visitors. The rest of them are community grants, where I told you about that 135 right there from general fund. That's the only one that has something else. And then this other gas tax fund of 114, that goes transferred out to the road projects. And same with this capital GRT, that goes transferred out to capital projects. The next one, well, and obviously, first thing that I cover is debt service, because those are our liabilities that are covered first before anything, most of all, and they all are covered. You see, we have the Eco Park, 180,000, Town Hall, 494,000, streets, 167, and this is the last year for our payment to the building committee that we have, our last year.
For what?
The UNM, I'm sorry, I just know,
The former Forest Service building.
thank you.
Administrative services.
So that's the last loan payment that we have on that note to the Forest Service. Then you have the capital funds. You're gonna see a big fund balance coming forward, that $2.6 million. Whatever projects have not been completed or they're 20% complete, you carry over the money so they can get completed this year. So this is always, it has been, hopefully next year it won't be, but we usually have a big fund balance coming forward for those projects that are in progress or haven't been started. And you'll see those on the capital listing. And just the revenue sources, you can see right now $23 million for revenues to the airport fund. And when we go to the capital projects, you'll see exactly how that's all broken out. And money transferred in is just from, like I said, this 951 balance and, no, not that one, just leave that one. And then $29 million in estimated budgeted expenditures for capital projects. And obviously, the airport is the biggest one. We do still have it's our first round, so we'll look at the capital projects, but we do have roughly $211,000 still remaining to fund something else. We just haven't really met on capital. Not yet. We have a few things in there. Next section is enterprise funds. We did this at mid-year, at mid-year. We separated out the reserve funds, because we have a special one for the air loan. We have to put $10,000 in that fund until it reaches $60,000, because that's our annual loan payment. We have the air equipment replacement fund, this $47,000. We have that for 6 years till it reaches, I think, roughly 20 and some thousand. That's to cover the big pieces of equipment at the treatment plant. And we have this $1 million as our water sewer asset management fund. So in previous years, this income fund up here had $800,000 in it. So now we're sort of identifying where those monies belong to, sort of like in general fund, we're identifying the reserves. So we created 3 new funds on that side. Other than that, we have the main operations, the water fund of $1 million in expenditures, wastewater 1.6. I should stop highlighting because you can't see. Solid waste 1.3 million. And in the same sense, all the debt service is covered in the water and sewer funds. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 USDA loans. And I think that's when we get the financial advisor and helping us get those out of there. We get one payment, we don't have all the payment processing for all those loans on an annual basis. And all these monies here that you see on this side, that's called the reserve fund, those are the reserve requirements for all of those retirement funds. So we can't touch those. Utility improvements fund, 81. That's where all the construction happens. You're going to see a $3 million balance coming forward. And that's really, our water and sewer projects have not really moved this year. Hopefully we'll start. I think that's our main time on capital, is just get what we have in the system and get them done. And then to offset that, $2.9 million in expenditures. And you'll see that fund has like 506 estimated ending balance next year, because we get over $450,000 a year. But I think we need to get those projects finished and then get public works going on whatever new things are coming up. But capital does need some work on. We haven't really met directly with needs. Well, we have, but we do have to have some money remaining that we need to allocate if they can use it. The regional landfill, these revenues are not including the rate study increase yet. We have that on the council meeting for Tuesday. So once we look at those figures, then we'll adjust this, but that fund is really in dire need of some kind of happening. Obviously, we know that because they have an ending balance of $2,000. That doesn't even cover a reserve requirement as we wanted to project for each individual fund. And other than the snow, these are all the landfill boards, sort of their funds, the closure fund, that 877, we can't touch that. And the other things below are just, oh, sorry. Or the agency funds, money that comes, go ahead.
Could I interrupt you?
Sure.
I'm sorry, Marietta.
Just
So
stop
this reminds me of a conversation that Councilman Peralta and I started about a month ago, which is my hope that we can somehow do a feasibility study and enact flat rating sewage fees. Do you recall that, Councilman? And you had some concerns. And of course, I have some desires. And this may be not the correct format, but I would like, Mr. Mayor, for us to really look into this at some point. And Mr. Manager, when you've got a chance, sometime by 2020, really looking at maybe doing a cost-benefit analysis. If we flatline sewage, residential sewage rates according to winter usage for the many citizens that are involved in gardening and that kind of thing, whose water consumption goes up during the summer but it does not enter the system, we're looking to try and find some kind of compromise, if you will, to flat rate those sewage fees. Councilman Peralta has a concern that we can't afford it, and of course, as previously stated, you know how I feel. So a feasibility of some sort, Marietta, can you give me any direction, or Mr. Bellis, on how we can begin to look at that so we can report back to the citizens as to the feasibility of it?
And I don't recall, but when we did the rate study, it's been 3-4 years ago. I don't know if there was any options to just do a flat rate on the sewer, but we can go back and look at that whole report and see if they had any options in that sense. If not, probably get like a firm that we did. See what we could do.
Does that kind of work for you, Councilman Peralta, so we can continue this discussion to see if...
There's two things you have to look at. One is you have to look at the sewer fee, and then you have to look at the water rate. So what is happening right now, the bill goes up in the summer on both sewer and water. Water usage doesn't have an escalator in it to increase the rate that you pay for more water usage. It comes up in the sewer rate. That's where you pay for the excess water. First you have to do is evaluate what it costs to run the sewage operation. Put a flat rate on that if you want to. But then on the other side, you're going to have to raise the water rate to make up the difference that you're losing in the sewer rate increases that vary by the amount of water usage. So you don't look at just one, you have to look at two to come up with a zero net gain, in a sense, to what your budget anticipates the needs are to operate your system, enterprise system. So it's not just looking at one side, you have to look at both sides.
Well, I hear that, and of course I can, just from my simple perspective, my garden consumes, it loves water, and those rates go up, and we scrimp to pay for it. But I am looking for a CBA or a feasibility study to see what would happen so that we can do what's reasonable for the citizens. And if in fact we are locked into that system, okay, at least we've looked into it and we can address it again. But perhaps there's a middle road we can find, especially considering the likelihood that our sewage rates are going to go up because of landfill deficits, which we'll deal with on Tuesday night. It won't go up that much, but it's going to go up. And it just, for the sake of discourse, just would really like to look at it to see if we can do it. And I understand what you're saying, Councilman, but I think that feasibility would be, if you're game, I think it's warranted. And with all the extra time you have, I understand that this isn't going to happen for a while yet, but if we could get it on our list of to-dos, that would be way cool.
I think in the end, what you're gonna find is for you and I to use a lot of water for our gardens, our bill isn't gonna change. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, somebody who uses a very minimal amount of water is a person who isn't gonna see a change either. But it's just gonna be one of those things, because the ending revenue stream that you have to come up with to provide these services is the same. So all you're doing is just, in a sense, basically shifting. So one of the ways that you can do is that on the water side, for example, is that as you use more gallonage, the cost of those new gallons is higher. But in the end, it's going to come down to about the same level of income in general for the town in order to operate the system where we have to, those enterprise funds. So it's in a sense, it's going to be a cost shifting sort of thing, that somebody may save, but somebody else is going to pick up that saving.
I'm actually looking to squeeze a little bit here, just like I do with my family budget. How are we going to squeeze to pay for this? So I definitely hear what Councilman Peralta is saying, but I would like to see, when there's time, that study or feasibility research if possible.
Okay, we'll get with French and we'll get something. And I think what happened is we hadn't raised those water and sewer rates for how many years? 16 years, and it took a hit on everybody, and I think in 2015 will be the last year. And I think that's probably, and everybody complains, every January it changes one more time, and the girls in utility billing get pulled off and try to explain, so, but we will get with French and see what they may have already, or what we can do.
Let me ask you this question, because this goes back to what you're talking about. For those people who only have sewer, they pay a flat rate. How much is that rate?
I think it's like $25.
I'm going to take a while.
What I'm getting at is that if you go to a flat rate for everybody, those individuals are paying that $25 an hour, it may double. Which is probably where it should be anyway, because they're actually paying way under what it costs us to serve them. You're subsidizing right now, and I am, those people who are paying this flat rate.
Well, and that makes me think of the hotbed issue of folks in town who are not hooked up, who should be hooked up, and so on and so forth, and have their own little wells. That's another issue that could be part of a feasibility study. But Mr. Mellis had something really important to say.
I don't know if it's important, but what I would just say is that whereas normally you would have two separate utilities, two separate enterprise funds, I was surprised to find out that our debt structure is actually linked between water and sewer here. So it's a shared utility, and it goes to the heart of what the councilman's saying, is that unlike the landfill, well, I guess you could, let's use the landfill example, because they didn't establish a contingency fund. They didn't raise the rates for all those years that you have into the system. And if you remember that when we had the choice between the three plans, everybody suggested the B was to get off of where they were and to get to where your water and sewer utilities are now, that they have the credit and the reserves to do the financing. And one thing I would mention is with water and sewer utilities in particular, when you have these bonds being held by either USDA or the state, if you have less ability to change the rates because the rates the rate and the reserves have to reflect a certain confidence that the bondholder has to have that he's going to get his money back. So if you either lower the reserve or you change the rate, they can force you to have to raise the rate in order to get back what they consider a reasonable margin between your actual operating and what you need to service the debt strike.
Well, let me ask you this, Rick and Fred. So do you feel that I'm just creating make work by requesting a feasibility study? Am I just hoping against hope here? What's your advice?
Well, Councilman, what I would ask, because I think it's more important that we deal with the general fund
Yeah.
and how tight that is, get this budget in and then see what we can do in the first 3 months of the mid-year. That I propose 2 things. One is a financial advisor that can look at our overall debt structure and probably better than we can. Otherwise, we're going to have to probably go out for a new rate study, which is going to be money we don't have in here. And then the other part I suggested was creating the position of a business manager to particularly look at the utilities and enterprise funds and add that capability to the finance department. So Marietta can focus on the day-to-day finances.
Right.
And I would ask you give us the opportunity to come back to you with both of those folks signed up, and that we'd be in a better situation to give you an overall picture of what we can do.
Is that a reasonable approach, Councilman? Well, okay. Thank you.
Rick and Marietta, I want to back up a little bit.
Sure.
And Rick, I know I should have asked this question before we got here. Additional revenues that possibly would be generated through the annexation of those 2 pieces of land that is any of that considered within this budget, or because we haven't started receiving them, there's still something down at the assessor's office that
Yeah, we're having a running gun dialogue with the assessor's office, but we're not getting fully credited for part of our annexations. Of the 21 annexations, a lot of them were already in the town, and it's established, but there were some that reflected new areas, primarily agricultural, that were not zoned. And the argument of the assessor's office is, I can't give you credit for them because I can't tell you what they're zoned and therefore what they should be assessed at. And I made the argument that use hasn't changed just because it's in the town. And that if she feels, which I don't think is correct, knowing how she assesses, that she actually needs the zoning, that the money currently going to the county should be held in an escrow and still transferred at some point to the town. County should be given credit for that income.
My understanding, though, is that the increase in tax that comes to the town has never been in place yet. So there's not a, in other words, the county's tax rate remains the same regardless of what it's annexed.
Right.
It's just our 2.3 mills that needs to be added on, still hasn't been added on to those properties that were annexed, regardless of whether they're agricultural or residential, whatever. Most of those were residential that we annexed, that were not previously on the roll. So
100% correct.
So in trying to, and this is what Mary and Etta and I discussed even before the election, was how much was that revenue going to be? Because my thought was that it should be enough for us to bond against, to finance over a 5 to 10 year period the construction of the airport. And that would not get into any other operating budgets that we are now in place, because this is an increase in revenue that we would just dedicate over there because we haven't budgeted yet. And this is one way to keep from having to go into our other capital improvements budgets to take care of the airport. And that was my idea, but I can't do that until we actually know how much that is. And I was just trying to find out how many of those properties and the valuation of the property was today in order to determine how much that new revenue is, because it's real simple to find out. You just take the taxes that are paid now, or the millage, and apply it to the valuations, and you got it. So whenever she decides that she wants to put our tax on the properties, which should be done by next year, is then that gives us that money that keeps us away from dipping into other funds to take care of the airport.
Well, and then of course we have an additional problem, which is a number of those property owners, well over 90%, really feel that, while they were in opposition to annexation, they're opposed to it. They want us to look at it. It is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. Mr. Caldwell is too overwhelmed right now to even think about it. But perhaps the new attorney, if Mr. Caldwell does leave, which perhaps the new attorney can begin to look at this. But we've got a couple hundred citizens out there that are pretty upset about the town just annexing them. We don't have to debate all that now, but perhaps it's a blessing in disguise that we don't have those numbers to put into the budget.
Let me bring up something. There was an agreement on some of those properties between the town and Villa de los Ranchos that if we annexed them, Villa de los Ranchos would take them off of their rolls on taxation. So that 10 mills that's being paid by the Villa de los Ranchos water district is not being paid by the people. And so our rate is only 2 sub mills. So if they come off those rolls and they go back to Villa de los Ranchos, their property tax will be increased even worse. So there were some trade-offs there to realign what was happening, and also the fact that the town went in and put the water and sewer lines down in that area to service them that Villa de los Ranchos wasn't able to do, and because of the property in town beyond it in the environment area needed to get those trunk lines in. So I'm just saying is that so there was some dealing, and this wasn't when I was here. This was prior to me being here. Those dealings were done.
Right.
And so that's part of the trade-off that we put.
Right.
And I'm not saying that makes any difference about people being upset. I'm just trying to give you some background.
Right. Well, it is an issue, the new attorney, if Jacob does leave, and this will probably make him want to leave. It will be an issue for the new attorney to try and grapple with. But anyway, I think enough said by me on that point. Annexation out there, and everybody here's aware of it, and over and up around Cheetos is big. It's a stick in people's eye out there. So I will compliment the Town of Taos, though, in saying that they have our department heads and others have gone real slow. They're not trying to push and force people. Legal's not trying to do that, and they're very grateful for that. So that go slow or all vecinos approach, trying to find some consensus mediation, if you will. So they're grateful for that, but it is a problem that's looming out there. So. Go ahead, Mary.
Okay, I think I was right here at the end. So agency funds are just money that we are holding in trust for somebody else, a lively meter fund people, security deposits, and the severance pay fund. That's the whole recap. We estimate $14,145,000 coming forward at the beginning of July 1. Our revenues are estimated to be $48 million. Transfers have to zero out. Our expenditures to be $53 million with an ending balance of $9,083,455. Like I said, this beginning balance will, a lot of these debt service, nothing will change here. Capitals will change and operating budgets will change, but not like a lot. So that's just the recap. think I just showed you the general fund. Obviously, we live and die on the taxes. And I just really went over the general fund estimates. They're recorded this way because this is how we send into the state actual ending 2012, actual 2013, and final budget, our current budget that we have right now, and that's including any adjustments. So I don't know if you want to go through any other revenues. Everything that's on the recap page, all the revenues are here in this worksheet here. General fund, I'll just scroll slowly down. Special funds, fire protection allocation. This is recreation fund that's not gonna have many revenues coming forward anymore. Lodger's tax. Promotional visitor center, commission, sales and materials. Law enforcement protection fund, $32,000. They get that for every certified officer that they have at the end of the fiscal year. And then domestic violence shelter. Public transportation, 583 in revenues. And then community grants. And we'll go over that separately too. This is the Minnesota gas tax, $114,000. Capital GRT, 951. Communications, which we're leaving as is, and the historical district. And rest is capital. This is a capital GRT. I gotta clean that up. Sorry, there.
Let the record note that Mr. Baker is here to see our deficits are bigger than his deficits.
Who's Mr.
Where does
Baker?
he live? I feel like
Sits in that capacity. That's Adam Baker, who used to be the county manager. He's an attorney, is what I said.
Another attorney.
Leave that.
Harvey, I sell used cars. I'm just here.
Counselor Fritz Hahn. Nice to meet you, Counselor.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Baker.
So, just revenues, capital projects. We'll go down to the airport and see this breakdown of this $22 million in FAA funding, anticipated funding, state funding. Let's go. Affordable housing, we don't really have much funding coming in there. And this is French's gas tax for all his road projects and all his grant funding is. So total capital project funding of $27 million. So just same process through all of the other funds. I don't know how much you guys want me to go through, or if you have questions, or what you want next. Just,
Yeah, I do.
okay.
Mr. French is budget, Marietta.
Yes.
Rick, could you talk about that just a little bit?
Do you want to talk about capital? Do you want? We have a whole little section on capital projects.
Yes, I do want to talk specifically about capital.
Okay, so when we get there, do you want to talk about it?
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, we have the whole
All right,
little
okay,
capital.
all right,
Okay,
thanks.
so this was just the overall
Right.
recap of the whole fund revenues estimation expenditures. I think. I'm going to close that one. And the next one is just general fund summary. And this is an overview of just the general fund right now. You can see we have 48% of that 10.5 million is wages, 24 is benefits, operating and capital expenses 7%, and other contractual 10, utilities 6, and vehicle supplies and maintenance 2% of that $10 million. So obviously, biggest chunk is personnel with benefits. This summary, same just shows personnel at 7.5 million, operating at 2,999,000, and capital, operating capital 7,800, for a total of 10,559,726. So that's all the general fund departments in a whole. Any questions there?
Are employees, Marietta, basically aware of revenue and expenses and percentage?
I think they are.
Okay,
I think they are.
okay.
If not, I always say, I always repeat, I always reiterate how much goes to personnel. So that's just a summary of general fund. The next one is water and wastewater. Same type of thing. Water includes, water includes utility billing and the water department. 598,000 in personnel and benefits, 484 in operations, for a total of 1,082,708 in the water division. And then the summary for wastewater, which includes the collections and the treatment plant operations. Personnel is 200 and I can't even read now, 200 and something.
223.
238. Operations in the wastewater, 1,416,333, and that includes the contract and utilities at the treatment plant, for a total of 1,654 in the wastewater department. So that's just an overall of the town itself, the general fund, the biggest operations of the town in its time. Any questions?
You've been very patient, thank you.
No. Just slow me down because I have no guys. The next item that we have is nothing. Oh, yes, it is. I'm sorry. It's here, huh? You got to go to not the 10 o'clock, but the general fund. And on that general fund tab, you have every single department in general fund. So I don't know how we want to proceed. You just want to go and just look at them briefly?
I would suggest, for the sake of timeliness, pending the mayor and council's approval, that we just go over the highlights. I looked at all this, but if you could just point out the highlights or the changes,
Okay.
if that meets with.
That's fine.
I mean, that was the question I had earlier, was just, I know what we did in March, and all I wanted to see was what you shifted over to, or what you rearranged in this budget, in this new budget. So if you moved $5,000 from books and put it into gasoline, that's what I want to know. Or if you just reduced your budget, which areas did you reduce in order to balance? And move it into costs for insurance or whatever it might be.
Right. And we didn't really take March's numbers. We started with the original budget and worked them down. So, like this summary sheet here, the budget summary, they started with the beginning fiscal year. I'm just going to look at operations of 211, and these are the items that either increased or decreased to come down to whatever it is. So that's how we compared it. We didn't take March's numbers and adjust down from that. We took from the original budget, because that's how we took the projections we took the projections from the original budget, taking out the marketing contract that was here in executive, that's why you see a big decrease in executive, and added the compensation plan and did a 2% increase. So we never started with the mid-year figures, we started with the actual budget figures. So that's why we took the original budget figures.
But you created a budget in March, that we looked at in March meeting.
In a lump, we just took a big lump sum.
No, we broke it down like this.
I don't,
In the previous administration, we did the original preliminary budget and broke it down.
right,
Now, we've gone through and readjusted that budget in order to get the balance. And so some people lost, some people gained, and some things just got moved around where they should be. And all I'm asking is, what were those changes, and what got knocked off?
so I think I can maybe do from the top of my head because we didn't lay them out, in March, I thought, I know we took the beginning budget numbers from 13, 14. That's why we use this. But I mean, I guess we can just look at them and I can just tell you what pretty much changed. Obviously, the personnel changed on everybody's,
Right.
so, but like on the operations and the executive, that 132,000 under contractual, that was what general fund was supporting to the marketing program. So we took that out. And then just line item changes within their department. So that was the biggest change in their department.
Okay, the executive department will also reduce staff. Oh, no, you've already done that in 14, never mind.
Yeah, we did some changes in staff, I think. Yes.
So that's the elimination in the executive, at least this is what I'm familiar with. We eliminated the assistant town manager, eliminated any of the travel, training, that for some reason, both the manager and the assistant manager were going to the same conferences. I did that before even eliminating the position because one of the two should always be here. So we just took that out completely because only one of us need to go. We took out the national IMCA conference for the manager, and
The dues for it.
we took out the dues. We took out, there was a lot of money in there for council for the NALO, National Association of
Latino
elected officials. And it came to about $15,000, and I just felt that, first of all, 5 people were unlikely to go, and second of all, we were going to lay off staff. That was a lot of money. So I kept the money in for it.
Right, but when I looked at the budget last night in the council travel meeting, it still had 5 people going to the whale, and I don't know.
So I think on that one, no, I think we were going to do it today.
No, and you still have the other conference, the National League of Cities
Right.
conference, that I usually go to, but I haven't done one.
Right,
So we haven't.
right.
So there's
We didn't take that because, no, not on council because we said we needed to present it to them so that they can make more of a decision on their own. We did from yours, we did from executive, we took out all the conferences from executive, but not from council.
But you can take me out in the wild because I won't go. And even as a member, I won't be a member.
And I met with Councilman Gonzalez, who was a strong supporter of that. The compromise we came to was to just include a line item for not to exceed $5,000 for conferences, travel, and per diem for everyone in the executive department. And he seemed fairly comfortable with that, if that's okay for you.
But the budget I looked at last night, did say that.
Okay.
No, because he's an executive and you're in council. I think that's why, and in council, we said we're going to present what was was in there and make sure that we were gonna take it out, but we can't make a correction. That's why we didn't take it out yet. No. That's the only one, just council.
Okay, so we need,
When we get there, I'll show you what's
right,
in
and
there.
then I'll give you some change
Okay,
for me.
so,
You know, I'm gonna make it even simpler than Councilman Peralta. Discontinue all junkets. Just line item and get them out of there. They're a waste of time.
and there's
Now,
not,
people will argue with me, but I'm gonna go on record as just saying all those conferences are nothing but junkets. That's my opinion.
so,
That's not necessarily true.
I understand. That's my opinion.
But I'll agree with you, some of them are, and that's why,
Yeah,
to me,
that's what we need to cut.
to me, to go to Malaya would be a junket because it's not a program or a national organization that I feel comfortable with. Personally.
The one I would suggest is League of Municipalities. It takes place during the legislative session because that's networking. I don't know that everybody needs to go.
Right.
I made that argument at the county, that, the whole county went, I wasn't sure why. The other one on there is there's an infrastructure conference, which at least I believe the finance director really absolutely has to go, and probably the manager, because that's where DFA lays out the changes they're gonna make on the whole funding for the rest of the year. They give you a regional financial forecast, which is very helpful. And I think that at least one or two members from the council should go to that, because then they can report back and it gives a really good picture to everybody else as to what to expect in our revenues and our future funding, particularly out of the legislature. For example, a year and a half ago, if you had not gone, you would have been submitting CDBG applications, infrastructure, legislative requests for projects that had a determination had already been met. If it wasn't water and sewer infrastructure, it wasn't public safety, it wasn't getting funded. And we got nailed on that at the county. We didn't get the money we put in for the old county courthouse because we didn't have somebody that would pick that up.
Totally agree, Mr. Bellis.
The rest of them I agree with you.
Yeah.
The national trips
This city council rest and relaxation in Disneyland. Just get it out of there.
so what I'll do is I'll go to the summary sheet, if that's okay, on each department and just go down and look at and see. If you want to see a direct line item, then we'll go through there. So on executive, those were the major changes. The next one is judicial. And I guess you'll have all these online, you can go back and look at the mission statements and all the information that departments have submitted, their work plans and their objectives. On the judges, just salary changes with the plan and increases in his rentals and mileage and per diem, but his judicial court usually covers it, but we put it in general fund for travel for him and the girls, and get reimbursed later on. And then rentals, he got a new copier, so his obviously had to be increased. Those are his only increases. Any questions?
In the judicial, you have a decrease in fine and forfeitures by almost 20,000.
That's the amount that is moving from general to the historic district fund for the parking meter program.
Okay, that's what I thought it was going.
Yeah. Let me give this to you. I'm going to just stop for 1 second. Let me give you this.
No, that's, you know, I'm working, no, yeah. In my visits with department heads, I have specific questions that you probably can answer. No, I'm good.
You're good?
Thank you, ma'am.
So that is judicial.
No questions on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. No questions?
And you worked with the judge and this is all within this?
Yes, we'll still work with them on the final one because we made some adjustments because he wasn't in the office, so we know what to do. We need to go back to sit with him. Don't want to get the judge mad.
No.
So on the finance department, you're going to see a big increase in salaries, but we put a vacant position that Rick talked about that was in Public Works that hadn't been filled for a year and a half. So we put it in the finance department. We haven't identified what we're gonna do with that position yet, but it's in there. That's why you see such a big increase in our personnel side.
But you didn't have a position.
We didn't add,
No.
we just transferred one position to another department, from Public Works to Finance.
You transferred funds from one position.
Funds and,
You did away with the position.
we
Because you
didn't,
didn't have a position to finance. Right?
we transferred a vacant position from Public Works to Finance.
Did we also transfer the youth and family temporary?
Yes, and the youth and family temporary.
You still have seven positions in
Right.
finance, but
Yeah, we didn't officially add the line item because we would need to come to you, just like Frank Trader with the job description, the salary.
so you're gonna increase finance?
Yes,
by-
70,000 probably.
No, positions.
I will have 8. I had 7.
All right, that's why I'm saying, because you got money in here, but you didn't add positions.
Yeah. And so if you look on that, there's the 8, and we just call it vacant to be the procurement, because we haven't reorganized to see what the need is gonna be.
All right. So I just want to make it clear that what I was looking at is you're not adding a body over here, you're just filling a position that's there with money coming from another department.
No, we're adding a lot.
Okay. Thank you.
Our major increases are in mileage and per diem. This is more training for the new whoever we get for the procurement officer to take those extensive courses to be a certified procurement officer. So they're going to need a lot of training no matter who it is, because nobody has those skills yet. They may have the experience, but the classes and that are coming up through the state, so we added that in ours. And then our just increase to our maintenance contracts for our Encode, our software system, and $20,000 for the financial advisor contract, when we do the RFP. So those were the major increases in our department. Questions?
Yeah, Marietta, okay, my eyes aren't keeping up with you, so could you go back, could you highlight or put your cursor over those specific?
Right here, mileage and per diem,
Yes, okay,
for procurement officer
right,
percent.
and so there's no chance of just hiring a procurement officer who's already trained and got her water wings on and is ready to jump into the pool.
Probably not, but hopefully, the position closes tomorrow, and we'll see what applicants we
So you're
have.
assuming then that we're gonna need to get,
I'm assuming we're gonna need the training.
do we have applicants? Well, we don't know yet.
We have the first round I looked at.
We don't have anybody so far that could step in and have the credentials. And if we did, chances are, what we wouldn't spend in training, we would probably have to pay that person
In salary.
additional
In salary.
compensation.
But we have applicants for the position.
5, I believe, at this point. None with government experience, or government experience in procurement.
So that's mileage and per diem dues and registration.
Right, and when you actually go further, you can see exactly what those amounts equal to.
Right,
All, these are all the either required or conferences that will happen. Like this one here is all the NMPPA.
yeah, that spring workshop in Rio Doso.
And those are actually good. I mean, those are the trainings that you want to go to.
Oh, I can't blame you.
No,
Oh, I was thinking Rio
No.
Doso.
come on.
No,
No, I know.
I'm being facetious. I'm sure they're way meaningful.
And especially mine. Okay, so that's what that
How
you
about
get,
Hobbs in August?
There you go. See, now that I could believe. Now that's a dedicated employee.
I I don't know if you remember Mike Vineyard from he passed away.
Yeah.
He passed away. Mike Vineyard was the founder of this New Mexico, the NMPPA Association. He was for state purchasing for years, retired.
Huh.
So I just saw that one. So that's the changes in my budget in finance. Any other questions?
Rentals, I'm gonna guess that's photocopiers?
Rental is our big copier, and that's it. Let me see the rest.
So I'm gonna guess as time goes by, as we're trying to do with the landfill, Marietta, isn't it a better idea to purchase our equipment right up front and bypass,
We've done both,
yeah,
and this last time we analyzed it, and the savings was better to lease the equipment
for this?
and do a pooled. We have a pooled agreement with all our copiers,
I see.
and we have about 3 or 4 machines that are the same make and model, so they use the same pieces of replacement parts, and we share a pool of 100,000 copies. Instead of paying per copy, we got rid of color machines, have one in executive, I think, one color copier. So we've done that exercise a couple of times, and this is where we're at now.
You know, I appreciate the fact that you've done the exercise, so on top of your regular workload and your staff having to do just one more thing, but that's important to know.
Right, and
that
those,
it's not a cookie cutter,
no,
always better to purchase.
yeah.
Okay.
So we did that in this last round. So, and just so that you see, I mean, I have one of the biggest operating budgets, and I don't even know what I do. But I have 206,000. I have all the insurances for the whole town in general fund in my budget. So that $206,000 is all the insurance liability, property, buildings. I do expense out to the enterprise funds and the other funds that have property and vehicles. I do a whole calculation when that insurance premium comes in. But I just have it in general fund.
And that's liability for
That's general liability
employees?
for employees, general liability.
The cop shop?
The cops have I put the cops in there. You'll see a big amount for the cops.
That's part of the 200,
No, they're in a
That's a
different,
separate-
that's separate.
fire department?
Fire's in here with me.
In with the
Everybody's
206.
here with me except for police and the separate funds, like enterprise and those.
Marietta, where do you show the funds that you get from enterprise or to pay for their share of that to
In their budgets in the same line item, so you'll see,
no, but where do you have it in yours from?
oh, on the revenue, I don't have it on mine, I just have it on the overall town's budget.
Should you be showing it in yours as an offset?
Sure, that would be good. I don't understand. No, I could put it there. Yeah, I know, John.
The reason I'm asking that because there's a couple other budgets that have concerns about, to me, the expenditures and the revenues don't match, so the budget doesn't balance in those departments.
Right. And, I just have revenue sources of the public auction stuff and any rebates I get to the procurement card, but that's something that I do get back in mine. But I just have always considered the overall general fund revenue.
You should be, those people like the airport or anybody that generates revenues and they pay for their own insurance. If you're paying for that, you should show on your budget a revenue stream coming in to help you pay for that. I know you're getting it out of the general fund, but
Right.
it's not, it's like when we talked about those increases that you had in administrative fee for those other departments coming in general fund.
Mm-hmm.
That's an important aspect of making sure that everybody pays their fair share of the operation.
Okay.
And it's easier, that way we can see it up front.
Okay. So that's, any other questions on finance? We added pictures, so when you guys all start really looking at them, you can get familiar with most of the newer ones so that you know what people put a face in it. So that's finance, police.
there an increase in their budget?
Let me get to it.
Particularly on the personnel side, we got a 1.66 increase in personnel. And the overall decrease is 6%.
Let me see. Okay, personnel, he had a lot of, I guess, seasoned, no, he didn't. Seasoned employees that have retired that were making much more than what the new ones are coming in. So he had a few of those this year. They had their own little increase plan, so we incorporated that in there. And let me just check and see anything else.
In other words, that's
Oh,
all basically the aid
no.
we needed.
I'm lying. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm just not. I have to go look at my sheets. We actually moved the animal control person out of this and put it into planning. So the offset of the animal control and the increases is the net difference. That's what it is. And you get
So the 47,000 is moving the animal control up.
to plan. So you'll see a big increase in those. It's been like I've worked on these for a while and now I'm coming back to them.
What is the reduction of $140,000 in contractual service?
We moved the amount for the animal control contract also to planning,
Straight up.
Stray Hearts.
Is
And
that
then-
140 now?
No, it's not 140. If you actually go look at the detail, we probably should look at their detail because they do have we have a little bit of, so I gotta stop going so fast, I need to make myself busy.
I didn't see it in there as far as,
So, under other contractual, the inmate contract last year was $90,000. We brought it down to 59 because they have a big ending balance in there. So for this year, and every year they say we're gonna spend everything, and their budget is 135 and they spend 80. So they've been not spending that budget. So this year we didn't need 90,000 to cover their $135,000 budget. So we brought that down from 90 to 59. And we worked with the chief on that, really, with the new rate at the county and estimated on how many days of prisoners. So he felt comfortable with that. Believe me, I don't do anything without talking with the chief on his budget either. It's like the judge.
But that does adhere to our county
Yes,
agreement.
yes,
Contract.
under the county contract.
Yeah, there was a savings of roughly $40,000 from the agreement and the need to not transport to San Diego.
So that was one of them, and then central communications, I just put here because we want to have it as a reoccurring cost. We kept it, I just put here because this is their budget amount, and divided by 2 would be 267. This is what it was last year, 371, and so I just left it the same amount. And when we get to communications, you'll see what that 735 equates to. So between the beginning balance, between this beginning balance of 571, the net decrease is 140. Between taking out the Stray Hearts contract and adding and taking out, that's what it is.
what I would suggest that you do is say some questions.
Okay?
Is that some of these major changes that you're doing will be
I-
very hard, that you just put a note
Okay,
on that line item?
okay.
Okay,
And I
so
think we had it. Okay,
not in this schedule where I can see it either. Okay, so looking at this budget, I can see that you reduced that line item by 140,000,
right,
but I don't know where it went.
okay.
Okay, so if you just put in your little notes saying 110,000 is going to, or 100,000 is going to be moved to planning or whatever it is, that's Stray Hearts contract, and then $40,000 savings in the budget on housing losses and it just helps.
Okay. So, other than that, these were more his internal increases and decreases, more him doing that, us not really taking anything away from it.
How many police cars do we have, Mr. Brooks?
I don't know. 5?
No.
There's about
There's
10 or
a-
12.
There's about 15, 20, 15 to 20. The 5 is just the replacement.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's-
active.
There's a bunch over at Public Utilities just sitting there. We gonna auction those puppies off? What are we doing?
I think we have an auction going right now. I don't know if those are some of them, but I think they may be. I will double check with that. But I know we have an auction. I know we have,
But 72 on vehicle maintenance for 15.
so vehicle supplies and maintenance, that's really their fuel.
Oh, okay.
That's their fuel.
Oh, okay.
Because everything else is covered under the fleet department.
Oh, okay.
So that's their fuel to run those cars.
So that's not me.
Well, one of the things, though, in answer a little bit to your question, fleet maintenance on those vehicles should be budgeted in there, or we should be looking at each department as to what the cost is to maintain the vehicles outside of fuel, because if you got a vehicle that's high maintenance, maybe one of those we want to put in replacement rather than continue the maintenance on it. But if you don't specifically show it out, we don't know what's happening with the fleet.
Yeah, we need to do a review of that schedule of all equipment. We have 2 in this budget, replacement of 2 vehicles.
Right, I know that, but I'm just saying is that, in other words, we, by department, we should know how they're doing. As a police department, they need the cars parked, running the engines so that they wear out faster than when they turn the key off and put in for a cup of coffee.
Actually, fleet does that on their side. So they have a record of all the changes and whatever they have to do. And I think we're getting that from French too, right?
Where do
You got it? Oh, we got it from French. So we'll share that with you because that's probably important.
So when we look at then vehicle supplies and maintenance, really, that's just fuel.
Yes,
And maintenance then is kept with Mr. French.
with the fleet department.
So we don't have an accurate number. Okay, we'll see that later.
We'll see that when we look at his. Any else on police?
Well, I mean.
So that
Here's their, I'm sorry, here's.
that maintenance is not broken down then through each department, then it's just.
No, it's in, yeah, it's in fleet. But he has it broken down on his own record keeping for each department.
I understand that, but we're saying we don't know
Right,
how the operations between departments are going.
yeah, and they used to have a chunk of money in here, but that's why it was pulled out because it wasn't being filtered through the fleet department. It was themselves doing stuff, so they have better control of all the vehicles and they can keep all that information. Yeah,
Well, I'm just saying they should report it back to you, so we can just put it,
okay,
show it in the budget.
okay.
Other contractual services, I'm gonna guess, like FBI fingerprint checking, stuff like that.
No, that was the one that we went over, that was the jail contract
Oh.
and the communications.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're perfectly. So, and this is where we cover their $65,000 for their general liability insurance and their
Right.
next one, everybody's good. Fire. So in the general fund operating budget increase, they actually did one decrease and moved it to their fire fund budget, which you'll see later. So pretty much kept to the fire.
So Marietta, as I look up there, a full-time employee budgeted 292, increase 24,000, that would reflect the proposed increase.
Actually, on this budget, proposed increase, and last year, at the beginning of the year, we only funded a vacant firefighter position for half the year. So that's not a true overall increase between employees, because last year's starting budget started with half-time, or half the year funded firefighter, but now they're fully funded again.
This is one of those areas too that we want to examine later because we have our volunteer side, we have our professional side. On the volunteer side, we have a full command structure, cadets, lieutenants, captains. And in the professional side, there's no steps. And as firefighters move back and forth between the two, they would retire out and go to the other side. I think it'd be really helpful, as the chief, the former chief, that we have a step structure. And they felt it was less about having to have significant increases in salary as being able to have matching structures on both sides. So to develop a lieutenant, for example, 2 lieutenant positions over time. So we're going to probably come back with a recommendation later for that.
Big concern, and in my visit with many other department heads, that's a similar issue of, a stepped, okay.
Any other questions?
I just thinking this, we haven't spoken about it, but the assumption here is that the overall compensation package is increased by 3%. And vary between departments depending upon where people need to be.
Yes. No questions on that?
Yeah.
Go back.
I'm sorry, Marietta.
It's okay.
No, guy.
Rick, I guess on that same Marietta, that's the impression that Councilman Peralta has. So when we talked about increases, these are already built into the budget.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's another one of our roofs. We're going to see that in capital improvements later on.
Yes.
Okay.
One of our what? Roofs?
Another one of our roofs need to be repaired.
Fire.
And fire?
I think they had an exhaust.
Oh,
Is that it?
air filtration.
Yeah, we've gone ahead and authorized the initial work on that, and there's some supplemental design for the electrical to be able to handle the system. But after you came in, Councilman, and right after that, I had met with the department, and it certainly was a priority there. So I told them to bring me the paperwork. We have the money in the budget, and we moved it up. We're just waiting for, as I say, some of the electrical design to come back. That part will be handled in next year's budget.
Yes, the money's already here. We'll be carrying it over. You'll see it on the capital expenses, on the capital projects.
Rick, in my notes here, I've got, and this may be at the other fire department over there in my neighborhood in Cruz Alta, that other station.
On station 2.
Number 2 station, roof. Patch. It's currently patched. It's going to need some attention. Now we'll have to check with the fire chief on that. I'm just going from my notes here, which were admittedly taken on the fly as I visited with people. But
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
so I may have misinformation, but I did hear about that filtration down here, but I think fire station number 2 has roof issues.
Other contractual services? Just out of curiosity.
20,000 for the fireworks contract and 5 for the volunteer contract where there's not enough staff to cover. There's a contract in place for $100 a day, I think it is, for a volunteer to work in for the
Again, the 20,000 was
20 for the fireworks.
fireworks.
Fireworks. Right there.
Okay.
And I have asked the chief to come back with a plan, as soon as he can, either to minimize problems there or find a different location.
Careful.
Start the city apart.
We thought we'd move over to the county.
County where?
On top of it, no. Anything else on this one? No? Councilmember Han, you good?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll just verify, just because I don't have.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, we have concerns about fireworks location and all of that. We'll discuss that.
Streets division,
Rick, a suggestion, we're gonna talk to the golf course.
I think Jim has.
You know, I guess now that you bring it up, I'll give you a very quick summary of speaking to the chief in his position and being asked by the prior administration to look into this, is that the farther you move it out, the more he feels his resources are taxed. And that they're spread between manning the two stations because it's a high fire risk date, and then having to cover the event separately. If you can keep it close to town, they can respond if there is an emergency.
And if we can find a good way to meet the dogs, I think it's, if we get that addressed ahead of time, so we know we're gonna do it, find a way, you know, I know that the county has some additional pens that they might be able to set up.
And there's a plan in place.
Oh, there is, for moving the four lane.
There was discussion of doing the same plan that happened last year, but coordinating that a little better, and
Maybe bigger.
yeah, I'll have the chief come in at the next meeting.
Streets. So in their personnel is increase and decrease for that one position that we moved to the finance department. And then just moving from line item to other line items in his operations. And the increase of 6,000 is for, let me see, I think it's pothole repair, contract work, and tree trimming removal. Other than that, he didn't have too many other changes.
Marietta, you dropped $44,000, from your labs and fields.
Yeah, we created a utility plant and service supplies and maintenance line item. So all he did was really move that money and put it in this line item. So to keep track of more of his street maintenance stuff in there.
So you moved it where?
He just moved it from this line item to this line item. You see, this is a big decrease. This was
Oh, I see, okay.
an increase.
Implant services, you just moved it one line.
Yes. And increased it a little bit.
Marietta, where here would we have road supplies in the yard? Now, I'm not a roadman, but you know, piles of sand or piles of asphalt, where's that indicated?
That will be under this line item, this one here, so I'll go to it.
Utility plant? is-
Yes, utility plant and, okay. So here he has cold mix, hot mix, striping tape, lighting repair maintenance, street signs, and base course, striping contract work. And I think he upped out a little bit this year to do it twice this year instead of just once.
Can you curse down to beyond small tools?
Yeah, I'm trying to make that
Oh,
stop.
sorry.
No. Getting stuck here for a second. So. Okay, I'm just frozen right now. Just a second, I guess, I don't know. Can you guys see yours? No. I just, huh?
No, it's fine.
where that's,
Did you freeze up there?
I froze up.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't need to look at the rest of it, I guess. It's just that his supplies for infrastructure repair are so limited out there. We somehow need
And when we get to capital, we did put some money in. We're not gonna let him touch it. It's for street repair and maintenance. We're not gonna let him touch it. We're gonna make him use it for that purpose.
well, it's not French
That's
that'll
it.
touch it. It's some city councilor coming up and saying, would you please pave my street? Well, that old dog ain't gonna bark.
Come on, I want my street paved.
I'm sorry.
20
We'll do the
years-
driveway, but not the street.
20 years and I can't get my street paved.
Okay, I don't know.
No, I mean,
Don't touch it,
okay.
please.
Try to
Um,
keep it local, see if the program comes up. So you're referring to it as frozen?
So I have my hard copy. Yes, I always have a hard copy.
We're gonna have to restart it. Hard drive's frozen.
We're ready to take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
But Mr. Bellis, if I take a break, I'll probably forget. And it's probably already on the to-do list. But impact fees as a way to increase revenues, I would sure like to look at that. So I'm thinking mostly about commercial, but I'm willing to look at anything.
So impact fees attached to land use code development, and construction?
I don't believe, it's my understanding that the town of Taos does not have impact fees, period, end of story. Is that right? Yeah. We need to look at that.
Impact fees on development to cover the costs of future infrastructure.
So when I ask for my road to get paid, no. Stop.
Well, just while we're waiting for that to come up, just to say that, understand that in New Mexico, your impact fees have to be associated with costs directly related to the project. So if I build a Walmart, and that means we have to approve an intersection out in front of it, or widen those lanes, or water or sewer, then you can use it for that. But what you can't use it for is that you want to pave a street 4 blocks away or fix the park or something else.
I'm looking at it this way. I want to build a little building, and I have an impact fee associated with square footage or something like that, because it's an admitted expense, and I'm going to be a further drain on water, sewage, traffic, all kinds of other issues here in town. So I should be expected to pay an impact fee. That would be my argument.
I'll defer to the counselor, but I think it'd be very tough considering the system we already have in place for water and sewer to create additional.
Well, I'm just using that as an example.
It's really
And we don't, I'm just looking for ways to get some money in
I understand,
without
but
taxing our citizens.
caution you that impact fees really are designed more for the construction of new subdivisions,
Yeah.
where you can relate to an additional firehouse or creating a new need within the community.
And there, or how about affordable housing? Or if we get a little development being planned and a construction dude or dudette says, or we have an agreement, you build 5 $250,000 homes and 1 low-income home, we'll waive the fee, that kind of thinking.
Well,
I don't know.
you can still do that through your affordable housing program without having a general impact fee on overall construction.
I'm just looking at impact fees and ways to benefit the community with that.
The problem is what Rick said earlier, is that is your limitation on how you can use impact fees after you've generated it. So if it has an impact on, let's say, your sewage treatment plant, you can use the funds there. But you can't use it to go out and repair a sewer line that is old and dilapidated, that has no impact on that development. So you're limited in that sense. It's restricted very And that's one of the reasons we looked at this 20 years ago and said, we couldn't put it in place to make it work for the town to really do any kind of things that need to be done. And then, so that's the reason we did look at it.
And Mr. Mayor and council members, this has nothing to do with the legal backdrop, which I think is somewhat complicated, but I'm aware of numerous communities the size of Taos that have attempted to impose impact fees, and I'm not aware of a single one that really worked or was successful and didn't constitute any more than an administrative nightmare and pitted developers against the municipal or county entities that try to impose them. And so it's a tricky balance when you're trying to encourage economic development to at the same time impose fees on that development and restrictions that might take that development somewhere else. So it's a tricky balance. It's worth looking into, perhaps, but it's full of cautions for sure.
Well, thanks, and, as I think about the fact that we had a line item for affordable housing a half an hour ago that was zeroed out, I'm just looking for ways to address that, also our infrastructure needs and so on. So I'm just looking for dough, frankly.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'll look with you, but it's not one place that I think we can get it.
One of the things we can do, and you and I, and Martha can put down on, is it's much easier to reduce the impact of the municipality and the rest of the taxpayers if you make the changes within your land use code that give broader discretion to the planning commission and the council, that development-related expenses like the widening of the street are fully covered as a condition of the approval for a development. And they're far less challenging.
And Jacob was right.
It's every ordinance, you'll see the Home Builders Association, and the Better Business Bureau, and the Chamber of Commerce all come in and line up nationally to challenge any ordinance that's an impact fee. It becomes very expensive in the process.
So I'm back up.
Under vehicles and supplies and maintenance, under tires, you see you have a zero on roller tires. They don't buy roller tires this year.
I think they did buy them this current fiscal year, so they probably took them out this year. Or it may be in the one-time cost, when we get to it may be in the one-time cost. So really, if you see, that's true, I just remembered that. It's, when it's that one middle asterisk, and it's a zero, it's in the one-time cost, which is all combined at the end.
One thing that I'd like to have you guys look at, Rick, and that is, this was a concern that Oscar had, and that is Kit Carson, street lighting. And his feeling was that we were overpaying Kit Carson. We're getting overbilled for our utility on that.
We did a full analysis on that, and I have one of the girls looking at the bills because Kit Carson said, we gave you the adjustment, we went to what you guys told us you had. But behind the scenes, you can't really see that. You're gonna have to go back to them and see their listing again to compare to ours. So we're in the process, it seems like a year-long process, but we are looking at it. But they did say, they gave us what we said we had, and not replace it. But that was only on the street lights. But that's a big $11,000 a month on the street lights.
Well, according to this, it's almost 13.5.
Right. So anything else? I'm gonna try to be gentle with this. Anything else on the street? No?
So, okay, capital improvements, never mind, we'll get there. Okay,
You're good?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is recreation.
How come the employees look younger in this picture?
It's called Photoshop.
That was before the budget.
So recreations is just compensation fund, probably, and then that 8,900 on part-time employee is the one that came into the money, not the position, but the funds came into the finance department also. And you'll see that 75,000 under the contractual services, that's the Eco Park Management proposed contract. Now, as a reoccurring cost into Recreation Department's budget.
I have a problem with that contract.
Oh,
I mean, you know that I've had it for 3 years. I really think that we need to start backing off that contract and start reducing it so that they will have more pressure to go out and find the funds to support that program as well. And as long as we continually fund it this way, we're not going to do anything to try to get more grants or whatever it is. We just know we're going to get $75,000 and we just work with that. And I don't think that's fair in this project. The idea when it was originally started was that they would go out and become self-sufficient, and it hasn't happened. And it keeps coming up this way, and I think that figure there should be reduced to 50,000.
And Councilman Peralta, you're talking about the Taos sports lanes? Uh-huh.
This is the Eco Park Management contract, not the maintenance of the fields.
Right.
We already funded that separately, and that's not going to be able to be reduced because you have to take care of the field. But I think this contract, we need to start doing something to generate some funds. We can't, it's tight budgets, and we've got to start helping out.
You know, Councilman, I hear you, but I also had met with the new, what would you call her, the department head or supervisor, manager. And from the way it sounds to me, they're pretty strapped. Maybe what we should do is schedule a get-together with them, quasi-work study.
We just did.
When was that?
January or February.
Well, that was, okay, that was January and February. I just met with it, since January and February, they've got a new person in charge over there. I met with this individual a couple of weeks ago or 10 days ago. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I'm also hearing from them, they have some real constraints, some real questions. I don't know what happened in January and February, but it might be worth our time to sit down with them for an hour or two.
And maybe the question was, maybe the new person, they realized that they were supposed to be looking for additional funds or trying to create additional funds, so maybe that's...
Well, that could be part of the issue, but I think there is a need to get us on the same page, because they've had a transition, we've had a transition, and we absolutely have to have the Eco Park working. It could be a real economic driver, and it's not, or it's limited. Right. So, Councilman, you may very well be right, and that may be the way to go, but I'm going to suggest that we
Well, here's one of the issues that I asked for 3 years ago. I asked for a 5-year business plan. We've never gotten it. And in order to try to see how these funds were being used and how they are going to do anything to increase the availability of funding, because $75,000, when you really look at it, isn't enough to make that park work. No question. But if it is the minimum amount of money they need to do something, it's not going to move anywhere because that's what they're going to live off of. And it's not putting any pressure on them to do anything. And asking for a business plan that never gets produced doesn't help us try to work out something. You do that in your own business. I've done that in mine. I always look ahead and say, here's my plan for the next year, 2 years, 3 years. This is what I want to do. I can't get that from them. And that's the frustration that I've had, and I've argued this with them over and over again. And I'm just saying that at some point in time, we're going to have to put some pressure on them. I'm just bringing this up. I'm not saying that we have to absolutely reduce this. I want to see it that way. but I'm only one person voicing this opinion, and I'm just saying this is the issue. Now, let's go back to the original issue that I have, and that is that the Echo Park should have never been done, because it never had the resources to do it properly. They needed 3 fields, they needed $8 million to do that project, they spent almost 3, and it's not working because it's not enough facility to do the marketing plan that they've said from the very beginning they had to have to make it work on anybody who does this sort of thing. You have to have at least 3 fields. Never done it. Never had the money to do it. And we will never have the money to do it for another 15, 20 years. And particularly when you start looking at all the other projects that are suffering in the town, the streets, the utilities, you name it. Okay, so I'm just saying is that when this thing was done, they should have really looked at a proper business plan and said, look, we can't fund it now, we'll fund it later. We didn't do that. And so this has put us in a real bind with a heartache facility. I think it's was originally a great plan, and I think it has real potential, but it's not going to do it there until we have the proper resources to make it happen. And that's going to be a long time down the road. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I don't want to get into a debate over the way it was and the way it is. What I am suggesting is that we sit down with, I believe it's, I can't find her name here, I've got it at home, but the director, maybe some other people, and let's create that plan. Let's get some assurances that in time, we're going to get that second field, we're going to get the male, female locker rooms, because
The money for locker rooms, we have.
I'm sorry, have?
We have the money for the locker room.
Have?
Have.
Okay, so we'll see that in the capital.
Yes.
Okay, so, I think we need to have a get together so that you can express your concerns. I would like to. Well,
And I don't mind getting together again, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that we just have to start doing something different on this project.
so I think if we express that, it'll get us a lot further than just saying, we're gonna cut you by 50,000, get out there and improve this.
No, I didn't say cut it by 50.
Well, that's right, you're correct. I think out of respect for the new person who's now leading it and that current board, they need to hear from us. That's all I'm suggesting.
And I do have a question, Mariana. Does that money go to salary? Is that what that money goes to?
Pretty much the majority of it does.
Somebody's
We don't
salary?
see that, but we know that that's what it is.
One person?
The director.
Well, actually, in talking with the director, I know that's not her salary, or at least that's what's been told to me. I think a lot of it gets eaten up. In fact, I think she's probably underpaid, but that would be an important thing to look at. Let's look at your books, let's see what's really going on here. There has to be some accountability. I agree with you, Councilman Peralta, on that. But I think so much of it is going to be framed by our approach. So yeah, I think looking at the numbers is huge, Mayor. And then whoever meets with these folks can report to the Taos Sports Line, can report back. But I agree also, I'd like to see a 5-year plan. We absolutely have to have the Echo Park working for us. They have a 3-year extension on the field rating, so we're still going to be able to draw in top teams. There's expenses with that. I forget exactly how much.
It's going to get very expensive pretty soon when you don't get the rating that was given to us for 3 years, 4 years.
Right. Well,
It's like
it was downgraded because we didn't pay to get it inspected again. If I understand it
I think
correctly.
it was like $50,000 a year.
It's huge. To look at plastic.
There's
I'm
only-
sure it's.
That's why there's only a couple of fields out there that are rated.
So what I'd like to suggest, Councilman Peralta and Mayor, is that one or two of us get together with them and report back to the council. And maybe even have them come in at one of our council meetings and give us the 5-year plan. tell us succinctly what they need from us, let us determine what we can and can't do, and ask them what we, inform them of what we need from them. 'Cause that was built to become an economic driver,
No question.
and it has not realized its full potential.
I don't think they will until after the other two fields were built, so, yeah, for full potential. But Rick and Mariana, what is the amount of contract for the maintenance contract out there? 60?
60.
And who is in charge of opening the gate, closing the gate, opening the restrooms and closing the restrooms?
The contractor,
Okay. I mean,
that contractor.
Can I ask, would there be any objection from council if staff approached the public school district and the university to see if they would be willing to become partners or eventually sort that asset? The school system didn't seem to have a problem finding a baseball. This may be more appropriate for portfolio. The sports alliance is a general long-term direction of wanting to go for a recreational district, which I think is a great idea. Take over some of those things that are their responsibility, which would require recreational tax of some sort, tax. But that is quite a ways away, and as a general theme, we really have to say that we look at the inventory of properties and non-performing assets that we have. It's a real drain. Eco Park is the largest of them.
Maybe that would be a great idea as long as it doesn't lose its standing as a high altitude training field. There are people who have said the schools can't use it, and people in the public are just complaining because it's so limited in its use, and it's there.
It might, it might not make sense. I mean, we're gonna have this discussion a little later in the marketing about, should we put more money into marketing with more tourism, or if you advertise something and it doesn't live up to what the expectation is, you can just create a bad publicity for yourself. Maybe you need to pull back on marketing. This may be the same thing. The field may have more of a value, less as an economic development asset, more as a community asset, until we find a way to get those other two fields in place.
No objection.
I think that'd be great to pursue that with the school district. And I do think we need to have a get-together with these folks. That Councilman Peralta, that FIFA rating, we got a 2-year extension, cost us $100,000. $100,000 to get rated.
No, that's what I'm saying, it's very expensive.
So that's some of the constraint there, the TSA or TAS is living under. They do have maintenance fees. The director's name is Kat. I forget her last name, but I'm sure we've got it on record. I've got it at home. But
There shouldn't be any, excuse me, there shouldn't be any maintenance fees for three contracted separately for maintenance.
we should look at what that involves, because according to my notes, there are some associated maintenance fees. Now, it could be a mistake.
That's where we're paying $60,000
To that landscaping firm.
Yeah.
to take care of all the maintenance on it.
Right, right. So we need to get our facts, or at least I need to get my facts totally straight.
Well, all I'm saying is that if they're paying for some maintenance fees, they shouldn't be, that should be covered with the contract. And if that's not correct, then that needs to be corrected. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I hear that. And I think one of the issues that comes to mind from my meeting with them is we planted trees out there that died, that the TSA then replanted to make it look more inviting. So, yeah. But
So that's recreation. Is there any other questions on that one? Okay.
Councilman, I'll contact the sports alliance you set up in regards to that.
And I think you've been able to meet with them since you,
I spoke to the new director, and I know who she is, but yeah, Jacob and I are both very familiar with the board members.
okay.
Regular dialogue with them. Yeah, we do.
And they provide an accounting of how that's $75,000 is spent.
We will ask for that. We're also in discussions with them. Town council is meeting with them in regards to getting the locker room set up. And they may require help, Councilman Peralta, to do the business plan. I think you're looking for the staff in the town can be helpful in getting that done.
But if it is just salary, I'm concerned because, I mean, we have people that take care of 4 or 5 different parks and stuff, and they don't quite receive that much.
Well, and I want to caution you there, Mayor, I'm sure that 75K is not salary.
Well, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
If there's an accounting,
I don't have it in my notes, but it seemed to me that, as is typical of somebody saying, she's working 40 hours a week for basically 20 hours worth of pay, that kind of thing. Another, you get to work for free. You can, really.
Okay, go ahead, Marietta, sorry.
Thank you. Fleet,
Where are we going, Richard?
Streets?
fleet,
Oh,
Fleet.
fleet.
Yeah.
So fleet, personnel, just compensation plan, a couple adjustments, increases, not really much to them. So that 58,000 on the vehicle supplies and maintenance, that's for the maintenance of the town's fleet. I'll just go to that. And you see the items that they have under there.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
The personnel costs on the fleet, is that charged, any of that charged to utilities?
Yes. We do a journal entry every month. They send us a
No, I'm not talking about equipment costs.
hourly.
I'm talking about the wages for the personnel.
They have a rate that they charge on that also. So when they send in their spreadsheet, we get the salary. They have it at $115 an hour. That's how they equate it to. So we charge that to the enterprise funds or the funds that are not that are outside of general fund.
Why doesn't that show in the revenue sources? Isn't all they charge is $12,000 in labor
To water, wastewater, landfill. The majority of it is the cost of the parts and stuff that they use.
they spend more than $12,000 in the enterprise fund in labor.
That's within, we can look at it, French, I don't know when they've gone back to review the cost per hour that they charge.
I think that there's more hours that are spent on some of those.
They are being recorded.
I'm just saying because you got budgeted for this year 52,000 and you dropped it down to 12. And I understand that's based upon the records they're giving you, but it just doesn't seem.
Right, well, the 52 is for all of general fund. So all we were doing was putting, say, 40 for general fund as revenue, but expensing 40 out. So we just took that out and put the real cost of the other of the enterprise funds and special funds that aren't in general fund.
I understand that, but I'm just saying is that $12,000 in labor sure seems
No,
very low. I could see that a month. At $105 an hour.
Taos or French and one.
Well, that takes us to work on one of the big trucks, or are we?
And transportation has their
Just
own,
changing the tire would cost you $100.
That's, I'll make that note. Anything else on fleet? Give me this time.
Do we have any, excuse me, do we have any contractual services that we do for stuff they can't do in-house, or how's that work? In other words, let's say, for example, you
Right.
need to bring Caterpillar in to do something.
No, we don't have any per se contracts. If they do need to go outside services, then they usually do a procurement, get a purchase order for that, but no standing contracts.
How is that reflected in their budget?
I think he has it under that same line item. You may take it, let me just look here.
I'm not seeing anything under any kind of contractual services or.
Now, I know he doesn't have any standing contracts, but if he does take it, they'll usually take it out of his vehicle supplies and maintenance, not maybe out of one of the other things, like if it's a tire repair that he has to send the vehicle over there, or, under vehicle repairs and collision.
What happens if he needs to replace an engine? Does he still take it out of maintenance and repairs? Shouldn't that be a separate item? Major purchase?
I guess because we've always tracked whatever maintenance is under the vehicle supplies maintenance, we try to keep it under that. Because when he's going back to looking when he did whatever, it's always consistent and same line item throughout. So we haven't created any newer ones. Because he did have a big break this year on that factory truck. That's not out of here, that's out of the wastewater fund.
How was that paid for out of this, or was it paid for out of something else?
It was paid out of the wastewater budget. Because the factory truck's the sewer and all, and whatever that, in there.
Okay.
And they don't do oil contracts. They do the oil changes in-house, except for the big factory truck. I think they just take that one outside of, they cannot do that one.
What happens with the vehicles that are at the landfill, are those done by the landfill fund?
Yes, that's the biggest one. That's an average of between probably about $2,000 a month for the landfill equipment and the charges to that. That's the biggest one.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Anything else? Next one is planning, zoning, and buildings. Could you give us more names? Okay. So planning's increases, pretty much probably just increases when bringing people in and some changes to the plan. They've increased their contractual service for the stray barks contract going into their budget now. And then just decreased, I think the majority of their decreases are their one-time costs. Because you'll see everything with the asterisks and the zeros, but they originally had, and they took it out as a one-time cost. And pretty much didn't change their budget much.
And they increased their fees for stray houses?
This year, we started off, I think it was 72, and then negotiated with the manager, Strayhawks did, to increase that. And so they've just kept it to, sorry, I'm just going to find it here. Where am I? Oh, here we go. Moved it up to 8,500. They still wanted another increase to, I think, 102,000, so they didn't do that. We kept it at the 96. That's what we're currently paying right now.
96 or 89?
96. Same thing, in this one you have the beginning and the net adjustment is the 89. So 12 months at $8,500 a month for Stray Hearts.
So if you transferred over 89,000, where's the difference come? 7,000.
No, 96 is the contract amount.
I understand that, but you only transferred 89,000.
It just was an increase. I mean, the net from all the departments combined together. So they didn't actually decrease their budget by that amount to make up that amount, because that was not really, I think all this was just handed over to them.
That's what I'm saying, is that if you took from the police department, Stray Hearts contract, and you added over here, the transfer that you made is only 89,000.
That's because at the beginning of the fiscal year, it was only 72 in the other budget. It only started at 72 in the police department budget. So
that's
some
what
of
I'm
them
saying.
are,
So what I'm trying to say is that the planning department absorbed $7,000 of the budget for
right,
Stray Hearts,
right.
Okay.
Question? You guys just tell me now.
I always look at the amount of money that we give to dogs and cats versus money that we give to ancianos, and it disturbs me.
Yeah.
Or the men's shelter.
I guess it's the law. Is it the law?
So in P and Z then, Marietta, other contractual services, what's,
That's the Stray Hearts Animal.
oh,
Contract.
okay,
That's what
okay.
I think it's meant to cost.
Ah, there it is, 89,000.
So other than that, they do have a one-time cost on, and you'll see all that broken by departments at the end. Okay, close out if not any other questions. Town council is the next one.
So they do the graffiti removal through
Sorry. Mm-hmm.
Through what, Mayor?
through P and Z.
Yeah. Good.
Well, P and Z,
Mm.
yeah, just, and this is for the manager, they could really use a GIS type person over there, or type of collaboration with the county and their GIS person. Perhaps another planner. Here he comes. Just
talking about
finishing up.
GIS in the planning department.
In my visits, some of the feedback that I got was P and Z needing a GIS planner or tighter collaboration with the county since they've got one.
Great.
I'm sure you're aware of this.
Yeah, we'll have discussions with, I'm waiting a response on a plan from the county in regards to whether they want to take over floodplain management, rural addressing completely, which will probably resolve that GIS need. But yeah, it would certainly make sense for town and county to go in cooperatively, and we've had that discussion in the joint meeting that they're tough people to find, high end, and you want to keep them once you train them. But there's nothing in the budget at this point until I get some sort of a response from the county.
And then another planner, anything, what are your thoughts on that, Mr. B?
Given the projected growth, saying this as a former planning director, I don't believe that you need another planner at this time. We're not doing long-range planning or, most of the elements of the comprehensive plan are gonna be contracted out. If we do another housing study, that would be contracted out. I'd probably put more emphasis, if we were gonna do that, on having the county take over and do the building inspections completely, and then use that money for a planner if I saw that there was a need for one. But as we had that discussion at the last council meeting, Councilman Gonzalez feels very strongly that he preferred to have a certified building official here at the town. So it's a tight budget. You have to decide what your priorities are, and if the planning department was to bring in another planner, I would insist that they have an economic development background, because I just don't see the application processing being
Right.
a three-person department.
Just some feedback for you in my notes. I wish Councilman Gonzalez was here, because if we are going to survive, we absolutely have to, in my opinion, collaborate and with the county and reduce duplicated services. And with the reduced amount of construction, I fail to see why we need our very own building inspector. Perhaps in collaboration with the county, we could save some buckets that way. Perhaps the employee over here that's doing that could be working with the county, I don't know. But wherever we can save buckets.
Well, there's right now a significant difference between what our building inspector is projecting along with Martha in saying that she anticipates generating $212,000 in revenue in the coming year based on building permit fees, which seems extraordinarily high to me, since for 5 years in a row we did somewhere in the 40s. So there was a model I developed at one point when the town and the county were looking at joint planning and building departments, and I went back through 10 years of records for the town, and it adds in percentages, and routinely there's $3 in building for every $1 in the town to the county. So the county's always far greater. And I went over to check what those figures were. They're still using that model with the county, and they're looking at a 2, maybe 4% increase, which would put us at about $80,000, not $200,000. And to me, that's a big difference, because if I have a building official that's generating money for us, I'm willing to do that. If I have a building official that I'm basically underwriting to do 2 permits a week, and I was paying him as though he's a department head, and most of the time between them he's pushing paperwork, I have a problem with that.
I do too. That's not very cost effective.
But this problem may solve itself, because if the official does not pass the exams before July 1st, then it's a non-issue. I mean, I can't see us going out at that point and recruiting a building official.
It's not cost effective. So I wish Councilman Gonzalez were here.
I think the other thing to look at is that, as we found out with the 911, it's one thing to have the personnel, it's another thing to have the software and the technology to be current. And I know it's a desire of the prior council, it was direction through Oscar and the council, that we become more consumer friendly, more accessible, so that people don't have to drive all the way in here just to fill out a permit and run back and forth between buildings. And again, between Oscar and myself, there was a lot of work into what the appropriate system would be to do online permitting for all of the planning and building functions. And, you're looking at investing anywhere between the low end $35,000 and $60,000 in an annual maintenance fee for a system like that. And, you know, do you want two entities to have to go out and spend that kind of money to do that? Or do you want to have one single permitting system? It costs us nothing not to have a building inspector, because it costs us nothing not to have a building inspector. It's not like if the county took over fire, we would pay them a percentage. The building fees pay for the building inspector. At least that's the way it's supposed to be statewide. So that if we let them do the building fees and the GIS side, that would just come off our books completely. We don't have to contribute anything to that staff over there. It's self-sufficient. And they have the numbers to make it self-sufficient. I don't think we do. I will say, though, I share a concern with Councilman Gonzalez, and this puts the mayor, who's also a kind of conditional spot, and that is that I was fully in support of an earlier plan to merge the planning and the building departments and the GIS functions. It just made sense to everybody. Both us and I have a planning background, so I think we are strong advocates for it. My concern is that I don't feel comfortable doing that right now, given that the county has a interim planning director who is a staff member of mine, and I don't think he has the experience to oversee one department plus a combined department. So part of that agreement, if we were to merge those services, would have to be that the town would have an equal say in the review of whoever the planning director was. And I think Councilman Gonzalez has what I believe, a valid concern, and that is that if there were employees that were here that were dismissed and went over there, and then they're reviewing applications for the town, and they have a bias. I do believe that there are ways around that. Martha agrees with me that the building official over there, Jessica Gutierrez, when she did the applications for the town and the county, that there was no bias whatsoever on her part. And certainly, again, there's a way to monitor in that. So it's a dialogue maybe the council needs to have. I don't believe it probably appropriate to go any further than that without Councilman Gonzalez, who has very strong feelings on that.
I do believe, though, that it's in the best interest of us to provide the best quality service in the long run, to try to get as much of the application processes that we can and approval process for minor things online for both the county and the town, because it saves time for staff and it saves time for you as a customer to be able to get some of those things done quickly and easily. For example, one of the things that I have a concern about is business license, or whatever you want to call it, business permit. It used to be very easy. You come in and you give them your CRS number and you get your permit and walk out. It got to the point where every department in the town had to look at your permit before you could get your license. Fire department want to look at it, police department want to look at it, street department want to look at it, utility department want to look at it, planning department want to look at it. We got to the point where they created a committee to look at this stuff, and unless all the members in the committee were there present on Fridays to look at it, you waited another week. It's crazy. You know, if somebody wants to know or wants to inspect your premises for your business, then you send them a note and say this person's obtained and building a business permit. You go out there and check it out, but it shouldn't be something that has to be done prior to it. I'm just using that as an example of how we can get very complicated or trying to create fiefdoms within our system because somebody wants to have control over everything. And that's crazy. So we need to try to see what we can do. And this is part of the belief that I had when we were talking about combining departments, that there was a real value to doing that because it created a one-stop shop for people who had businesses inside the town and outside the town. And they gave you the ability to do that. But there's other things that can be done electronically that can even help that process be more efficient, even in a consolidated environment. And that's the concern that I have, is that we need to push in that arena, because maybe the upfront cost is going to be something, but I think in the long-term cost is going to be much less, because it would take a lot less personnel time to do a lot of things that we're doing now that are very time consuming. And that's one of the things where you say those things. Just to give you an example, when we went to iPads in town, how much time did that save you for the council in putting that?
I figured out that one time, a day, I mean, a day or 2 weeks.
Plus how much paper did you save?
Rings and paper, everything.
So this is where I'm looking at and saying there's advantages to the technology we have today that can really help our consumers as well as ourselves to be more efficient and provide the best quality service that we can to look at. And that's why we have to, as you say, investigate some of these things such as utility bill.
Totally agree, and Occam's razor is a principle here. The simplest, most direct. One-stop shopping, we need to merge PNCs, county and town. We need to reduce duplicated services. And I think we're all on the same page regarding that. And I hate to think that the bureaucratic blubber is to the point where we've got to maintain a position just for the sake of maintaining the position. I don't hear you saying that, but I do think we need to be courageous and be on the cutting edge. Employees may want to move to other departments.
Councilman, I believe, as Councilman Peralta is saying, going to form-based codes, which has happened in a lot of communities, takes a lot of these concerns out of the system. If I can go online for my business registration, for my variance for a fence height or something like that, and just sketch a form, and the technology is there. In fact, you can even pull up the aerial shot, the sensor shot of your property, and just mark a little box where the pool or fence or whatever it is going to go. And as Councilman's alluded to, it's far more efficient in the sense that if people, you need half as less people if you're not taking the forms, and all you're doing is sending somebody out where needed to verify. In most cases, you don't need to verify this. We accept the word of the people that fill out those forms, or their contractor or their engineer. It's only the more complicated things that come before the planning commission that really require a face-to-face. That typically doesn't need to be between the homeowner, the applicant, the business owner. It really is between the contractor and or architect and the planning commission itself. So staff will take the advice of all the council persons, formulate some recommendations to bring back to you.
Good. Thank you.
Council.
Council. Let me verify what we did do with you guys. Yeah, we didn't take your time out. I think we wanted to present what has been in the past and let you all decide what it is. So, and this increase to council's budget is obviously the state's, the law changing for compensation. And the increase to other contractual for is, we put the, let me see what we call it. We put the public defender contract into council's set-aside budget for a reason that I don't know. If I started to do that.
I can explain it. Yeah. That decision preceded me, but I totally agree with it. It's because I have to be an attorney that takes a contrary position to the attorney that we hire as public defender. So there should be some separation between my having any ability to determine who that individual is in the case.
And to keep it independent from the operation of the town, it's best to put it in the council budget than to put it in the executive or somebody else. Definitely can't put it in judicials.
Right.
So that's why we put it in the council set aside budget. I'll just go up to the training, because I think that's the one that, Rick did talk about. We didn't take it out, but we just did want you to make decisions to take it out on the bus or the one.
Counselor, Arturo, are planning any of the names?
Well, I did hesitate to go to that. And after speaking to many people about this, because it was really heavy on my mind, I decided to attend one time to see if it is a junket or to see if there's anything valuable or networking that can be made
Now, I was talking about Leo's, I think the one I attended also, and
Oh, okay.
that's the Molly or the municipal league, and I think those are important for us to attend now. And Leo is something totally different, and I don't think any of us will probably attend the Leo's, but I would just turn to you, ask you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the ones for the municipal league or the Molly, I think those could be very beneficial in training for us. But the Naleos, I think are, I wouldn't attend, but I won't attend those.
Yeah, okay, yeah, the Molly, and those I think are really valuable items to attend for commissioners.
So we'll,
Rick, you talked about the national conference in Washington in March. I don't see that in.
No, Councilman, that was in the executive budget for the administrator, town manager, assistant town manager.
Because the council mayor used to attend there, and that was an opportunity for him to visit with the congressional delegation on hand, similar to what the county commission does in their time period, except usually the county commission is at the time that they're off. The legislators are not in session. When we go, they are in session. But I'm just saying that, if we wanted to skip Maleo or one of those other national conventions and do the national congressional meeting, which is in March, that would be the way to switch it. It's less expensive than Maleo. It's less time, it's only 3 days.
Councilman, I would leave that decision up to you and the mayor, both of whom have gone presumably to Washington on various. For me, I've found wherever I've lived that I have just as good access to my congressional officials at home, probably get more attention from them than visiting their office in Washington. When I have to make an appointment, I'm one of like 30 people, and usually a congressional aide that sits in. He's really going to liaison. But if you feel it's of value to the town, I certainly have no objection.
I'm just saying is that to me, that would be more valuable than the Maleo conference or the National League of Cities conference. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. So if you wanted to look at a national meeting to go to, that would be the one that I would say go to rather than these others. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you should go there. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay. The problem is that, for me, I can tell you that my meetings with the congressional delegation that was there have been very profitable. For example, the drainage channel that was built, $2 million that we got from Senator Domenici, those were meeting with him there in Washington about that money, not meeting with him in the state. But I've always had a very good relationship with the congressional delegation, where if I make a meeting with other than Heather Wilson, been able to meet with them directly and sit down with them in a way that with their staff there that gets things done. And on the road here, yeah, they give me lip service, but I don't really get things done. So, I mean, that's just my experience. Heather Wilson is, until I was Secretary of Tourism, I never met her in Washington. In fact, I went in there with the finance director from the municipal league. On one occasion, we walked into her chief of staff's office, and trying to think right now. Finance officer was wearing a Mickey Mouse tie, and her director told him, "Mickey Mouse, you sit over there, and go others sit over here." And then he proceeded, the whole 20 minutes that we were there talking to him, to look at the monitor. Never looked at it. Betsy, I mean, it was just like, shake the dust off the cue that he left that office. She was terrible. Everybody else was really nice to deal with, even Pierce. She, you know, and the reason was at that time was because I sat on the board of the municipal league, and also as president, vice president. I went to all of these offices representing the league besides the county. But it's the only one that I would recommend that we do if we're going to do it.
As far as on the national
On
level.
the national. All the other municipal stuff that we do, the municipal league and that, those are all very good from Mr. King. They're very informative, they're a good educational program, and they're good networking, because that's 90% of the things that you want to do in the state is network with the other municipal leagues and state and national directors and different, because they come around to like the conference, and that is Mexico Municipal League annual conference. You'll get secretaries from different departments that come and visit, gives you an opportunity to visit with them on a one-to-one basis that sometimes you can't get into the office to do or talk to them about different things. And that's a good conference. Some of these other stuff that you go nationally, they are generous. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you, that's valuable information. I just feel like you have 40 years over me, and you've gone to these many, many times. This is fairly new to me, and
So as we go down, A looks all right, B looks okay. C, that's something we should keep. D, that one actually,
We wanted to add Councilmember Compton on that one?
yeah, well, I think there was, I would like to, there's a couple that are coming up, and those will be I can't remember, between here and in Tesuque, I think. They're coming up. I would like to attend those.
I will tell you that for the MOLI, the very first one, my grandchild is due at that exact same time, and when it comes to picking family, I'm not going to miss out on that.
Maybe put it in the budget. If we don't spend it, we can always.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Researching it,
Yeah.
when I was researching it, you can't attend the second one without attending.
Attending the first one,
So you
correct.
have to attend each and every one of them.
And you can attend the first one, the first year, and the second one, the second year, third one, the third year. Yeah, I would like to attend that first one coming up. So that would be item D. If we might have to increase that slightly.
There's also a program through the leadership in Mexico for elected officials, municipal and county. They have an educational program too that Councilmember Gonzalez attended last year. And if you wanted to possibly look at that as an educational program in lieu of all, because they do some of the same things.
Mr. Mayor, I'd suggest for the conversation you and I had in your office with Councilman Gonzalez, that we take line G, which is just sort of a general catch-all, and we increase that to $6,000. And then you could eliminate E and F, and if something came up, you'd still have money for it.
Okay. And then our dues for the New Mexico Municipal League are $21,000 a year, I guess.
That's what I'm told.
That's based on it.
I think, this last year would be 19,000.
So in that, I think what you'd be looking at is the one thing I would take out of the budget is probably G. And then, or reduce it to maybe 1 or 2 if you're gonna be attending Noel.
Yeah, that would be good.
Because I know that Councilman Gonzalez is going to want to attend Noel. If you want to do that too, you can reduce that to 2, because I don't think 3 of us are going to go.
Yeah, this one time I would like to attend that.
That's what you.
What's the bottom of that look like, Mr. Ellis? So we've got dues and registrations, ABC, canoes, and the curse town.
You have to let me know what you want to do.
Dues and registration, can we curse down? All we can see is A, B, and C here. Thanks. Yeah.
37.50.
So this is kind of like protection money. We give the New Mexico Municipal League $21,000. What do they give us? Do we get any dough out of that?
They are your lobbyists at the legislature and produce a newsletter that you get every month to keep you aware of what legislation is changing and how it's going to affect your jurisdiction. We also do a series of classes, have affiliates for each of the sections within municipalities, such as planning officials, fire officials, 911 officials, and usually twice a year, winter and summer during the conference, those affiliates will meet and they'll do training sessions throughout the week that they spend there to do both networking and keep you briefed on whatever the latest issues are in those individual sections. Clerks, for example, is an affiliate that they attend, and if there's something in the legislature or something nationally that's affecting their office, they'll make you aware of that, and then they also represent your interests in lobbying on those issues. Sometimes they promote a bill out of one of the affiliates that tries to change the legislation, change the statutes to be more favorable to whatever the interests of that affiliate are or the overall municipalities.
We also are our insurance company.
Our insurance company, I thought we already had liability coverage through Marietta. What do we insure?
Are we talking New Mexico? The New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund is a part of the municipal league. That's who carries our insurance. It's a pooled group. It's
All the
all the
municipalities.
municipalities together. Well, smaller ones.
What do they insure?
They are liability coverage, property, everything.
So
Workman's
that's the
comp.
206 I
Yes.
saw earlier.
Right.
So, okay.
And that self-insurance fund through the municipal league is cheaper than market rates in private companies, other public companies.
Well, this is not going to be a big surprise, but this looks like bureaucrats making money off of bureaucrats by holding more meetings. And that's just my blue-collar approach. I think it's very important for our town clerk to be going and be certified. I can see some things up there that I could justify, but from a business perspective, just purely business, small business guy, since we're going down to Santa Fe in February anyway to lobby on our own, why are we paying someone else to do it for us? I understand there may be aberrations, and we don't need to get hung up. I realize I'm an outlier on this, but I think a lot of citizens would look at this and resent it. $33,000 spent on Tourism Association of New Mexico, $700? Really? Where's Jody Griffin in marketing? Okay, so you get where I'm going. I realize I'm an outlier, so I'll be quiet. I have voiced my objection to this.
It would be good to know
Whole
more
thing.
about the purpose of them, though, the Tourism Association of New Mexico, I don't know what you get out of it, enchanted circle.
You're a better woman than I.
It's good, well, no, I mean, if, I don't mean that, I didn't take that wrong. If somebody would explain exactly what it is, because that's looking at it.
This one, the pizza is supposed to be delivered?
Yeah.
Where do you want me to put it?
How about the table back there?
What's this? Control.
Item F would be probably true if Mayor Barrone is gonna go, and then item G will be reduced down to 2 for the next
Yeah.
budget. And if it turns out to be, not worth it, we'll return.
For the Maleo dues, so we'll just keep those for Councilmember Conchu and
Yeah, to
Councilmember
2.
Gonzalez.
I think the membership dues should be reduced too.
Yeah, I think that's what you, was that what you were doing? Yeah.
But also, there's also the registration for the national conference, that's the $750,000. We reduced it.
That'd be item G.
Right.
So the 2 all things associated.
For my practice, we get our CDs and stuff like that online. This is the 21st century. Why are we going out of town to do this stuff? It should all be online. And at reduced rates. So somebody's got to put the heat on the New Mexico Municipal League and other associations like that to say, you guys need to get more cost competitive.
Well, but let me give you another example.
I need to eat.
Just in opposition to what you're saying, because I agree with you. University, hour cost, you take a 3-hour course, and if you go to the university, it's $75 an hour. If you go online, it's $75 an hour. So it's cheaper for them to do it online, but you don't get any studies for it. And it doesn't make a difference if you're talking about the University of New Mexico, or you're talking about Phoenix University or whatever it might be. They're all the same. So you would think that you should be able to get savings by trying to do stuff online, and it doesn't work.
Well, not when it's a monopoly.
It's just the hotel and the per diem, the mileage.
I'll be quick. I realize I'm an outlier, so
That's good.
We're gonna find you something good to do.
I'm not going. If I go to anything, Marietta, you should come and call me out. You said it.
I was tired.
If it's gonna bring back money, I'll go. If we're gonna bring home the bacon, I'm out of here.
And
But if we're not bringing home bacon, forget it.
And Councilor Hahn, there was a point in time when I did go to Washington DC, and we were able to bring back the Build America bonds for the new judicial complex, and it amounts to quite a bit of money. And when we went up there, we scheduled it that way, and we didn't think we were going to be able to do it, but we got everybody's attention when we got down there, and we had everything in a row, and it all fit within that parameter. And that's the type of thing we really need to go after. So if there's an opportunity like that, we want to make sure there's a little bit in the budget. So if there's an opportunity for us to attend those and go after that, we really need to.
I'm totally with you, Mayor Barone, I'm totally with you on that if we're gonna bring home the bacon. But I have heard too many stories about politicians going off on junkets, signing up for courses they never attend, having a great time, and coming back acting like they've done something. So,
And I think we've done our fair share in cutting our budget too, to help facilitate, because we've been preaching about giving raises to our employees, and I think we, in our own budget, are now cutting our own budget to show that we're being respectful to that. So. Do you have something?
No, I was just gonna say that it's just been, a little reserved to that item K. To add $1,000 in there, not to be spent unless it's absolutely necessary. If there's something that comes up that you need to go to Albuquerque for, but it's going to bring us to bacon for one or something, but that's all. Don't spend it unless you have.
Yep.
And that's
And
true.
you're on your honor.
And usually, council is very good about that. They only spend it if they want to do it. And others. Should I go somewhere? Did you all want to keep looking at every line item over here? Oh, you might as well. 'Cause
We're okay on
Flags
this
and
one.
presentation must have run out of money for
We're done
plaques.
on this one.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Do you want to have a break to grab some pizza before it gets cold?
Sure. Motion to take a break. Do we need a motion?
So moved.
You get like that, something.
5-minute break. We'll just call 5 minutes.
Personnel, last year we had a temporary position just for the time for the municipal league conference to help out, so that went away. And their increases are pretty much just through the plan, plus insurances and whatever it is. Their contractual services, the increase is based on the maintenance of the eco park. This is where we put the money in for the maintenance under facilities.
Mary, let me ask you a question. The liquor license that we had at the convention center across the street, did we keep that or did we turn it in?
I think, isn't the TCA using it? No?
That's a different license because they're not moving.
I'm not sure. We'll have to check.
We got a different license for the TCA.
Oh, so are you asking if the license of the Civic Center that's been in suspension for several years? I think we finally canceled it.
Okay.
Because we were paying for it to be in suspension, so it's been canceled.
Looking at 2003, we got $300 for that. We don't have anything in this year's budget, so I just asked you. We have no reason to keep it. Unless you're going to use it this building.
Well, no, we could only use it in that building.
You suggest
Put it
we
in
sell
the
it?
Put it in the car park. Big cars are parked. How about that? Could make some money.
I don't know what's going on here. They have a lot of. I'm just gonna go down.
So the personnel increased by 32,000, is it adding a person, or is that just
No.
what's costing us to increase those?
It's just costing us to increase those because they have, I think 20-some employees in there.
Some of those need to be brought up more than this.
Right, they have 19 employees, and one part-time, that's just Julie's, she's split between buildings and planning, so it's really,
But you had someone who were online,
No, that was the library. These ones are all pretty good. The increase is just based on the compensation,
Like 1 to 3%, but that's all I said.
but, well, and like the larger departments that have people that have been there the longest and under, those could be quite a bit like this one here.
Okay, that's what I meant to say. Okay.
So 27 employees, service,
20.
20 employees servicing 71 buildings for a town of 5,000 people. Just an observation.
71 buildings?
Yep.
Well, we need to get rid of some of the buildings.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's,
71 buildings, 71 locations.
It's probably locate buildings and like CAD does theirs.
yes, CAD is one of our buildings.
Or film. They'll maintain it.
I think Mr. Bellis is aware of this. Can you correct me? Am I?
Well, I understand that we have some issues with that. Normally, they don't service those buildings. CAD, ARC.
The leases, in most cases, do specify that the tenant takes care of the buildings, but that's not always the case. Right. Untitled and some of the others were doing groups on 2 of them, because they just feel that they don't have the money to do it. Deal to us. I believe it's 69 locations and 29 buildings, so that would include parks.
You know, we have the turnabouts or the turnarounds.
Turnarounds, on trails.
So let's clarify that again then.
Understanding.
Actually, 71
29.
locations,
29 buildings.
29 buildings.
And 69 locations that we service, which can include parks, trails, medians,
Right. And when I was talking to
parking
Steve,
lots.
huh?
Parking lots also.
Yeah.
About half a dozen of those.
Other contractual services.
They have,
That's the.
alarm monitoring services for all of the buildings, the fire and alarm, fire safety sprinkler for the buildings, and all those other little things, tree cutting.
Just because it went up $66,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Eco Park maintenance,
Okay,
it's
that's-
70,000 actually in this increase. Wow, from the 145, 70 here, 75 to the other.
Let me ask you, the decrease in building supplies and maintenance from 152 by 65,000?
Just gonna open the last year's because that one looked funny. I think the majority of it is taking out of the building supplies in those 2 buildings there. That's the majority of the decrease. And same with utilities. The utilities might not be as big as a difference because they have to pick up utilities in the old dispatch, the old police department buildings, and some of the services there.
Did we finally get that building leased up? Or is it still working?
There'll be a police before you on Tuesday.
I'm pretty sure that was the big difference. But I will find it.
Anything more on this one? Not, let's move ahead.
Great staff and kudos to Miss Julie, who's construction person over there, and Steve, rest of the staff.
It's been good.
Okay, human resources. They're happy to, just on the compensation, insurance. They did some line item changes. And increase, let me see what their major increase on contractual and advertising. Just advertising, they obviously with job advertisements needed more money, and I think a little bit more in there. Let me see. I think in their HR investigations and litigation. Let me see. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they took out the item for the GPS monitoring of all vehicles and reports. And unless there's a preference to do that, we'll probably put that back in. I think, and the one thing we do suggest is that it's really some good information, particularly in regards to the police vehicles, if we have a liability issue. But right now, we're collecting data that shows we're doing violations, but there's no corrective action, which is just creating an additional liability for us. So we will want to put a corrective action plan in place for those reports.
But does geographic tracking on everything? Eventually.
We're presently doing that on the NCRTD vehicles, and it eliminates vehicles going off where they're not supposed to. You know, I mean, it really keeps people on track.
Yeah, we'll add it back in.
And again, if we hire internally for the HR director's position, which it looks like we may since we didn't have any qualified applicants, we'll have cost savings by eliminating the safety coordinator position, which will be about $35,000. I presume we'll pay about $10,000 less than what we were paying the last HR director, at least until that candidate gets up to speed. So maybe we can do more GPSing.
And that GPSing should tie into, one of the things I would consider is tying it into the 911 center software. And not that they would monitor it, but it would help them know where vehicles are at, to help them disperse.
Absolutely.
Plus us being able to see what's going on there. Because even for a water break, you know, tell you where the best water truck is at, I mean, where water is.
Okay, next.
Next is aquatics. So their salary increases and insurances, pretty much based on the compensation plan. They did decrease some of their costs, and I think more so that they went to one-time costs.
Why is this not under the recreational budget?
I don't know, I think we've had it there before, and then they wanted to take it out. Just more, no reason.
So they're the same department.
Same department. I think more to associate the costs a lot easier for the pool versus the youth center.
Kind of surprised to see that employee increase at only 7,000.
They actually only have 4 full-time employees. The rest are 3 part-timers and then 5 temps, so those really wouldn't have any effect on increases, so it would just be the 4 full-timers.
So part-timers are not participating in the general overall employee increase?
If they are, it doesn't look like it in here. I think it's just the full-time employees.
That's what I understand.
Yes.
Part-time defined as less than 32 hours a week?
Less than 32 hours a week, yes.
And they're not only that way, they're only seasonal also.
Yes, they're usually seasonal.
So I'm at 31 hours a week and I don't qualify for any benefits?
You qualify for retirement and half of annual leave, accrued leave, and that's it.
Is our annual leave merged into both sick leave and vacation
Yes.
time? So we just call it like personal leave
It's called
time or
personal
something?
leave.
Personal leave, okay. Huh. 31 hours, that's interesting. The union's gonna have a question about that.
Anything else? Is that something that you want to say? Okay, well, the next one?
Airport. Airport.
It's airport.
Why does everybody look at me? I don't fly.
I did meet with the airport manager from Los Alamos, and they do have a 10-passenger that flies in there. It's $45 to fly from there to Albuquerque, and putting him in contact with John, so if they can make that connection, we might be able to get a flight out of here into Albuquerque. $45.
Cheaper price. I don't think I'll start going to the airport.
We just did it at an 8:30 a.m. flight.
Say again, Rick? Who just added a flight?
The shuttle carrier that's servicing Los Alamos to Albuquerque.
So airport with just increase on plan and insurances. He did a little bit of savings on some of his line items to compensate for his increase to utilities, and that's for the aircraft monitoring system, the 2 units that he's going to be paying bill for. Let me just see what that's called.
Can we go back up there to the
Yes.
expenses, Marietta? I'm sorry, I know you want to drop down there, I just wanted to, okay, that's great.
Increase in workers' comp, huh?
Yeah, and everything goes up 2 ways. The increase in compensation and the increase in the
Right.
So, double whammy.
Based on percentage.
And they're one of the higher compensation, workman's comp percentage. They're the landfill people.
Big increase in utilities, or 8,000.
Yeah, that is for when we're ready, I'll go down, it's the aircraft monitoring system that has 2 of them.
Fighting with the Drake.
Let me just scroll down. So, it's the Kickers and Telecom Wireless Internet for the passive aircraft monitoring system. And there's one on the airport and then at Green Mountain. And then just electric and all this other.
Green Mountain, that's in Angel Fire? Is that Angel Fire? Is that the monitoring system that they put for the tunnel?
I think the agreement said 2 of them, and I think that was the best location to monitor the, whatever they were using. I think that was the highest, or the best area to put it, because there was another site. But the Pueblo had, they all agreed upon that site. FAA and the Pueblo.
I thought that was coming from the federal government to put that equipment in.
Equipment.
Well, the equipment did.
Not the cost, operating cost.
So they used $300 to get rid of prairie dogs?
30-06 shells are expensive, Mayor.
They're not telling you how much it charged to do eagles, though.
Just get some hawks up.
They don't like kids.
Anything else on this?
Well, again, I just want to compliment John and the staff out there and our own town staff for being so receptive, both pro and anti-airport folks. So I won't reiterate any further.
Thank you. Next. Legal? Nope.
We can cut this one in half.
Legal's my favorite.
Oh, legal.
Oh, let's see my picture.
Jake?
You're not there.
Hey, come on.
We need to cut this one in half.
I'm gonna leave. I'll leave it out. Could you just stand up there?
There's a lot of deductions.
I don't know.
Let me see what it is.
So far,
Yeah, we have just the two employees. We do have under contractual an increase of $60,000 for a contract attorney. And pretty much minimal, just decrease in a sensitive item, and I think they purchased what they needed this year.
And I should point out that we're still saving money because in the current fiscal year, there was several mid-year adjustments that brought the overall budget to close to somewhere in the 360s, maybe 364,000. So you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Hold on, still looking for your page.
Here we have some notes.
I don't know. I have to look. Don't let me hang this up.
Okay. Anything else on this item? Not? Let's go to information technology.
Are we getting any more hardware in this department? Kind of heard a rumor that we didn't have enough server space.
Actually, we're going to be retiring the backup server to 911 communication system. And in January, bring a server over there, so we should have enough capacity. What we are looking at is the idea of maybe isolating the way the library is right now, that it's on its own server, so if we have public access, we don't get cross-contamination between systems. So we might break up this building and some of the other outbuildings on different servers from the main network. We can do that without losing any speed or integrity of the system, and that might be a more secure approach.
So personnel, same thing, 3 employees, 2 newer ones, well, they've been here a year now, I think, or 2. He had decreased his mileage per diem because they're gonna be doing all their training, I think he said online now. So that's one thing that he did decrease, all of that is gonna be more online. And so that's why he took that out. And other than that, just not many changes. He does have another server budgeted in this account.
How many vehicles do they have dedicated to just one?
I think they have just one truck.
Would a van work better for them? I mean, where they could carry equipment and put extra supplies and stuff and carry the inventory inside of it rather than putting all the stuff out of their storage room.
Something to consider going forward.
I mean, the difference between us and, let's say, for example, the county doesn't have that many outbuildings that you maintain, like these guys are all over town. We need it, and the same as if we had a service vehicle that would let them keep certain supplies, wiring, those sort of things in a vehicle that may save them some driving. That's a good point.
Vehicle supplies and maintenance, Marietta, include fuel.
Yes. Let's see what else he had there. Yes, fuel for him. Because he does do a lot of traveling all over offsites.
The Rick on that, those little Ford service vans, that you see them in DNS appliance, is the office manager for it. Been using those and they really like it. They're economical and good, pretty service-free.
As a general rule, who services our fleet? In-house or public works? Or, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we have 3 fleet maintenance guys.
Oil changes, tune-ups, that kind of thing.
They even recently bought their own rotor to turn their own rotors on the brakes.
Really?
Yeah.
So this is the first time I've seen a line item for sensitive items?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, really? We might have missed that. We put,
What is it? Is that passwords or?
no, sensitive is more, that's what we think. Computers, things that have serial numbers, things that can walk away, cameras, that kind of stuff.
I got you.
Laptops, anything under $5,000 of a piece.
And how do they determine their share of the utility bill over there at town hall?
They don't. I pay all the town hall utilities. So that's probably their cell phones, their iPads, their, I'll just go down there. Yeah, cell phones for the 3 of them.
Right.
Well, they don't like that, yeah. So more cell phones.
So the last one?
The last budget?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. The last general fund budget? Oh, yes.
There's a new one-time cost.
So what we originally did tell the departments to identify one-time costs, and then some of them, most of them did, there were some that didn't, so then we just increased that. Let me get to it. Oh, let me show you this first. No, no, this one. Okay, so this is, we just created a budget, $216,000 worth of one-time costs that we all identified. These are by department and in money, so facilities was the biggest one. And then you'll see IT, Youth and Family Center, and council set aside, so there's a piece of junk for everybody, and planning is quite a big one too. So we'll just go down and you'll see what it is in the line item. So for like planning, mileage, and per diem were one of their largest, well, just a lot of one-time costs.
Councilman Hahn, I can assure you that that's the only time you'll see on there throw-nets for polecats. That
What?
doesn't appear in any other department.
What?
page are you in?
Wait a
Oh, you
minute.
haven't gotten that right.
Where are you?
Here, he's right. Well, let me just go down.
4303.
So that's the mileage and per diem, dues and registration, planning, HR, police, vehicle supplies and maintenance. I'm just doing this because Councilmember Hunt doesn't have. Streets is the tires, there's the tires you were asking about, Councilmember Hunt. And lift gate for facilities.
I was asking about that.
Were you there?
I did.
Oh, I knew somebody was
I
there. Building supplies and maintenance, for streets, installation of a street division, garage doors, furniture for recreation, playground, storage room stuff, library, sinks and heaters, facilities, quite a few, fences and mold abatement and filters and trim and airport plaster terminal. Aquatics, a floating monitor, thermometer, monitor.
The kids are gonna have fun with those. Look what I found, Daddy.
And these are all the ones for planning. That is a one-time cost for the animal control officer. I don't know if the other one ever had a taser.
Throw net with pole for kids.
Look how much the holster is.
$167.
What if this thing can be $200? Even.
So, dog and crabs.
What? Sea cannons are $200 a piece.
This is,
Now this is a, tell me if I'm going too quick for you, Councilmember. Everybody is going on their own speed.
cat traps, dog traps.
Patio furniture used at the pool.
We have a new garden on this, so we gotta be able to run.
They put a real nice slab in there and put some nice plants around it. I thought they were gonna raise that money, they didn't. Somebody said they
Trying to get it.
had some of the people that donate, like some of the,
Furniture.
yeah, I guess it didn't happen.
So, computers and weed eaters and monitors and ATV what? Oh, cart. IT, 3 docking stations and monitors for their staff. Uniforms in the library.
You should get rid of that item C
E.
and D.
There must be a small chainsaw, $500.
Yeah.
500.
Bigger.
Ridge trimmer.
Hey.
Look forward to seeing you in your fiesta apparel.
What's that?
I look forward to seeing you in your fiesta apparel.
Oh, what is
Thank you
that?
very much.
Saw belts on there, circular saw.
$100.
Yeah, they're tailor-made.
Oh, it's 180? Oh, my eyes are getting even better.
So how do these get approved, Rick? I know they're one-time expenditures, or these?
There. You said to one.
The one, oh yeah, you just saved $90.
So how do these get approved on, they're one-time purchases?
They're part of your budget, but they all come out of the cash that you're gonna carry over as your year-end balance from this year. So everything has to still go through the regular procurement system. And, when we submit our budget to DFA, you have to have a starting cash balance. So I don't know that we would show these, right?
I think what he's asking, Rick,
I think we would show them.
I think what he's asking is, how do you get your item on this list?
Oh.
If you're planning or if you're facilities. or whatever.
These were in the operating budget, and they were taken out because they were a one-time issue. So they fall back.
But I think he's asking who's gonna determine who gets what first.
And then you prioritize.
Yes.
So I imagine there was probably more than this list.
No?
No?
Mhm.
No, this list was done after the reductions, so we really didn't have to choose. It fits within the budget, we still balance.
So when I did, all year, I think I had one carryover amount of like 20,000, so when I submitted the budget, we did include them, but I also did on my cover letter to let them know that this are one-time costs that don't affect the reoccurring revenues over expenditures, and they were good with that.
And Councilman, you can see on 43009 books, periodical software, that like $9,000 for a project, Microsoft project. That's one of those things we were talking about before that saves money. Same with that Visio on the bottom. Probably buy more versions of that. Project is a cross-platform piece of software that we can set up so that every program, every project can be matched up with its budget. You can see a calendar time frame that shows what should be completed by what date, who's responsible for it, each department. And once we get it set up for each of the departments, we can have you look at it. And if you want to know, for example, on a road or the airport, if it's behind, if the money's not being spent, you can actually narrow it down to not just what the grant source would be, but who the person is that's falling behind, that's holding it up. Is it stuck in contracting, or is it stuck in the architect, or is it one of our staff? So it really provides a great mechanism for time management and resource management as well for myself and the finance department. So in the end, it makes everybody work more efficient, but more of that technology that we can put in place.
And it's no problem.
Can we go back a little bit just to that Fiesta apparel jackets for mayor and two council and Fiesta apparel for town manager?
Right there.
Does anybody have that dying desire for
No, you can cancel my jacket.
festive clothes?
Not interested in jacket.
Because I'm not either. Anyway, for tonight.
It's just to give a uniform to all those around. Where it shows Jacob wants my jacket.
Are the jackets different, or
I
what?
think they'd
The
recognize
jacket is
us
kind of
anyway.
here on jacket, two shirts or those polo shirts over
That big banner on the bottom of the truck that says Taos County Council, seal on the dirt.
I don't want any of those.
A vanity plate. let's move on. I'm with you, Councilwoman. Okay.
Aaron, did you want to do this?
Huh?
Did you want to do this?
Let the county, if you want, when we make our own stuff.
I have my own, yes.
So that equals the $216,000.
Okay.
Good? I mean, good there.
And the jackets too, so.
Let me ask a question down on postage, you got the plan,
Mm-hmm.
certified mailing for annexation?
Yeah, that's, I kind of questioned that too, but that's an estimate that what it would take if they decided to rezone every parcel. They would notify every parcel owner by certified first class mail of the potential zoning change for the public hearing, which would have to be an ordinance. And there's
Okay, because that,
all
it
different.
almost looks like this is for new annexation.
No, no, we're not being greedy.
No, no, I'm
Clean it
just
up,
saying
build it.
that it would be better if you just said, zoning on recently annexed properties.
We'll change that.
Or rezoning.
Ready? Okay, that's general fund,
Now we go to emergency communications.
emergency communications.
Is this general fund?
That was your one.
Well, that was general fund, but this is in general fund, but its own fund.
We broke out several of the remaining programs you see on your agenda because we felt that they were likely to be programs that you had questions about because we will be doing policy changes and how we were budgeting for them.
Now, is the reason on the emergency communications that you have the full budget in here is because we're not sure when the transfer will be made?
Well, the hope was to reach an agreement, and the two work teams from the town and county staff had put together a budget that they felt was realistic and uniform throughout the year. And what subsequently happened is that the county has decided at the county manager level that they want a lesser budget than the one town and the joint team was proposing, and that it should be broken into 2 6-month budgets. And that during the first 6 months, that the town should be responsible for any costs related to the Kit Carson Command Center. That they won't pay those. And then in the second half, we're delaying, as was said at the joint meeting, the idea of delaying the training until after we're in the new building, so that there'll be higher personnel costs related to that and higher training costs. The only one item that we haven't really reached consensus on that I think we really have to going forward is that we have an agreement right now on the director's salary that reflects the house. And certainly, council and myself have looked at that along with Amity and felt that probably it wasn't quite kosher to do it that way, and it wasn't satisfying her concern either long term. But certainly, once she becomes a county employee on January 1st, as an arrangement, we would have to terminate. So I had asked her to come back with a proposal of what she felt originally she had discussed and that she'd be comfortable with, particularly given that we've somewhat changed the situation. We're now looking at a regional entity, a lot more responsibility, including on training and equipment and that. She came back with a figure, and then there was sort of a counter, which was to take the equivalent value, rental value of the house, and just add that onto the salary. And she was willing to accept that. But the county feels that that throws their scale out of whack. So we're talking about a lower figure, and I will accept that responsibility for getting together with Steve and coming to a compromise that keeps the county happy.
But we had also talked in that joint meeting about the fact that after the staff is trained, we're gonna have to be increased and that was the reason why I talked about keeping that $371 per unit. And I understand it, but my concern right now is that the budget that you're showing us here is a full year budget instead of a half year budget, if that's what our responsibility is. And then the county will show in their books, you have half year budget.
Well, it is a full year budget, and it shows the offset. And yes, we're gonna have to get back to you in the next 4 or 5 days, because I know the county's in the same position of setting their budget. And we're gonna have to have have figures for both 6-month blocks that are agreed upon by both parties. We're still at dispute, again, as you heard in the meeting, combined meeting, that they're paying the lower amount. Even when I was at the county, it's my understanding that as soon as there was agreement, they had the money budgeted to go to the 371. So we've actually taken $83,000, or 80.
Oh, 80.
We've taken money out of the general fund, 80-some odd thousand, to be safe.
Oh, yes.
And to underwrite what the town has subsidized the county and the other partners on their regards. And certainly you can see how tight a budget this is. And I think the town reasonably was very generous in saying, look, we're going to back out the moving costs that it took us and we took out of the reserve, and we're going to absorb that cost. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about a reserve for that extra council in there. So I don't want to see the town hurt twice on that, because it'd be one thing if the county was building a brand new center, all their equipment, but they are benefiting to the tune of almost $185,000 by taking the Casidian over there.
No, I was just looking at the standpoint of saying that the deal was that the budget we should be looking at would be that portion of what we are, the fiscal agent, and then a budget when we're not fiscal. That's what I was looking at and saying, but what you gave me is a full year budget, which is great to understand that this is what the total cost for that operation is going to be for the year. But I was just thinking about how that would reflect on our books actually. And so it would be 6 months of half of that figure, and then the last 6 months of the year would be our portion that we need to pay.
That's a great point. That may be a good way to resolve this dispute with the county. Okay, we'll do that. We'll give you the 2 6-month budgets.
Okay, thank you.
I was wondering, I've heard Amity comment that she'd really like to hire 2 more dispatchers. And I know right now they're working 12-hour shifts. And for 2 more employees, is the county going to pick that up, or since they decreased it here?
Again, it's 2 separate issues. If we're the fiscal agent, we put it in there. It's one thing for us to do that. We have the authority to be able to do that. It's another thing if we want to pick up that cost all by ourselves versus getting the other partners to pay for it. The second 6 months, I think that the county views the lesser cost by not having to immediately, I think you heard Steve say that he felt we could slide into it with less staff, even though we're going to the 3 consoles now. And that technology would allow us to have staff, but that's true in the far future, once the GPS and the software is in place in all the vehicles, and the vehicles can talk to themselves without going through dispatch. Until that's in place and the county puts its own 311 system in, there's not gonna be a need for less staff, there's a need for more staff because they're getting more information and relaying more information back out. So I do agree with Amity, and I think most of the people on the public safety team, well, I'd say all of the people on the public safety team, believe that we need those extra two. We have to have 13. She's explained her side that for certification purposes, she can't be counted as a dispatcher. And that's what we're doing right now. And we're just gonna burn people out. You're gonna spend more in overtime and replacing people that are calling out than you are if you just straight up budget for those extra two people. So again, that's all part of the, you would think that the $1.4 million would be the part everybody would fight about, but it's not. I mean, we all feel pretty good about shaking hands, but we still haven't even started to talk about the MOU, or the JPA between us. And this kind of comes back to that issue of, do we make these decisions collectively, or does one person make these decisions for all the people? And I know Councilor, you had that conversation about, that's why a public safety board is needed.
Absolutely.
And
again,
and also that's dedicated revenue stream.
That's what I was gonna talk about, but I want to talk about it right now. One of the things that me and Rick have been working with the county is seeing if we can't get them to step up to the plate to the 371 so that it will quit impacting our budget. So we're working at that right now.
And I just looked at it when we had that joint meeting as planning for the future.
Yep.
In a sense, of saying, you've got a number of things that you're asking these people to do, and in the end, you have to compensate. Whether it means additional staff, or it means additional money, or both. Put it in the budget, because if you don't do it, in the end, what's gonna happen is they're gonna walk out.
And I think we have to, we're a councilman, I think we have to rely on the mayor and his representation on the county commission, because I believe that part of that resistance to showing what the real budget is going to be is it really leaves no doubt that financially, the only way to operate this system for everybody is to go to that dedicated tax, to go to a GRT for public safety, and that would immediately put almost $400,000 back in our budget and the county's budget.
Look, Commissioner Hans is money for repairs.
Do what?
Especially if we had a dedicated revenue source that would fund ambulance and
That's right.
E911.
Absolutely.
That's for another conversation.
All right, any other questions on this budget? Next. Lodging tax.
So the first document is just an overall summary of everything that's associated right now currently with the lodging tax allocation. So what we have is the allocation amounts between the transportation department, the marketing program, and I put this here because this was previously convention, but now it's to marketing, the visitor center, and then the general first marketing. So the money, we're estimating revenues to be $987,360. We get a 5% administrative cost for that, which is $49,000. And we anticipate an ending balance in our administrative budget of $12,000, having us $61,944 for our administrative budget, current carryover and the new one. And then the distribution of the $937,000. And you can see just the breakdown up here, what the percentage and how much each gets. The lodger's tax promotional fund, estimated beginning cash balance is $95,000. They plan on bringing in $115,000 for safe sales and services that they do at the visitor center. And the transfer from the lodger's tax is 281, 397 for the visitor center, and 375, 196 for the marketing, and 93, 799 for marketing. I just kept those two separate just for the presentation, and that should have been a 27 right there. So their estimated revenues is 961,979. They have an operating budget at the visitor center, 429,462, which you'll see the detailed budget, but it does include a portion of the visitor center roof. And we have the balance covered in the capital projects currently, not for this year, but the upcoming year. And
I'm sorry, Mary, did you say the visitor center's roof?
yes,
Okay.
yes. And then the marketing budget at 474, which we'll see the detail on that also. This is just a little summary on each one of them. With an estimated ending balance 58,000, and all of the operating budgets have a 1/12 reserve, like the general fund, how we talked about in that workshop meeting that we had when these guys were newly elected. Convention center, that fund will go away now. And then public
Is it
transportation.
1/12 or 2/12?
1/12. In all of the other operating budgets, like this one, communications, water, wastewater, all of those, 1/12. Public transportation has a beginning balance of 97 estimated, 97,471. They get 187,598 from lodger's tax. Their state matching grants and bus fares, 502 in revenue. And actually, those are just their grant money. And then 81.5 is their bus revenues, advertising, and their budget is 815,496. So leaving 53,000 as a ending balance. So that's just an overall. Sure.
So passenger revenues are only 10% of the total budget?
Yep, they are.
I thought we were 15%.
They're at 30,000.
What's the other difference?
Advertising on the buses. Let me just look real quick. Hold on a second. Oh, I have to go open that other tab. Give me just a second. They have 16,000 on their advertising benches and 31,000 on their Taski Valley agreement, and then 34,500 on their bus fares.
One thing I wanted to mention is, you saw where we zeroed out the section that was dedicated towards the operation of the convention center, which is listed up at the top on allocations as a second line. That's the 10% at the 93,799.20. And what we would like to do with that, unless there's any objection by the council, is to reinstitute the job of marketing tourism director, similar to the role that Kathy Connolly used to fill. And this one of those rare opportunities we can create a position that would not negatively impact the budget, because we could fund that 100% out of the lodger's tax and still have money left over on that 93,799.
Any questions?
I think that position is necessary. I've had so many people comment to me on that in the business district on Capitol.
The other change you'll see added to this before the final copy, we've had a little discussion about that, is the idea that we're asking, in particular, the police chief and Steve at facilities to estimate their actual expenses in supporting events, and that those are eligible to be used, to be reimbursed as an expense for lodger's tax, and that if we can do that, and that lowers the general fund amount out of those budgets for personnel and support costs that's money that we can then make available to hopefully support events directly out of general fund expenditures through a competitive process.
And the public transportation, it would really be nice if somehow we could use that to take our visitors who come to Taos, because I've run into this at the kiosk so many times over the years I've been there. You know, they're walking, and a lot of times they come on the blue bus from Santa Fe to Taos, and they only have 2 hours and 3 hours tops before they need to get back to the blue bus. Use that bus for tourism to transfer our visitors to the Pueblo or to the Florida Bridge. I don't know, that's might be another issue to talk to you about, how we can better utilize that
The,
bus.
the restriction that we have on the federal funding side is that the buses have to be on a return route. If we take them off of that route, such as doing temporary runs to the bridge and things like that, we won't be.
How many buses do we currently have?
Well, wherever federal funds are involved, particularly since they buy the buses, that's the problem.
Keep going forward, I think maybe the opportunity we do have here is that the mayor is the chair of RTD, and Blue Bus and I are wanting to set up a meeting and a dialogue with RTD about town becoming a member, which would allow us to have certain benefits, it doesn't cost anything. But also the idea that there were runs that they believe they duplicate that we do, if we can lower our costs or have them take those over, then maybe we can look at redesigning the system to focus less on being a work-related transport and more on tourism-related transport.
And I just want to say one thing, you know, that weekend bus that comes out of town, the idea was it was supposed to bring tourists into town or people into town, and it's actually working in opposite. It takes people out of town. So it's supposed to have been a revenue generating thing through lodger's tax to bring people in, but it's actually working the opposite. It's taking people out to spend their money in the other communities. No, I'm talking
Taos
about the
Express.
Saturday, Sunday bus.
We're talking about that.
I didn't think so. Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be.
I know,
Yeah.
right? And I think that's a route that needs to be done right. But it's a regular route, see, that's the thing, is if you're gonna,
Yeah.
and here's one of the things that happened. You know, when we first started the bus system, we used to go to the Pueblo, the old Pueblo, and turn around there and then come back out. And the Pueblo said, no, we don't want it to go there. We can only go to the casino. So that's what it goes to the casino, and that's the spot you pick up or drop off. And that's the regular route.
Because I have had some tourists approach me, and I'm not sure if they have to walk from the casino the rest of the way.
But that's what they wanted, they didn't want to go all around. And even their own,
Tribal members?
tribal members like this one because then they can pick up and come to town and they can't also. Council over there has their own system of doing things.
And maybe that's an issue we can bring up. There seems to be a growing need for a dialogue on a number of issues with the new government. They seem really receptive over there. You know, in our meeting we had about the Opera Day thing. Robbie Romero was having a conversation with the new war chief. And he was saying, I'm really open to having a dialogue about all of these issues. Something we can bring that up, because that would be great if we could get people right up to the Pueblo, the tourists that do come to Bank and see it.
And that's what it was at the beginning, when they said, no, we don't want you to come over here. So, out to the bridge is a different story.
Everything okay on this one? Go on to the historic district?
Do you want to see that? Let me just show the budgets. That was just the summary. I'll just open the budget real quick for the visitor center.
Wait a minute, we're not there yet.
This is the one right underneath allocations. We're still in the visitor, in the lodger's tax.
The largest tax was 3
I'm
times.
sorry, you're right. I want to look at this one, ask some questions.
So, Public Affairs and Tourism, we're going to change that name, but Visitor Center. Those are all the revenues. I was sort of skipping through all those on the general. So, staff increases, insurances, they decrease their overtime a little bit. And this year we did increase their other miscellaneous expense, 63,000, just to show the revenue of the Arts and Visitor Center sales, and then the payouts. I'm
This is,
showing them as an expense.
this is the payout, right?
Yes, that's a payout,
Okay, where's the income?
up on this first one here. So really, they have the income as the same, but the commissions and the commissions on those vendor sales, they have at 27,000.
So where's the other income? Actual sales?
Right here, ABIC vendor sales, 63.
Okay.
And then their 281 allocation that they get from the lodger's tax.
So total sales at the visitor center on vendors is 100,000, right?
Yes. Yes, really.
And we get 30%.
We get 30%.
And as you come into the visitor center, the room to the right, it has the glass doors on it.
Yeah, what I was trying to get at is that it should be, and the audit committee has agreed to this, it should be 40-60 split.
Right.
And we just went up this year from 25-75 to 30. So if you look at industry average, it's actually between 60 to the location and 40 to the supplier, up to 40, 60. So the switch is either 64 or 68. And that's the normal market range.
What I wanted to get some consensus on is that room to the right, I know when I used to come here a decade ago, that room had exhibits from Pueblo in there, and pottery and some historical artifacts and historical photos. And I thought that room and the Carson room, which used to again have more in there, there were some different kinds of rocks and fossils and things. To me, that really caught my interest, because that was opening your eyes to what you could see here in the county, way more than doing kind of a sales store. And unless there's an objection, in talking to the staff over there, we moved the trolley bus back to where it used to be in the back hallway. So it really just leaves some banners in there for Blue and Company and a couple others, which we don't generate a lot on. But I'd like to have that dialogue with the Pueblo again about getting them in here and talking to BLM about getting some more exhibits in their room in there, because I think that's just a great attraction to people, particularly that haven't been to the Southwest, to realize we have all that right here in the county.
Well, the Pueblo used to rent that room, it was very expensive for that exhibit. And why they pulled out of it, I don't know. That was down at the time I was around.
It's my understanding from the staff there that there was a flood in the building at some point, and all the exhibitors were asked while the building was being cleaned up to remove everything. And that they then just never came back and distributed that collection between the Pueblo Governor's Office and the War Chief's Office. And that just nobody ever approached them about bringing it back.
But that section there wasn't,
It was, excuse me?
that's not the section that the roof was replaced on.
Yeah, that seemed odd to me too, that why would you clean out the whole building? But
I don't know, but I'm just saying is that because when I got up on the roof, the roof that was replaced is over the office section. And that section where the Pueblo was at, and BLM is at, was not replaced, that was fine.
Does that seem okay with the council though? I mean, we're giving up some revenue, but at the same time, I think that's maybe generating.
Well, one of the questions that we had at the audit committee, of that's the last budgets we looked at, is how vendors get into the facility and whether or not they're really looking at the marketability of the products that are in there and how often they look at that. And they seem to be pretty up to making sure that the products they have are moving, and if they're not, they get rid of them. But there's a number of exhibits in there that are short-term, 1, 3 months. There may be some discussion on that as to whether or not those are really good for us in off-seasons, to where a more permanent selection of items could be more profitable.
One of the other opportunities that is that we have that conference room, which is part of the arrangement with the Chamber of Commerce back there. And there's been a desire on their part to be closer to town. The county had made a deal that we would include them in the offices on the second floor of the old county courthouse, which I think is a great idea to create a second visitor center in the center of town. So if that freed up that conference room and that back office up there, that might be additional space that we can use for either exhibits or revenue generation going forward.
Or just take some signage.
Yeah.
Well, we have the kiosk there that is just so underutilized. You can either turn it into a public bathroom or, you know, maybe since we have the visitor center, alternate employees. Because there's just not enough volunteers. I love doing it, but there's just not enough.
Rick, I noticed under the utilities, there's a lot of stuff for Quest, and it just seems like a word abundance. I don't know what all it is, but I mean, we're spending a lot of money. Just in,
That's the, we do provide at the visitor center free Wi-Fi for everybody, and one of the things the staff did say is that it really doesn't serve tourists. So what happens is all the folks from TP that don't have coverage come there and sit there all day, download quite a bit of stuff. So we either need to rethink that, or I think we need to develop a policy in that regards.
I would think that, you know, for example, with me, my phone, I can do everything I need to do, you know, through Verizon. And most everybody else does too, is visible. So it might be better that we use the library for that purpose for those people than using our visitor center. Make them come into the library, that's what it's set up for.
Right.
And take away the Wi-Fi. If our tourists are using it, that's what it's made for, and not for, you know, the county residents. Let's use the facility that's set up for county residents, which is the library.
there's $14,000 or $15,000 that we're spending just in that. And then the other thing that I saw too, and I hope they're not spending $300 a quart for firewood, because they're getting ripped off. $230 is the max.
I think they just put that in the budget. I think they get a better deal than that.
$230 plus taxes, they're even biting going.
What would it be if we put a guest?
Doesn't quite have that.
It doesn't have the ambiance
the
that
ski.
the firewood does.
Get going.
Yeah.
Safer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's a good point to Councilman Peralta in regards to the phone, because one of the things that's come out of really getting the public involved in the whole tourism and marketing question is that everybody said what we really need is an app for everybody's phones that has all the tours of whether you want to go arts or hiking or whatever, connected to the website so that people can, as they're walking, get the whole walking tour and the information, all of that. So you're right, we might make that need for internet down here for a laptop to be obsolete.
What cost would it be to us if we made that app free? In other words, you download it to your phone,
Just the,
off the website, but just,
yeah, the design and the hosting fee, and the hosting fee tends to be pretty nominal. In fact, most people are now realizing that rather than hosting in-house, it's better to go to Brown Rice or something like that, who has huge server capacity, redundant systems, so if one's down, they can just switch over. So, and the design will depend anywhere to $10,000 to $30,000, depending on how complicated and interactive you want it to be. But certainly, we can get you that information.
I mean, because you could download that app in New York before you make a trip and get yourself accustomed to everything that's available here. I think it'd be a great advertising product to put out.
Yeah, particularly with the new features now, like Google Earth, that actually connect directly to putting you on the street. You can turn around and see in all directions and go down the street. It's pretty remarkable what they can do. And while we're talking about, I'll say one more thing, because I don't want it to come up blindly, and that is that there's a real consensus, even by some of the people we hated in the marketing, that we're very foolish in that we've developed Taos.com and Taos.org, and we urge everybody in our marketing to go to that. What we're really doing is it's privately owned by a for-profit entity, despite the fact that we've spent $2 million developing that as a resource to the town, and that at some point here, we need to get that back. That should belong to the town. We've paid for it, we've developed it with lodger's tax, and unbeknownst, some of the people that were doing the work for us went out and registered it in their name, and they're charging other people in the town, like Solar Fest and everybody else, to participate in that, which is crazy. You know, if it's good for our economy, it should be a free site that helps you promote the activities to bring people here.
Absolutely.
You good on that?
Good.
And other one associated with this one, and I don't know why I didn't put transportation, but we'll go over that one later. This is marketing. As in the past, and I'm sure discussion will happen in the future, advertising at 68, and then the program for the marketing for Griffin and Associates.
And the plan right now is on track. Hopefully next week we'll have our second meeting on the marketing and tourism forum for the community. We'll be asking you very shortly, maybe probably not Tuesday, but the following meeting, to extend on a month-to-month basis, not to exceed 3 months, to get us through the September campaign, to extend the Griffin contract, and in the interim, we'll develop a new updated marketing plan and RFP, and go out to bid on that, hopefully for a start date in January.
Okay, here's another one. Question this for a couple of years, and that is the local media and advertising, house news, and radio stations. I don't think that should be allocated.
All this right here?
Hmm?
All of this right here?
All three of those. If you need that for local advertising, it should be just one budget, and you determine how you want to spread it out between the medias. But I don't think we should allocate something just to fund whatever. And I don't even know if we need that much in the budget, so.
I don't think so, Councilman. They're actually calling us saying, you have spots you're credited for, can you give us something to run? And that bothers me. The other part of it is we have, again, a difficulty in that the majority, when I go through the billings, the majority of what we're paying for there isn't eligible. That is supposed to be for tourism and marketing, and the majority of it is our Easter egg content. So we really need two advertising budgets. One for this public information we really want to get out, which for the most part, if we have that Kathy Connolly person,
they're obligated by law to do public service announcements and have to do something a month. So we shouldn't be paying for that. Maybe some things we want, but this part, I agree with you. It should be a line item for media purchases, and it should be part of an overall package, not just that they're guaranteed this much and they're guaranteed this much.
The only thing I think you need to look at, well, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I think on radio advertising, well, no, even on newspaper advertising, I think they're required to give us the best rate. So you don't have to contract for $5,000 in order to get this rate over $3,000 in this rate. So that's where I'm coming from, saying is that what we should do is decide how much money do you need in local media, advertising that would be tourism promotional, and then that's what we budget. And then if you want to budget something from general fund for other kinds of advertising, such as legal ad, well, even those you've already budgeted for. So I'm just saying is I just think that it's a little bit high, but it's also, I think, shouldn't be qualified in the sense of how you use it, because that should be a determination based upon what you need at what particular time and not based upon spreading it around. For no good reason, because some things that you really want to advertise don't necessarily fit with certain types of media.
And we used to have them in general fund, and then along the way they were put into here, so they were originally in general fund.
The Mother's Day concert, that's a for-profit organization, and I've sort of always thought it should go to a non-profit status, get a public fund it, and get a tax deduction on that. 6,000. I have a requested public document on that, but they have an itemized thing that, do we know what the $6,000 is spent on? There's
The
a beer
letter,
garden there.
an opinion was drafted by council in regards to eligible uses for this money. And a notice has gone out to DMC and will go out shortly with a copy of that memo to the rest of council to advise them, along with the chamber, that the only thing that money can be used for is actual marketing, advertising for the event, not for the support of the event. And again, as discussed earlier, it's the recommendation of staff, and we'll have that in the final budget, that these events be taken out of there, and that there should be a general RFP at the beginning of each year that everybody in the public can put out for, and that there's money set aside in the general fund and some in the marketing, that all organizations can come forward with events, and that they can put in for eligible expenses, and depending on, you know, you can judge them competitively on what you're getting in return for the dollars that you're investing. I think as council always reminds me, the less you look like you're giving a preferential treatment to somebody or singling somebody out, the more you have a uniform policy. And everybody has an opportunity at, the more transparent it is, the less likely you're gonna have problems during the auditing process.
So, Mr. Billis, then why is it, this is our proposed budget, why is it listed like this? Why not enact the change now? So,
I'm proposing that change actually, and if you're agreeable, then we will do that.
yes, we talked about the Fiesta earlier. That's going to be revisited, revamped. Taos Plaza, the general consensus seems to be that that's really a successful weekly affair. I'm surprised that that budget's a little low. I would have thought that would be much higher. But then I really like your idea and Councilwoman Cantu's inferred proposal that we lump the other special events using an RFP as the pathway to Shady. Who else needs marketing help? Definitely like the idea of sticking strictly to marketing. And I agree also, rather than designating Taos News and K-Town DMC, that it become a general category to be used. Kind of the way you're suggesting. But I would like to see all of that broken out. Let's send a message now, clearly.
We will do that.
All pending the mayor and council's approval. You know, as I look at Taos News, the visitor guide, gallery guides, summer-themed visitor guide, in-paper ads, online ads, splurge, trip-ons. Okay.
Let me explain that. When we're paying, we're really double paying. When we're purchasing up there and dedicating that to specific guides, which is great for tourism. At the same time, we're paying Griffin Associates and the Lodgers Association to co-op advertise. So what you'll see is a block of 4 ads. We're paying for 3 out of the 4 of those ads. And to me, that makes no sense. We either pay Griffin to do it, or if we hire an in-house person and we have a marketing budget, and she handles this for all the groups, rather than, it makes more sense that a specialist in advertising would be better at marketing your event for you than if you're a nonprofit and you're trying to do that on your own. You're gonna get more saturation. Because one of the things you had asked about before was that line item for the Tourism Association. One of the things you get by being in that is you get to cooperatively buy advertising with the state and New Mexico Tourism Division. So, for example, every 5th full-page ad they have that's New Mexico True will feature your community and the events that you're having in that community. And you get it at a greatly discounted price because they're subsidizing it.
All I'd like to see is exact those changes.
It would be nice to see something in addition to, in case with the new administration, other people would like to come forward and, have the events that some of us talked about a lot during our campaign.
Well, I think that one of the things that we take and lump that money together and use it for the advertising of local events for tourists. And can classify something coming from Ranchos or West as a tourist. True, you could, but I'm just saying that by doing it that way, then it gives you the latitude to determine whether or not this event, such as Taos Live, gets advertising dollars that really go to advertising. And you can determine whether 2,000 up or 3,000 up, whatever it is. But it really gets it into that mode rather than saying, I've got 500 spots to do in gear on the radio, but I don't know what to put in it. Okay, so it pulls back the budget to make it more operative and saying, we'll use it when we need it, but we don't just automatically use it. And that was where I was coming from, saying not to necessarily reduce that, although maybe in some instances we will, depending upon how the next year rolls out. And we can look at it and say, was 22, 33, $45,000 in local advertising more than enough? And then you could add some of those other ones in too if you wanted to. Is that too much money that we're using in there, and it should be put into longer, broader scope of advertising or not? So, and even you can adjust that going down the road too. If we're not spending it, let's move it into something else that you think that we need to do.
Okay.
But I think that making it a general advertising category is the best thing to do.
Other contractual services? So is this So I'm looking at social media, Honeycomb, et cetera, 20,000. Are we now moving into the Joni Griffin placement stuff
Yes,
here?
yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's just how they break it down according to some of the items that they do.
So Griffin and Associates has put $20,000 worth of verifiable social media plants out there.
I don't know if you, I think they propose the amount that they are gonna use, I don't think that.
Well, okay, yeah,
Right.
right.
But those are their intentions to use at least that amount to that.
Right, and then news release wire services, 2,000.
There's a lot of this that if we hire an in-house person, we can do in-house. That we don't need to be paying somebody else to do it. Because once you get your national wire service distribution network set up, and everybody uses the same 2 or 3, you don't need to be paying somebody else to do that.
You know, one of the things I talked about last year in the budget was that I didn't feel that I needed to see all these numbers.
Say that again.
I didn't need to see that they're gonna spend $20,000 on social media or $5,000 on print advertising, let's say. All I need to know is, here's the category of things that we feel that we need to do, and then you let the committee decide where the numbers go. But that's not necessarily something for us to do, because they can move it around anyway, according to the contract, to make sure that we get the best bang for the dollars, so. To me, looking at it this way, if you approve this budget, to me, it says, you can only spend this much on media advertising. If you spend more than that, you're out of budget, you need to come back for a budget adjustment. If we just say, your budget is X, and we want you to hit all of these different things, you determine how much you need to have in each one of these categories as you go along.
And if we do pick up a marketing person as is being proposed, this is all gonna change anyway.
Correct.
But it's not gonna go away. It's still gonna be
No, but
necessary.
I see what Councilman Peralta's concern is if we start increasing our social media, you know, are we gonna have to ask for a bar?
I mean, we can take those amounts out. I think they were asked to propose a budget and they put costs towards them. We
And-
don't double check when they submit their invoices that all these match, because I think at the last time that we did it, we approved it knowing that they're not held to that amount. But they are held, like, these are the items that the town wanted them to do, or they might have wanted to increase something. I think throughout the year, they come to the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board and say, we're gonna do this instead of that. So, you know, it's pretty flexible.
And that's why I'm just saying is that what we need is just the language saying, here are the areas of, that need to be looked at, but we're not going to determine what the allocation is to the providers, because it's going to bounce all over the thing, what we feel that
But
needs to be done, and that's all there is to it, so.
And Councilman, considering we're gonna be doing a new marketing plan, we just, as you say, just need those 3 bundles of where the money goes for now. What proportion between the marketing plan will drive then the RFPs for who we hire to do this. And they'll give us the plan.
That's right, you do the plan, and you do the implementation of whatever the plan is that you decide you want to do, and all you do is report back to us at the end of the year, here's what we did, and here are the results, and here are the changes we feel that we need to make that weren't profitable or need to be expended to, whatever, and that's fine. And give us, give us sound statistics to prove out your point. That's all we ask for.
I think that's a great institutional tool. It certainly helps me to look at all of the different things.
Right.
I did have account management, 48 grand, day-to-day management. I'm gonna guess that's Joni.
That's,
That's,
whoever it is for their firm probably.
but if
Yeah.
all things will remain the same, that would actually be Joni's gross
Yeah.
profit.
Yeah.
So when citizens come to us and say, well, you're spending $1 million on advertising and Joni, all this stuff is going on in town, et cetera, really Joni's gross is 48. Okay. And the rest is getting spent, okay. And so what I hear kind of a consensus happening is to take Councilman Barrotto's approach, which is to break it out into 3 basic sections, and then we'll determine at that point how that's going to be enacted. An in-house marketer, then that individual farming out a little bit to Jody Griffin to do some kind of placement, right? Am I getting it?
I think so.
Okay.
Pretty close.
2% increase, what does that mean, Mariana? Down towards the bottom?
When we did the projections, we did a 2% increase to the expenditures also. So we just added it in here. It doesn't necessarily mean that the budget will be increased by that. We have it there, but until they show us what they're gonna do for that.
Right. And I'm sorry to be a little hung up on this, but okay, so online advertising, TripAdvisor, DMC page, MNI, etc. What, 50 grand? What does that mean? Got any idea? Anybody got ideas?
You look at an online TripAdvisor?
Yeah, line H, Councilman.
Yes, sir.
TripAdvisor, DMC page, Mini, etc., or MNI, etc.
I think they're online websites that you go and you post whatever it is. I think Rick will have an idea because he's been looking at.
I would suggest that you go to the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board meeting this month, because Jody always goes to that, and
Right.
she gives out the breakdown, and you can see, she talks about
Yeah.
Pandora Radio or any of the items that she's advertising on, so she breaks it down for you, so.
Since we've been elected, I've been trying to get to one every Tuesday morning.
No, that's the Tuesday morning marketing group at the chamber, but the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board only does the last Tuesday of each month at 9 o'clock.
In the
And
morning.
it's- Yeah,
Yeah.
at Town Hall. But
Right.
that one gives stats and it gives the breakdown, and Joni's there, so
Okay.
you can hear what she has to say. So it's really, it's good to go.
Thank you.
Just for your information, the TripAdvisor is a website that you can go to, and you can plug in a destination. And if you are a participant in that, such as the Town of Taos, you can put Town of Taos and then bring you to our website and to other information about Taos. And that's what TripAdvisor does.
So for us to be involved with TripAdvisor, some organization called DMC, Page, and
No, that's just one location, and there's 2 others, or
Right.
many others that you.
And there's
Tag on to
several things she's,
$50,000 a year?
It could be 20 to 15 websites, yeah. They charge you,
yeah,
they'll charge you $80, $90 a month, or $100 a month, or $200 a month, depending upon the site and how popular they are. The more popular, the more it costs.
Graphic design, ads, materials, e-mag, signs, etc. 30 grand. So we're paying Joni to pay an artist to design, well, we're paying Joni to pay Janet Webb. Do I got that about right?
Yeah,
Well, I say yes or no.
little pieces.
Well, just as an example, I don't mean to be picking on Janet, I love Janet, she's great, but we're paying an artist, let's put it that way.
That's correct. What we're doing is we're paying Joni Griffin $48,000 to find a graphic designer to do that.
20,000.
And then $30,000 or $20,000 will pay for those ad designers.
Right,
Yeah, she also has some subcontractors that she works with.
I'm sorry.
She does have subcontractors from Taos that she works with.
Right, my numbers indicated about $50,000 a year locally. Now that may not be correct, but.
Yeah, I'm still sort of learning, but I know she works a lot with web design. I think Jonah Reynolds possibly.
Right.
I don't know if she does with JV Tedesco,
Hmm.
but different people are involved.
Great Key Media Taos.
Other questions?
Well, I apologize, I just have to go through it line by line and just think. So, okay, so now, Councilman Peralta, here's another, line L, TCLA partnership, taos.org, and ads on the site, 13,000. How's that different than TripAdvisor, DMC page?
You gave the money to the Taos County Lodgers Association, the TCLA,
Yeah,
to develop the Taos.org site, and they're now charging you $13,000 to advertise on that site to represent you as the Town of Taos.
so we gave them our identity,
Yes,
and now they're charging us to use our identity.
yes.
That's what Rick was talking about earlier.
I know,
We need
okay.
to get that back.
Right. So, okay,
Now's the time.
Now, does part of that fee, though, that we pay them, pay for upgrading the site? No? It's strictly to be on the site.
That's an advertising line item, so I understand that, yes.
In their budget, they presented, let me phrase it another way. In their budget, they presented back to us for their operations to justify the $13,000. Do they indicate in there that out of the people who pay them to advertise there, that they're spending some of that money to upgrade, keep it up to date?
I don't have that information.
No, I realize that, but I'm just saying, that's kind of a question to ask. Is some of the
Oh, yeah.
expense that is there is to keep it an active, updated site and not just a site?
Well, it's a business. I mean, the Lodgers Association, and this is part of this bigger investigation we've had to do. I've always been under the impression that they're our partner because we put up money through the lodgers tax and they put up money from the hotels as a cooperative. But it's a business. And it's a for-profit. And it's in the business of making money in tourism just as clearly as Johnny Griffin's in that business. And the conflict the heartburn I have is that because some of the same people are involved in each of these, and does that mean they're getting paid more than once? They're referring business to people that are then endorsing them. Like, for example, when you go to the Tuesday morning market, John Avalon's there, but John's also on the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board making recommendations as to who to fund with our money. But he also contracts Janet Webb, who's also contracted by Jimmy Griffin. So it's not really clear who's getting paid out of this money.
And kind of
We're
where
clear that somebody's got a business that they're making money on, and the only people not making money is the taxpayers. And that's-
Well, that's kind of where I'm coming from, to try to determine whether, what we're doing with this. And are we getting our money's worth or not? Because if we took back this site and we had to do it, could we do it, and profit? You're not making a lot, but not costing us more than what we're paying now. That's what I'm saying.
Without having the details, I can assure you that we could do it for, yes, we could do it, and we could do it economically, because, again, the representation I've always received is, it's the Lawyers Association puts up an equal share, and we put up an equal share, and we both get a bigger bang for the buck. And that's not the case. When I actually drill down on that to how much they really put in, it's about $75,000 versus we're putting in hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's not clear out of that $75,000 how much of that is advertising dollars that they're soliciting from the hotels directly that they would spend anyway. And that maybe we should be approaching the hotels and saying, can we partner with you directly, as opposed to going through somebody in the middle that then takes a piece from both sides.
And that's what we had when we had Destination Taos. We paid to play, but it was individual, and Destination Taos itself was its own entity that was strictly nonprofit in the sense that anybody who was on that group did it as a volunteerism, but we brought in money from the industry to make a unified sale. And I've got the same reserves that you do in the sense that that's now converted itself into a totally different program that is difficult to decipher what is really happening. And whether or not we're not paying people to do things that shouldn't be that way.
And I think Councilman Cantu will tell you that there are a lot of people, and she named some of them, Jamie Tedesco, John Reynolds, and others, that have really substantial marketing background. They come to these groups and volunteer their time and effort to help come up with ideas and shape campaigns for Joni, for the Lawyers Association. And I feel badly for them because now they're starting to say, well, wait a minute, I'm the only one at the table not getting paid out of this. And I think for transparency purposes, we maybe have to stop the train and then put out an RFQ and then require full disclosure. And I have defended Griffin and Associates during the forum that we had, and everybody's saying, yeah, but you can't show us this, you can't show us that. And I've said, look, people will only do for the money you give them what you require them to do. And we've never required them to produce those demographics. And yes, we need to do that in the future.
But I think that, one of those things is that that's where you create the operating procedures to say that, for example, if you are subcontracting to do any of this work, you can't sit on the table.
Correct.
So that you eliminate that so that Janet Webb can't be part of your marketing group if she's going to be working for the marketing.
I agree.
And so this is why I'm saying is that if we do things, and I'm just trying to say is that there can be a true business relationship between us and the lodgers tax people, if it's a true business relationship. Can't come back around the other side and now they're coming over here so they can dip into that same pot. No. It's just like a disclosure I have. I'm not doing business with the town in order to do, to get any kind of a benefit. I don't do business with the town. So I'm disclosing that I'm not going to do business with the town. If I did, then I'm going to leave the town. So it's an ethical sort of situation as well. And this is where I'm saying is that, we need to make sure that we differentiate those relationships. And I think maybe there's one of those things that needs to be brought before the council is the policy for marketing of the town and other things is that if you are doing business with the town, if you're receiving any revenues from them, you cannot be part of the decision-making process.
Yay, I like that one. That goes for the commissions too.
And, you know, and a lot of these people do very good work, but they shouldn't be deciding what the work is supposed to be for them to do.
I totally agree with Councilman Peralta and Councilwoman Cantu. Complete transparency. This sounds very incestuous and self-serving. I don't trust it. It is what has given us citizens the feeling that people are on the take. That $1 million is leaving town to Joni Griffin, even though we know that's not happening. But this is how these things get started. So I would like to get to the bottom of this. I am very upset that we are buying our name back from the TCLA. That's totally inappropriate. So let's go at it. Let's clean up this mess. I don't know how we budget for it right now, except to use this as institutional knowledge and create a general framework, as Councilman Peralta had suggested earlier.
And I don't want to insinuate there's anything wrong with our contracting with someone that makes a profit, but we should know that's what we're doing. It may be that rather than us doing something, a business can do it more efficiently. And it's to everyone's benefit if they can do it better and cheaper. But we need to know that's what we're doing. It's difficult, having come from the county, to know that some of the same people that we're paying money to for marketing here are their handout to the county for some of those tourism dollars over there as a nonprofit. And that just gets very confusing.
Okay,
I think we have direction.
thank you. Next item.
Historic district. Estimated revenues, parking meter fees, we brought them down to 50 cents. 100,000 this year. All we have in this budget is a decrease from last year's, obviously, because we estimated 300,000. That didn't work out. By the time we got the meters in and get them going, change the rates, then change the rates back, we're estimating 100,000, so 99,660. And really, the main things in this budget, first of all, is covering all of the actual lease agreements.
I'm sorry.
Covering all the lease agreements for the parking lot at 61,000. We took out the administrative fee. We also have some of, to the top. Oh. Revenue?
Let me ask,
Oh.
what is the deal? You don't have the employees on the top, but you do in the budget.
When Steve, I think we're gonna be working on this one a little bit more too, but we just put 13,000 for maybe 2 part-time meter persons. But that's only if the revenues come in, and that was budgeted last year. We took care of the maintenance and the purchasing of the meters last year, replacing, and just pretty much paying the leases.
I think actually he's looking at those more toward people to maintain the downtown.
You got 13,000 for, 14,000 for temporary employees. Is that to maintain the plaza during the
Yes.
season?
Yes.
Okay. And then the full-time, you have 21,000?
No, actually, that's a decrease in full-time and an increase in, or just leaving the
Oh, I'm sorry,
temporary.
never mind, okay.
Yeah.
So why do we have so much tax, medical insurance? Oh, no, you took it all, never mind.
Took it off.
Yeah. Okay, Mike, so the majority of this money is going to pay the leases, correct?
Right.
Where are we at on the budget for Main Street and that and JPA?
0.
not doing it?
Well, no, we need to do it, even if the county stays in it and employs the person and puts up $40,000, we need to, we've committed before to at least put 50,000 in it. And this budget leaves nothing for that. So my suggestion is going to be to take two part-time people out at the 14. There's 37,000 carried over from last year. And then the 12,000 for, I don't remember where that is. Right there, operation and maintenance, and that would give 68,000 to at least fund the Main Street Arts District at general levels. I think that most of the things we have up here, like the decorating of the plaza and the events, really are sort of envisioned as being a responsibility of the district. Anyway, not necessarily the facilities people.
Okay, now let me ask this question. Has there been any further discussions about a parking master plan? There was, with the merchants and the Dunn House and extended, we made a deadline for them and us to come up with a parking master plan by July 1st. In order to make a determination as to what the rate should be for parking, what places should have parking, what shouldn't have parking, whatever, all that stuff, including the budget. Now, one of the things that we looked at in the previous administration, as far as what would come out of the parking meter money, one of the reasons for the increase was to create a district improvement fund that could be spent to clean up the streets, to repair sidewalks, to repair the gazebo, whatever was needed within the district, that the district oversight committee would say, here's what we need to do, and prioritize it, and it would have some funds that was dedicated strictly to the historic district. With the reduction in the parking meter money, that's out the window. But there still is the responsibility, in a sense, of us and the merchants to come up with a master parking plan, whatever that means, whether it means no parking meters, all parking meters, just what we have now, keep the rates where they are, whatever it might be that is, our feeling is on parking, needs to be put to bed, in a sense. And as part of that, then, will give us an idea as to how we move forward with the historic district as well. Because if we're going to fund the downtown, the Main Street Arts and Cultural District by savings that we're going out for that first year, that's fine. But make it an ongoing budget, we've got to come up with someplace to do that. And the only place that I can see it right now is coming out of parking, which was the intention, because as you can all commented on, the rest of the general fund budget is more than stretched. So that's, we have to look at this long term, because getting into the Main Street program is a long-term commitment. And I think it's an important one and a good one, but we've got to come up with a really strong commitment of funding to it to make it work. And this is where we felt that we could do that, but if that's not the case, then we're going to come up with something else. And I think creating a taxi district is not going to work. So I'd just like to see if we can't put some wheels on this master plan.
Yeah, Councilman, I think the hope, you'll know better than I, because you were on the other side. You were on this side. I was sitting on the county side at the time, though I wasn't in meetings. But I think everybody believed that there was $75,000 floating out there that the state had committed for a downtown master plan with a parking plan element, which probably was going to identify a ramp based on the discussions we've had with Charlie Beans. That money went, we've lost that. So unless we're gonna do the parking plan internally, I'll have to get an estimate of the plan item for it.
That was the idea, is that the town and these merchants, we could come together before July 1st and bring back a parking plan to the town, which included revenues and so forth, from parking. And that would be something that the council may consider, just on that area. The downtown master plan is a separate issue. But in order to fund the downtown master plan, we felt that the best place to get a dedicated source of revenue for that was not only to pay for those parking lots that we lease to provide parking, but also to maintain, to improve the district where people felt that we weren't maintaining, and we haven't. We really haven't, just like everything else. We've been very unable to maintain what we've done. And so, in order to improve that, we've got to have revenues. And so, the historical district, I think, is a very, very important part of our marketing and viability in the tourist industry. And in order to keep it that viable and keep it as best we can, we're going to have to start putting a little money into it, And parking revenues is having the majority of that revenue coming from our visitors supporting it. Now, that being said, one of the key things to making that plan really work, if you're going to go that way, is that we have to become customer friendly, which means that we are going to have to provide ways for them to get tokens or orders to put in those machines that are convenient. And one of the things that I've talked about on this is to have kiosks. Those places where you can convert your dollars or credit cards into coins and put in meters, and in strategic locations so that they make it convenient. Because that's the biggest, I think, downside of what we have now is when somebody says, well, I need quarters and walking into a merchant, and says, I don't have any. Not only you get mad at our merchants, but you get mad at the county. So we've got to change that sort of atmosphere. And one of the ways we can do it is be more customer friendly, if we're going to do this. And that's part of what has to come out of this message.
Or to go to a system like in Albuquerque where you put your credit card in, you get a ticket, put it on the window, and you know, it's a little easier to police. You just drive by at that point, you have to walk meter to meter.
We're getting meters that have the credit cards that you can pop them into that particular meter.
And that always a very investment.
That light has them like
But
that.
you know, one of the things that I had when I was in San Francisco with Dad is you went up to the kiosk and put your card in and gave it the space. And that's it. And when the parking attendant came by, he just looked at that. And he would look at the spaces that were expired. And he just looked down the street and said, okay, I know exactly what I'm going to give you a ticket.
Now, customer friendly is also, I think that's why it's important to get that kiosk with somebody there, at least through the spring till maybe Halloween. I'm always giving quarters out there when I'm there, and, it's kind of crazy not to have somebody in there, because it's just dead space, and visitors are looking for somebody for information, and it's empty all the time. That's customer friendly to me. And I know this is kind of bouncing somewhere into the future, but a couple of years ago, I went in front of the town council when Tom and Barbara McCarthy had their property for sale at, which is Tuesday morning. Because I think it's so crucial for 30, 40 years down the road to have a piece of property that's town-owned and build a parking garage, and maybe we can end all of our leases with everybody else and put that money into the parking garage.
I did that once.
We gotta revisit that.
I had the property from McCarthy and from Bob for free. To build a parking lot.
You can't pass it on.
Council turned it down because they didn't want certain people to get an advantage from it.
Oh my God.
I would like to look at this whole budget, but let me think outside the box for a minute and just suggest that we're nickel and diming this issue to death. We're, in my opinion, being blackmailed by Our Lady of Guadalupe. I know it seems oxymoronic, but it's true. How could she do that to us? She is. There's some other expenses up there I question, but here's a wild, crazy, insane idea that'll get me hung. Common area maintenance fees, known as CAMs. Sears used to pay it when your business was over there and next to Albertson. We pay it at the herb company. A common area maintenance fee is a set amount worked in our case, into your rent, that goes towards the maintenance of parking lots, lights, cleanliness, all that stuff. It's expensive. Now, I understand the complaints of historic district merchants. I know some of those merchants are insistent that they have the absolute right to park in front of their stores. I understand other merchants are very concerned about competing with press people on the plaza. I understand that other merchants really are just trying to make a buck and ask their employees to park in Our Lady of Guadalupe, and they walk to work. I'm tired of this issue going round and round, and so I'm going to suggest that we seriously look at common area maintenance fees. I don't think there's going to be one business owner that likes it. I think we can stop nickel and diming ourselves to death over here. We'll be able to pay the high rent of these empty spaces where square boxes can sit. If a historic district business operator wants to park their car in front of their place, they get to pay that common area maintenance fee. Now, I haven't thought this all the way through. I don't know that, other than getting me hung, it's a workable idea. But that's what happens in real life. That's what happens in Albertsons. If you own Sid's grocery store up here, the fact that he owns that property, he is paying for that parking. Nothing is free. So, you know, in a sense, our business owners are asking the town to supplement their businesses by providing parking and a cop to give tickets. So let's be fair.
Councilmember,
I'll be quiet.
no, I'm gonna do something here because it's important to understand this. And you correct me if I'm wrong, Jake. To implement first of all, these are not common areas because they're not part of the property release as a merchant.
Agreed.
They're public property.
Right.
So the difference between you and I when we were in the Kuzal Shopping Center is that that whole shopping center was one property and the landlord could charge us
Correct.
fees. But I believe I'm correct in my assumption is that if we wanted to charge common area park fees to the merchants, in other words, charge for the use of public property, I think the state constitution would consider that a tax. And we would have to have authority from the legislature to impose that tax. We don't have that authority.
Unless you did a bid or an improvement district or a special assessment district, which
Right.
would require a vote.
But it requires a vote to create that district, and you know what that's gonna do, right? It's not gonna be voted. Okay. So, I'm just saying is that, in other words, in order for us to do certain things, we are restricted because if it gets classified as that, you're really not getting anything for what you're giving, it becomes a tax.
Agree with everything you're saying, Councilman, I'm just trying to think outside of the box. And we have some budgetary constraints, and I'm trying to bring the dough in. I also understand historic district businesses are extremely suppressed, depressed these days, so I totally get it there too.
You know, except that I disagree that the parking meter cost is depressing. I don't think that's the issue.
No, but a cam would.
They think, I'm not saying, you know, I can take you all over the country, where you know, all the businesses and everything that have to pay public parking for their customers. I mean, not they do, but their customers pay for public parking. You don't have any of that complaint. The complaint is the inconvenience by which we provide that parking in this community. That's where I see is the real issue. If it wasn't inconvenient for them to park and pay for that parking, there wouldn't be this outcry. But that's the reason, is that we are not making it easy. You have to have quarters to park, you can't use your credit cards or whatever, it's inconvenient. Because the merchants aren't providing this, and I don't necessarily blame them for not doing it. It's not their business to provide for parking meters. But we have a responsibility to be customer friendly because it's our revenues that we're going to be using for the public interest. So be convenient, make it work. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that what we need to do is not just say, okay, we're going to have parking meters, but we're going to make it convenient for you to park, just like every other community has done, in order to make it a feasible project.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors, I have a lot of comments, but most of them go well beyond my role as town attorney. So I won't share those. It seems to me though, like generally speaking, a good downtown master plan is necessary in order to satisfy all of the needs that are being suggested exist. What in this particular instance of parking and common area maintenance fee, I do believe that that is a concept that works in the private sector that doesn't apply very well to the public sector. Although I will say that we have this sort of imbalanced application of our land use regulations in the sense that we have this overall parking requirement that applies to businesses based on the type of business, and it is based on the number of people that are likely to need to park at that business, which doesn't apply in the historic district. And so there may be a mechanism to amend that portion of the historic district regulations within the land use regulations and carve out some waiver of the parking requirement, because the reality is most of these businesses don't have parking. And for those that don't, you could possibly carve out a fee for the use of public parking facilities in lieu of their being able to provide their own parking that complies with our table of parking regulations. That's something I'd be willing to explore. The thing is, I think ultimately it ends up seeming punitive to the struggling business owners in the historic district, that you're trying to fill vacant spaces, not to create additional ones. So it's a tricky thing, and that's where I kind of revert to this sort of broader planning suggestion of needing a more comprehensive downtown plan that clearly prioritizes parking as an essential element.
The key there, though, like there's a second, is
That was about.
how do we pay for it?
That's where I get off the hook, because I'm just the attorney.
But this is why I'm talking about parking fees, and, or parking meters, or whatever you want to call kiosks, so that you can put your credit card or whatever it is. Because parking is an issue in the downtown district, and 90% of the businesses that are down there have an exemption from parking requirements being in the district. That's already not required, and has been for 40 years. Whereas if you're not there and you have a line available to you, you're required to meet the parking requirements. Now, whatever we do to fix the parking and fix the master plan is going to require dollars. And one of the things we don't want to do is put more of a burden on our struggling businesses by requiring them to pay a fee for public parking. And this is where you do the same thing that we did with the hospital when we built it, say, you want a new hospital, what do people say? Put it in gross receipts tax, not my property tax, because the visitors to the community will help us pay for that hospital. Okay? If you want to improve the historic district, the consumers that use that district should help us pay for that district being fixed up. But not on the shoulders of the businessman to force that as much as on the consumer coming in to do it. That's kind of where I look at it, is that I'm trying to take that burden off of the business and put it into our partnership with the businesses to provide services and using the users of those services to pay for it.
So master plan again, no doubt, but again, trying to think outside the box, thinking about camp fees and just assuming. We have roughly 1,000 parking places here in town, roughly. Roughly 270 are metered. We have, I don't know how many businesses within the historic district. So, if we put a dollar amount on each parking place in town, 1,000 divided into, what's our total budget here, 90,000? I keep going like this because I look at what's.
100,000.
100,000. So what's that, $100 a year per space? Sure. Just to start thinking in that direction, not that we're even gonna go there.
Jacob, can I ask you a question? Because you've been doing the fine tuning on trying to come up with a good interpretation on the lodger's tax permittable uses. And I recall there was a line in there that transportation systems, facilities, construction and operation of facilities is, if it could be demonstrated by a downtown parking or master plan that the majority use of parking for a ramp or for the purchase of a parking lot was tourism related, particularly in the midst of an arts district, historic district, Main Street district. Would the acquisition of a parking lot or the construction of a ramp be a potential eligible use for lodger's tax?
Probably.
I guess I would point out that if 60% of our historic district revenues are eaten up by leases, does it not make sense for the city to purchase those lots?
Well, I think the separation of church and state wouldn't let you buy that lot, but. But
Church and bank.
the Taos property lot is almost free. I don't think you'd want to pay for those 2 acres that are there, $200,000, $300,000 or more, where we're only paying, a couple of $1,000s a year. So I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying is that originally there was a 200-watt parking garage where Tuesday morning is and where the La Fonda parking lot is. It was designed, it was priced with the idea that the land would be given to us free from them to build this garage. And all we had to do was pay for the financing. We had done all this work on it. and the council went south on it. The only thing that the McCarthy's and the Sods got out of this deal was the right to develop the top of the parking garage retail wall. But there was no money from the town or anybody else to actually do the development. They just had the space up there that they could do retail, and that was all designed, and they were willing to go along with it. So, and at that time, the financing worked. If we had to buy that property and do it now, it would cost us $2 million a year just to finance it. But the problem that we have right now in lodger's tax too is the fact that all of our lodger's tax availability is gone. And unless the legislature increases the rate from 5%, we have no way of financing that if you're going to do the projects that we have under lodger's tax now. We don't have that revenue to convert to this unless you did away with advertising, did away with the visitor center and that sort of thing in order to finance it. I'm just,
Forget out of the transit business
or get out of the transit.
and give it to RTT.
And by the way, that transit tax only works if the transit is within a tourist-related area. So Albuquerque can't use it. Santa Fe can't use it because the majority of their transit doesn't relate to tourism. And so the original people who got that was the Ski Valley and Angel Fire, and the transit had to be, the ski area had to be within the municipality. The ski slopes had to be within the municipality in order to get it to work. And then we changed that to add Taos to it, because the lodgers came to us and said, we need to get people off the street. And what happened? The lodgers didn't promote it, and so the people who are on that transit system are all locals. But they were the ones that came to us and says, we need this to get our tourists and keep the cars in the parking lot at their hotels, and then they never promoted it. And that's the reason we went from 3% to 4% at that time, and then councils after that implemented the last payment, and so it's all gone. Sorry.
All right.
And all I'm saying is that, unless you come up with a new revenue stream, because the rents that we get gotten off of that parking garage are paid for. So we wouldn't have to increase taxes. But that's gone beyond the river too far for us to come back to that, unless we come up with some other way to find funding. Now, there's still not enough parking in the historic district, there's no question. And that's got to be part of the master plan. However, we have to do something in the interim with our parking issue and revenues to pay for that. And this is part of what you're saying, and part of what I'm saying is, how do we do this? And I'm just trying to keep it off of our merchants, because I think they would scream more about that than if we leave it where it's at. But we still have to make enough funding. And that's going to take a few dollars, but I still think we're not charging enough for parking. That's strictly, regardless of what we do with the money.
Master plan. How confident are you, Marietta, on that 80,000 in revenue for parking meter? And can we go back to revenue for a second?
Sure.
Thanks.
So,
90,000.
and I think on the actual revenue itself, I need to go double check, because I think I've added the parking fines in here also.
Yeah.
That's why it's 100. We're getting 88, so we're really back to where we were. So I'm pretty comfortable about the 100,000. Just need to separate out the fines from the meters. The parking meter fines, I need to change this to fines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And can you drop down to the expenses again? Thanks. Okay, beyond that, I'm looking for the,
Oh, sorry. The parking lots again?
well, I just want to look at that whole
I
thing.
mean, it goes slow.
Okay.
It's not a solution Dave's Kitchen has a big banner out that says, they'll provide change for parking.
And there's a couple of people that like to do some of that.
And they got,
It's just not,
big banner.
Well, business is making change.
Isn't there already a master plan? I remember there was a charrette 4 years ago and with the Vision 2020 and Revision 2020, isn't there already one?
There was a UNM joint, I think Charlie Beach was involved in that too. There, yeah, a number of
So we wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. again?
streetscape designs, proposals for alleys, that sort of thing. I don't remember there being a parking lot to that.
Okay, well, I did see at some point that parking garage you were talking about. I think that's one I was at the Historic Preservation Commission.
no, the other
Oh, so
question
that's whatever.
would be.
And then turn the watch you and just tell me when to go.
No, if you could go just back up a little bit, it's the high expense of Santa.
Oh, sorry.
No, I think we need to move on from this, but I'm just trying to say that
Yeah,
there's
okay.
some issues with the historic district that we need to take care of, and we gotta find a way, as part of the master plan to fund these issues.
Well, I agree. And how are we gonna deal with this, Mr. Ballas?
We're gonna get Hilton of Isla LaFonda, level it, put a 2-story underground garage with a rooftop garden on it. We'll get you all sorts of tax incentives, because we can waive the GRTs.
Oh, yeah, but there's water 20 feet down, and you can't go down.
We'll put the pool on the 3rd floor. We'll move the parking to the roof.
One thing I'd like to see on this is that the Main Street budget,
Yeah,
if you could incorporate that into your,
Yes.
absolutely.
those changes that you're talking about and all of that, so that, expecting to see what that JPA actually looks like, but I think we need to, first of all, budget for it in order then to negotiate the JPA.
Absolutely.
Anything else on this budget? All right, let's go to capital projects.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna take a minute to fix that, right? That's how it showed up on mine. I couldn't ever
I
get it to
know,
rotate.
What's that, to rotate?
I sent a new one to
I can do it
Renee,
on my home computer, but I can't get it on this thing.
I couldn't do it.
I know.
because she was supposed to re-put
I had my son-in-law look at this thing and he couldn't get it.
No, it's a PDF. I had to have Mariah do it because she doesn't take a PDF. But Renee, I sent it to Renee. And so like, you could have her email it. Oh,
Now it's sideways.
no, I know, but I had it redone. I had it redone to make it right, the right way. And I closed everything.
You can lock your screen. You just have to lock it.
The problem is it's locked the one.
If I can turn mine.
So you want the capital budget?
Yeah, let me see if I can turn this one and at least see it. I had resent it to her. How do I turn this one?
With you?
So I tried to do it first.
Still recording?
Is it something that maybe we can do? Well, I have it on,
Yes.
I got it here.
Oh, okay.
No. Let me see if I can get it. Can you see that there?
Maybe that.
You can come sit here, Councilman.
That's what I'll do at home, is turn my monitor on the
No,
side.
I'll have Renee, I had sent her the right way, but we probably didn't get it back in time.
I did try to figure out how to rotate, but it just wouldn't work.
It's almost dead, I'm not seeing.
But this works fine.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this is just a summary of all the capital funds that we have. This first one, and if there's detail behind it, I'll just go real quick through. Facilities is pretty much buildings. For this upcoming year, we have $365,796 of town funds. That's actually cash. Grant funds of $50,000. And a total budget of $418,796 in facilities. For capital projects, capital funds, 51. I'm going to take that off. We have 437,853 in town funds. And you're going to see a lot of these are carryover projects from the current fiscal year. 118 in grant funds for a total budget of 556,820. The airport construction fund, this coming year we estimate 1.2 million, 1,247 in town funds, actual cash, and 23,469 in federal and state and grant funds, with a total budget of 24,717,000. Vehicle replacement, I've made one change on this one, it's not here, but we have 2 vehicles for the police department, 64,000. That'll be updated, I'll send that out later, or for the final budget. Affordable housing fund 56, just 58,994 of town funds, 58,000 grant match, 108 total budget. Gas tax, this is where all French's Street improvement projects are at. 1,039,756 in town funds, 2.373 in grant funds, total of 3.4 million. Utility, all of this is carryover in utility fund. 2,991,000 all in cash, and no grant funds in this one here. So that's just a summary of everything in capital with a total of 6,144,000 in town funds, all cash, and 26,062,000 in grant funds, for a total capital budget of 32,206,000. So that's just an overview. I'll just go down, and the first one is just the summary of, right back. Oh, there I went down. This is the facilities, and really the projects, I don't know if you can really see, but all this yellow is carryover projects. So we're going to carry over the Kit Carson Park renovation, restroom improvements, and we did put when the grant expires on those grant funding sources. And then the replacement of the Kit Carson Park irrigation pump system is also going to be a carryover project. The 2 new projects and facilities is the visitor center roof, 161, plus the 38 that was in the visitor center's budget for that project, and then the El Pueblo roof project, roof replacement at 110.
That one we have to do as part of our agreement with UNM, picking up the costs of the water break convention center.
So these are just Fund 50. Sorry. Did you get it to go? These are just spots. I didn't want to take anything out until we're finally licensing, but there's no money there. The HERS, this is just a carryover isolated amount. When we did have the HERS rating, when we were doing building, we get a certain amount, so that's just reserved for, I'm not sure what we'll do with that. We're just digging into the one. So that's the facilities improvement. So only new projects are these 2 right here. Any questions on this?
Right where are you talking about the visitor and El
Yes.
Pueblo roofs, new
Yes.
project?
It's supposed to be gray on my screen, but it's white on yours, so those are the two new projects.
Well, perhaps a naive question, but, you know, Steve's list of broke roofs, 2.5 million. What's our plan? Okay, let me put it another way.
Give me
Um,
UNM.
What I'm really thrilled about is Steve's number one priority seemed to be the visitor center in El Pueblo Hall. So we are going after that. Are we, Mr. Bellis, going to be creating like a 3 or 4 year plan to
Yes.
address these other issues so that the next council that takes over is left with a full basket?
Right, that's that 399 approach I referred to, that as money is available, if we're doing better at mid-year, we go to the next project on the list.
Right.
And we work our way down.
TCA is completed. Airport terminal roof
In progress.
is in progress. Don Fernando, pending. Budgeted, but pending. Don Fernando, that's us. That's here. Partial, Brian.
I thought he took that out. I thought he said that was no longer needed. Yeah. Yeah, he no longer needed that one.
I looked at that, in fact, I looked at most of the on the list. And this one up here had some, stress leaks. That's where I put it. It's a dry roof. It's got a little tiny hole, get some ice in it, it keeps opening up. And all you gotta do is reseal it. The condition of that roof is actually still quite good.
Well, has Julie looked at that
Yes,
in her estimation? I mean, because that woman seems to me to not only know her stuff, but excel. So it's good enough for her, it's good enough for me.
There's some issues up there, but they're not critical. In other words, the roof can last another 5 years or so, but it's going to need to be replaced at some point in the future, but it doesn't need immediate replacement. This one right here across, that one does need to be replaced.
So this one here is going to have to end up on our 5-year plan or 4-year, 3-year plan. Ancianos,
That we don't have to do because county has a $65,000 appropriation from the legislature at a one round and another grant, so that brings it to $163,000. So they'll be able to do all the renovations out of that, and all it'll require is, we already did an MOU for them to do the mold assessment and any remediation. If they don't take the building, we'll do an MOU with them to allow them to do that construction work over there too.
library, $500,000.
Not in this budget.
On the plan.
It's a legislative appropriation, most likely. So we want to invest for request from the legislatures.
The state legislature.
I believe the town had asked for some money for roof projects in the last session.
I don't think so.
That would be worth the trip to Santa Fe. I'd even wear a town coat.
Well, especially a library, probably.
Yeah.
Senior center, probably one of the most likely to get funded.
So now I've got town hall partial, and so we've got the Don Fernando Town Hall, 8,800 square feet, 150,000. Which town hall? Anybody got a clue?
No, I think it's town hall where the connection between the old and the new building.
Okay, so is that not still under warranty?
No.
No.
When they connected the two, the new section with the old, they didn't replace the old. They just tied in. And my understanding, that's one roof I did not hit on during my discussion with Steve and Julie, is that when they put the two buildings together, they didn't properly seal it. And so they need to do that, and the type of roofing that's on there, you can't, because of the way it was done, you can't just fix it. You have to go in and take it all off and redo it.
So what I'm hearing is that when the new part was connected to the old part, it wasn't done properly, it wasn't warranted, and now in a relatively new building, we've got to drop 150 grand. Right? Am I getting it?
Well, yeah,
Okay, so how bad a shape, how soon does that job need to be done?
Well, I think we took the list of the priorities that Steve and Julie said were in the worst condition and tried to take the top priorities that were able to be funded, and those are the only two that we have in for this year.
I asked them to let me know what was urgent, and that's what's on there.
So each of these have been kicked up year after year. Do we have the time? Is town hall suddenly going to start
Well, we can get you a
cooking a
schedule.
town shower?
We can get you scheduled according to what their best guess is, but with the roof, it's very difficult to tell, because it depends on, what kind of icing you get in
Right.
a particular year, heat stress. We get 5 weeks of 100+ degree temperatures, and cuts a lot of life out of it. But we can make some approximations.
Then we've got the Don Fernando Hall listed again here. The water treatment plant. It's number 7.
Well, anything related to the water treatment plant, we should be able to pay for out of the reserve of the
Right.
enterprise fund.
So,
I think it's the old building.
The old building, yeah, because, okay, I was thinking, we just put an old building, so it must be the old building.
so does that mean that Mr. French will be trying to coordinate that water treatment plant roof? Or what do we stand on that?
That would still be Steve's.
Steve, can it? But it would come out of that enterprise fund
Yes.
budget.
Out of,
And Steve's aware of that, so we could move on that.
we could move on that one. I think we have to sit down with the two departments in conjunction so that they both are on the same page, and making sure that French is aware of that and where his money is going to be used if that's not his priority right now. And, not looking, we still need to look a lot more at the projects on the water and sewer side, but he has several carryover projects, but to give him more projects to do and complete is just going to put him farther behind, so I think we need to.
Well, I guess the question, Mr. French, is how bad is it? And, I certainly don't want to be talking about something I don't know anything about. As long as he's aware, knowing French, he probably is aware of it. He's probably got it on his to-do list, don't know where, but it's on this list. And this is, so,
So if I would look at job duties, and we've got buildings, facilities, that would be their responsibility to get that done. If we're gonna build a new facility, then that would be French's responsibility.
but what I'm hearing here, Councilman Peralta, is that the money to fix this roof may very well already be in the enterprise fund.
Correct.
French needs to be aware of it and approve of it, and Steve would actually then fix it or contract, put it out to bid to fix it.
This
Actually,
also,
facility funds are in finance, so finance would have to be saying whether or not they have the money to fix it, and prioritize that, fix it.
There's also a question, Councilman, of timing, that if there are repairs, depends on the magnitude. If it's small and we can do it in-house or place our part in it, it has to fit into the seasonal work schedule amongst all the other things we have to do. So we're not gonna get 3 roofs done during this year. If it's a large job and we're contracting it out, then it doesn't take away from our guys, even though we have to have Julie oversee the project. And, you know, we wanna have some oversight, by Steve. So we can take a look at those and see which ones there's money for and how they would fit in the season, which we're gonna be starting here probably in another 2 weeks.
Yeah, maybe less.
And have to be done by September, particularly roofing,
Yeah.
and work around the monsoons.
And then, of course, the headliner, the pool. So I was talking, I was at a function there, and I just happened to be able to run into Brian, and he said he and Julie, or he and you had kind of discovered a middle road fix there, so that could be done perhaps more cost effectively.
There's discussion, but I don't know. Yeah, there could be something done to extend the life, push that, give us more time.
The real key of that, and the issue there is more the pool than the ice rink,
Right,
is getting rid of the humidity in that building.
right.
Because the roof actually isn't leaking, it's in good shape. It's pocketed water in the zenith from the pool.
It needs dehumidification.
And if we can get the humidity out of it, we can get that moisture out of there and get some. The real issue there is the condition of the deck under the flooring, or under the roofing. And I think that I didn't find anything in my walking that it was soft or, you know, to say that the decking underneath was severely damaged. So that if we can get the moisture out of that building, we can solve the issue of moisture in the walls, the moisture underneath that roof, and the migration of moisture that's going to the center of youth and family center.
Right.
If that's done, then we can have a substantial length of life in that roof, because it's a good quality roof.
Let's hope you are right. I'm with you.
The other side, there are similar issues. When there's ice in that rink, there's moisture that's evaporating. And the way they designed that building, it's a cap. It's got sides on it, so the moisture goes up, there's no way to get out. And then with the cold weather, naturally it's condensing to the metal, so you can see some rust up there. And also it's pocketing inside the insulation and creating some pools. There is a few leaks in the roof, but those can be fixed easily. But we need to put some vents in that roof to let the moisture out. And then we need to correct on that east side, the drainage, so the water isn't running inside of that stucco wall and be stuck with it. So that one is a much less expensive than what was commented on. Much less.
Well, let's hope that works. And I really hope you're right, Councilman Peralta. I am totally with you on that. But on the other hand, if it isn't, then the comment in the newspaper is absolutely accurate. So
Well, I'm just
let's try and do the simplest thing first. And I'm with you. I'll get up there and spend my hot air up there.
if you don't get rid of them, because I walked into that swimming pool and I was immediately drenched.
Oh, yeah.
And so all I'm saying is if we don't get the moisture out of that building, it's going to collapse, period.
So the only reason, Mr. Bellis and Councilman Attorney and Marietta and Francella is the citizens are just saying, protect our investment. We spent millions of dollars. We had a fabulous artist donate a whole bunch of money to build a pool for the community. Protect our investment, please. So we've got to do it. And I know you're totally there. I'm just looking for a step plan.
And just to put it in perspective, we have, after paying any kind of debt service, we have approximately $950,000 every year for capital projects. So that's why we take the most important ones, the most critical ones, and, we can only cover that. We don't have any more capital funding to do that.
Which do we have coming out from the airport? Budget?
On the airport, and, once we go through
About
here,
720.
the airport alone is gonna take, hold on one second. Right there. Yeah. The airport is gonna take 836. We already have this 400 identified. This will be the new money, 350, and this will be the county share. This will be the last year. If we phase it in these 2 phases, that'll be it. Next year, we have 950 to start with with the improvements to other things other than the airport.
So let me ask you this, Marietta. Our roads, our potholes. Now, I'm going to guess, when we talk about capital improvements, these just ate it all up. How much money is French going to get to fix our streets?
Do you want to go that one that way, or?
If I'm out of turn, yeah. Just say we'll get to it, Fritz, that'll work for me.
We'll get to it in a second. I'll
That
go
works
back.
for me.
We just wanted to show you the airport because I'm just trying to put the perspective that we don't have $3 million of cash for capital.
No, I know.
We have 950.
Right.
So,
But there is light on the horizon.
yes.
And citizens are saying, damn it, all the money's going for 30 pilots. But 300 people a day use the swimming pool. That's what I'm hearing. And they got an argument.
But the 300 people that use the swimming pool cost us $500,000, whereas the airport within 3 years can be self-sufficient, and within 5 years can generate a profit.
Well, we don't want to get into that debate here. That's not the purpose of this. But they could go, and you already know that they will counter that with their own assertions. But let's not go there yet. But those are the calls I get. I haven't gotten one call. I take that back. I got one call from one pilot who emailed you yesterday. That's it. All the other calls I've gotten are, what the heck are you people doing?
But in fairness, Counselor, I think you also, and I always urge elected officials to do this, when people come to the podium and they take strong positions for or against public works projects or land use codes, I think you have to ask them, where are you from and what is your interest in this project? When you see the majority of people opposed to the airport aren't the people that are paying the taxes for the airport, they don't live within the town limits. I think you have to give some weight to that. The majority of the people in the town may feel different than the majority of the people out in West Mesa.
To be continued. We'll see where it goes. It's certainly fun.
So, the next,
It wouldn't be Taos without a controversy.
In the presence of time, assuming that the council has looked at all of these items prior to this meeting,
so
do
50,
the council have any questions about any item on this, as to whether it should be here or it shouldn't be here, or if it's inadequate in its value?
Mayor Pro Tem, while you bring that up, unless there's a burning desire to actually see the last 2 items on here, the enterprise funds, which is the water and sewer, and then the transportation, which you've pretty much seen anyway. There have been no changes in the enterprise funds, with the exception of if there were personnel within those departments that were on the scheduled changes for the salary plan, and then, of course, the medical increases and the merit increases.
No, I don't have anything on those. I do have a question on the recycling. But is there anybody have any other questions on this? The only other question I had in this budget, I believe, no, it's not in this budget, I'm sorry, is the $160,000 that it's in one of the funds for health, whatever.
oh, that's on the front, we should go through that one. That's right here. And let me just show you one thing on, this was the airport, all the projects and the carryovers on the airport. And that will be updated to be 60, I think 62 on the 2 vehicles for police. Here's, we put in for French, he added one new project, and this is the 290 that we put in his street repair and maintenance to at least start with one of his priority re-cutlerizing or whatever he's gonna call it, on one of his streets at least for this year. And all his other carryover projects and new projects. And then, I'm sorry, that was just his water, all the carryover in water and sewer. And this is what you're talking about, community grants. And this 149.
So what we did on that is we took,
And you said that's under which budget?
That's under the, it's with the capital, but it's the last 2 sheets of the capital. Capital and community grants.
and that reflects all the community nonprofits that normally you would give money to. It actually also reflects $35,000 for the lobbying. So it's the food baskets for the needy for $5,000, supportive and nutritional services, that's Ancianos, $35,000 for the lobbying. The Taos Coalition to End Homeless is $5,000. Taos Children's Theater is $2,500. Domestic Violence Support Services $25,000. Safe Room Investigative Services $5,000. $18,245 for recreational facility lease. That's the church gymnasium. Provide for extra space for basketball and other leagues. And I believe the other one on here is the $25,000 for UNM for the literacy program. So what we did is we lumped them all together. We didn't cut any of them. And the proposal is that rather than having every group come to you throughout the year and ask you for money and you have no way to balance that with the other needs, to put it in a block and then to say, we will RFP that, we'll put out a proposal that'll say, you as the council will decide based on a needs assessment we can provide you, and there are a number of them for the community, that these are the top needs, whether it's domestic violence, whether it's hunger, whether it's whatever it happens to be. And you can review those proposals, staff will rank and make a recommendation to you, and we would like to also have a scoring system that would talk about how much, not just are you putting in as the town, but is the county matching that, do they have federal funds, and is this long-term or a one-time program? And then you would make that sum, just like we talked about capital, you would start at the top, and you go down that list and then prioritize to allocate funds to those groups. It would be a transparent process, everybody would be judged by a uniform system. It would take the who knows who out of it, and really be based on the need of the community. If you wanted, you could even do a survey in the newspaper or online that would say to the community, this is what our demographic community needs assessment shows. Move these up or down, how you would vote to rank these causes. And it won't be the groups, it will just be the needs of the community.
The one I didn't hear was the men's shelter, did you say that?
Yeah, that is on there. Taos Coalition to End Homelessness, $5,000 for the men's shelter.
I'm sorry, I always think it was the men's shelter.
Yeah. And if you're okay with that, again, we're keeping that amount of money in there. The one we will break out is $35,000 for the lobbying. The mayor will be proposing to council that there's been dialogue between the town and the county that would be more effective using the same lobbyists, and particularly someone that can go actually write grants for us and then lobby for them, particularly some of the larger grants. Does that sound good to everybody?
Still want to talk to, I realize people are in a big hurry, still want to go over a little bit more carefully, Marietta, maybe after people leave French's budget.
Sure.
I'd like to look at our poor roads and our sewage. Totally into sewage, I am. But I understand people want to go too, so if we need to adjourn, let's adjourn.
Councilman, we've kind of very briefly had this dialogue, but I really think the answer to that is not getting back to the 900,000 that we can throw into capital every year, but more. To take the 20,000 for the financial consultant, to talk about that business manager, and to see how we can restructure our debt to be more competitive, to lower our interest rates, to combine that, and
then to use that proceeds of that, that's exactly what's going on at the county. RBC came in and showed them how, without raising taxes, you take the same amount of money, repackage it, stretch it out a little bit, lower the interest, and you now have $3 million a year, every 3 years that you roll back, that you can put into infrastructure projects.
So then essentially what you're saying is, French's budget for road improvement is essentially the same, no changes until we're able to enact this plan. Do I got it?
Other than the ongoing projects that you saw listed up there, which are either grants or from the tax or legislative appropriations, CDBG, most of them, which we're in line for on Camino de Medio, probably next year after the design. You've got that 327,000, is it, for maintenance, street repair maintenance?
This one here, 290,000.
290,000, sorry.
290,000 for street maintenance. This is one of his new ones, and they all have, all the grant, the matches are covered, and these are the grant side. And all the yellows are his carryover projects that we just need to get off and done.
And I know that doesn't address street maintenance, but that's a lot of paving that's gonna get done.
Yeah, of course, Merced is on hold for a little bit, for at least a year, right? Oh, anticipated, let's see, but knowing how expensive just street repair and maintenance is, 290,000 is like,
Now, there's a couple of those projects like Community said, that's a restructure, rebuild of that street. So basically taking that out of maintenance and doing that on funding we've got for that, and a couple of other projects. But I agree with you, we need to get more money into that budget. I think we have to go along with the staff and say, give us a little time. And maybe in 6 months we can put some more money into that budget, because I think it's a real priority for the town, because it's part of making us look good.
well, true enough, and you just put your finger right on it, Councilman Peralta. If we improve our own quality of life, it will naturally attract and be its own economic driver. So, but I fully appreciate the work Mr. Bellis has done, the plan that you and Rick have put together, Marietta, to try and get us there. And I appreciate your patience, because I need to understand this stuff, because people ask.
It's, as I said earlier, Councilman, I apologize that it's not a final plan to solve every problem, but it's a stopgap until we can take a longer range look in the next 3 months.
Right, right.
Could I go to one budget that's left?
Oh, yes, that's
Recycling. So, enterprise funds.
the recycling one.
Go to your revenues. We have total revenues of 1.316 million, and you have expenditures of 269,000.
I think this is just for this one budget. The other budget is the solid waste billing.
I understand that, but what you need to do here is show a transfer of the difference somewhere else, and there's no showing of the transfer of that money.
Okay.
In other words, you
Yeah.
got $1.1 million, or $1.05 million.
I think what maybe we'll do is put another line and put the other budget in here together, because the other one is the solid waste billing one, and they're both in the same fund.
Okay.
Would that work better?
And I figured that's what it was,
Okay.
but I'm just saying, as I go here and I say I got
You got that
$1.3
enough?
million, and you're only spending 269, I think I've got a few roads I can fix.
Okay. No, okay, I will make that change.
It doesn't work that way, sorry. So, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
In other budgets, you said, well, we're transferring $400,000 from here to this other budget to pay for this. And it's the same thing with this one. You're transferring that $1.1 million, $1.05 million out to pay for something else. Just put it in there as a transfer,
Okay,
and then you can show it in the other budget.
okay. Because they're both in the same file, I just have them separated out.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, and this one is the one that we will bring back. Waste Management has been calling us about the rates for the landfill, because they want to see what that is going to do to their costs, because their side is going to go up also. So it's not just the landfill side that's going to go up, it's going to be the solid waste that's going to go up too, because they have to increase their customer rates. So we're waiting for them, we're going to wait till Tuesday, and then probably come back with all these changes on this budget and then the landfill budget.
Isn't in their contract an automatic escalator for CPI?
There is on the, yes, there is on the collection, it's CPI, whatever it is on the annual CPI. We've been raising that on an annual basis since we contracted with them. So we may not have to increase them, but I don't know what their side is going to do. I don't know what their billing is going to change based on the non-member rate is going up too. So
Do they have a clause to be passed through?
I don't know, but we need to get that contract to you so you can negotiate it and double check.
Were they collect independently or, like in the county? Do they have contracts with individuals to collect their trash?
No, they just have their contract with us to collect on our behalf.
No, they collect in the county as well.
Yeah, that's separate. I guess they have something with.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, but that is a separate contract they have with each person that they deal with. And so that shouldn't affect anything that we do on our trash collection, because unless our contract is coming up, we should know what to put into our rate in order to pay that along with the reserve that's necessary for the new cell, or whatever else that's out there. On our side. So as the landfill determines that they need so much money, and they say, town, here's your share, that's gonna affect the rates that we charge our customers, plus any increase that we have for collection. That's by contract.
It's looking like $1.87 Massimino for residential, but I hadn't thought about this waste management issue that'll get passed on, so good call, Mariana.
Yeah, hopefully not too much gas, it's gonna be more to their
Right,
private,
right.
but we'll see. I mean, we gotta
Right.
make sure on those sides.
And of course, people had asked me about curbside pickup and stuff like that. I'm saying it's on the agenda, but it's not gonna happen yet because, well, there's a
So is
cool
there
things to deal with.
any other budgets that you would like to discuss that we haven't talked about yet?
Well, the one that's not even on there, which is Osaka revitalization, but you know I bring that one up. And actually, I feel like the town is making a good faith effort with the spring ditch. And that is the beginning. We're still waiting to hear from Peter Behill, who was going to provide MOU templates to Mr. Caldwell. That hasn't happened yet unless it came through today.
I got it yesterday.
Oh, you
so
did? Telepathic.
I assumed you called him,
No,
to be honest.
no,
But no, I got it from him yesterday afternoon.
totally telepathic. This is good. This is called collaboration.
Where can,
But anyway, so because of the constraints in the budget, I'm really hoping we can start breaking the log jam of Taos soil and water, but who knows? Maybe if we have a wet summer and a great season and we can fix some potholes and take care of some sewage issues, we can.
the log jam with soil and water conservation is us implementing a 1 mil levy to support them?
Not necessarily. Yes, probably long-term, but we do have a lost leader. And the lost leader is they think, correct me if I'm wrong here, somebody that was at the meeting, they feel that they can bring some money to the table to help us get going, and that maybe in time we can visit a levy. So I'm going for the dome.
Always go.
And it just requires a trip to the Guadalajara Grill, which I can't even use on my mileage.
That's right. Okay, so I'm just asking, the hour's getting late. And I don't have any other questions on the agenda. I've asked all mine. Is there anybody else on any other issues? Let's take care of those now. If not, I think that the staff has their marching orders and in order to make changes to the budget to bring back to us. None, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council members, I hate to do this, but before you adjourn, I would just like to say something for the record, which is that I got the exemption wrong and earlier went into executive session, and it should have been exemption 1015-1H2 for limited personnel matters. So as long as the record reflects that, good to go.
We could have gone with Fred Seller and make that change.
Well, and then if somebody listens to the recording, it's just easier this way.
Okay.
It's all done.
Then I'll make a motion to adjourn for the day.
I'll second that. Discussion?
Adjournment has no discussion. Up or down?
Oh, you won't second it.
Do you have discussion?
I just want to thank the staff, Marietta, Rick, Francella, Renee earlier, Jacob, and my fellow councilmen and our mayor and our one in leadership conference for all their efforts in this collaborative effort. And I particularly want to thank the 3 citizens that have been here today. We started with, I forget who came in first, but then Norman Quensler was here for a while, and he actually is a commissioner on one of the ditches and sits on the county's Pasaikia Commission. And I want to thank Steve in the back. It's a painful, your butt gets totally tired in these very uncomfortable chairs. And it's so nice to have someone from the citizenry witness what it is we're doing. So thank you, sir, for taking the time to come.
And I
So that's
also
it
would
for
like,
me.
would like to thank the staff. And by the way, I'd like to do something else, Rick. I'd like to have you thank French and the street crew.
Yeah.
They went out and redid Espondas Road in the section that is ours. And it's where my brother lives. And he said they did an exceptional job because not only did they go out and tear up, they put back about 3 to 6 inches of material and wet it and packed it down. So that now it's a good quality street and no more washboard. And he says he's asking the county to do the same thing for making their section of the road.
You got the mayor's not here to speak.
Convey that.
So I guess they just did a day before yesterday.
And I want to thank Marietta also for all their hard work.
Yeah.
A lot of late hours, a lot of weekends,
Yeah.
Good Friday.
I noticed that email Sunday night, or whenever it was at 9:40, Marietta. And I thought, that woman's at town hall?